Okej. Czy wszystko jest ok? Wszystko jest nadawane? Nie, co się dzieje? Nie, co się dzieje? Dobra, działa. Coś mi na podglądzie nie śmigało, to już dajemy info. Dzień dobry, witam serdecznie. Zapraszam everyone. Lecimy. Dobra, puśćmy sobie może jakąś muzyczkę tutaj z Siurasa. Dzisiaj też jakieś dropy będą. Znaczy, jeżeli odebrałeś wszystkie dropy z wczoraj, to już nie będzie więcej dropów. To są wszystkie dropy. Siema kurier. Właśnie, zróbmy tak. Żebyś ty mi tutaj był widoczny lepiej. Siemanko, Karolina, witam Rafał. I witam Woszczyk, siema kurier, siema wszystkim. Dzisiaj ExileCon część druga, o 20:30 chyba zaczyna się pierwszy panel dyskusyjny, a raczej wczorajszy panel. Już jakieś tam małe sneak peeki z wczorajszych paneli widziałem. No ale dzisiaj już nie będzie takich fajerwerków jak wczoraj. Natomiast dzisiaj fajnie by było, żebyśmy sobie usiedli i zastanowili się w ogóle na czym polega Liga 3.22, na którą się mega jaram, powiem wam. Bo mimo, że ten materiał, który dzisiaj wypuściłem, wydaje się, że jakby jestem negatywnie nastawiony do PoE, to nie jest tak. Bo mam wrażenie, że dużo osób tak odebrało moje słowa, które użyłem w dzisiejszym filmie, który wleciał. Mowa o tym filmie. Tak, mowa o tym filmie. No ale tak jak mówię, nie jest tak, że jestem negatywnie nastawiony. Jest, przepraszam, o tym filmie tutaj. PoE 2 to zupełnie coś innego. W ogóle muszę zrobić update do miniaturek pierwszej do drugiej, tak naprawdę dotyczących PoE Exile 2, że tak naprawdę to już są materiały archiwalne, bo to co widzimy w PoE, to co zobaczyliśmy, czego doświadczyliśmy dzisiaj, wczoraj, no właściwie to dzisiaj, to właśnie jest zupełnie co innego niż było zapowiadane w 2019 roku. Ledwo wchodzę, a to wyróżnienie. No proszę, nie? Ty to masz talent, gościu. No, więc taka sytuacja. Jak w ogóle wy po wczoraj? W sensie, jak tam odczucia? Przespaliście się z tym i jest trochę lepiej, czy przespaliście się z tym i jednak mieszane odczucia? Jak to z waszej perspektywy wygląda? Tak z ciekawości. Właśnie i swoją drogą, dzisiaj jest bardzo małe opóźnienie, jak coś, bo wczoraj próbowałem to ustawić w miarę większe opóźnienie, żeby były te napisy nie działały, więc dzisiaj mamy już normalne, szybki czat, więc no. Boję się, że w PoE 2 samą myszką nie pogram. No, chyba samą myszką nie, bo czymś trzeba spację klikać. Niestety. No chyba, że masz jakąś taką myszkę typu Razer Naga na przykład. To wtedy tam te dodatkowe przyciski, 19 przycisków. W sensie to masz Razer Naga. 40 bez snu, Jezus Maria. A, ją masz, okej. Nie, to myślę, że pograsz. Tak naprawdę grunt, żeby mieć potki, grunt, żeby mieć rola, no i tam 5 przycisków na 5 przycisków dodatkowych na jakieś skille, nie? Mnie za bardzo PoE 2 nie obchodzi, bo mi się nie podobają mechaniki, ale spróbuję jak wyjdzie. Mechanika ligowa może być ciekawa, ale pewnie się znudzi szybko. Znaczy właśnie, ja wam powiem, że jestem zachwycony tymi mechanikami ogólnie, jak to wygląda, jak to działa i tak dalej. W sensie naprawdę to jest super. Widać, że to jest poprawione do najnowszych standardów, tylko że właśnie ta rozgrywka jest bardziej soulsowa niż taka typowo hack and slashowa, nie? I dlatego mi się wydaje, że na pewno będę się dobrze bawił przy tej grze przez jakiś czas, ale to nie będzie taka gra jak PoE Exile 1, gdzie ja po prostu regularnie będę wracał co 3 miesiące, nie? Czy tam co ligę, może tak powinienem powiedzieć. Że mimo wszystko będę sobie pewnie robił przerwy od PoE 2 i w trakcie przerw od inaczej, w trakcie przerw od PoE 1 będę albo wchodził na PoE 2, albo będę wchodził sobie na jakieś inne gry typu Tarkov, PUBG, Apex Legends i tak dalej, nie? Że nie będę raczej stricte grał tylko i wyłącznie w jeden tytuł. Ale to, co właśnie jest w samym... Skupmy się na tym, co dostaniemy niebawem, nie? Bo 18 sierpnia dostaniemy Trial of Trial of the Ancestors. I to jest w ogóle mega ciekawa mechanika się wydaje. To znaczy, ja jestem ciekaw, jak ona będzie w rzeczywistości wyglądać, bo ona mi przypomina troszeczkę taki motyw Sanctum, że mamy z jednej strony mechanikę, która ma jakąś głębię, ale wydaje mi się, że jeżeli będziemy mieli dużo DPS-u albo dużo defensyw, to po prostu to będzie easy mode. I że tak naprawdę cała ta taktyka nie będzie wcale potrzebna. Mam takie przynajmniej wrażenie. Może na jakimś rootlessie, nie? Czy SSF-ie, jak nie będziemy mieli itemów jakichś dokokszonych. Ale no trochę wygląda to jak coś, gdzie stakowanie DPS-u to jest jedna z najlepszych metod na zrobienie mechaniki ligowej. Mimo że wydaje się, że jest tutaj jakaś głębia, to możemy tą głębię chyba łatwo zabić, że to tak ujmę w tej mechanice. Ale poza tym wydaje się być całkiem ciekawa. No. Rozkładasz sobie jakiś tam ziomeczków, jak ich zabijesz, aktywuje się chyba totem, musisz zniszczyć ten totem przeciwników i wtedy oni nie mogą się respić. No i jeżeli zniszczysz im wszystkie totemy, to oni umierają. Tak to przynajmniej zrozumiałem. I wtedy pniesz się w rankingach, dostajesz nagrody za pokonanie danego tribu. W tym masz właśnie te tatuaże, jakieś unique itemy, jakieś tu totemki takie, które możesz wykorzystywać w trakcie robienia mechaniki ligowej. No ale najbardziej jaram się tymi właśnie nowymi keystone'ami, bo już tutaj... Czekajcie... Już tutaj dzisiaj robiłem sobie właśnie przegląd tego, co mieliśmy jeszcze na ExileConie pokazane. Już widziałem, że Pidzam to u siebie na live pokazywał. Złodziej. Bo zaznaczyłem wszystkie notable w Atlasie, które się pojawiły. Tam chyba będzie PvP scaling jak na Hell of Grandmasters. Chyba, że tak będzie. To wtedy faktycznie może to być ciekawsze. Zobaczymy, nie? Mam nadzieję przynajmniej, że to nie będzie trochę jak w Sanctum, że faktycznie możesz, nie wiem, grać sobie, nie wiem, w Sanctum można było grać tak, że stawiałeś sobie po prostu balisty, uciekałeś gdzieś w róg i one zabijały sobie wszystko, ty po prostu zgarniałeś lód. Albo w ogóle walka z Lycją, to mogłeś pominąć całą mechanikę walki z Lycją, nie? Jeżeli miałeś odpowiednio duży DPS. I to było takie trochę średnie akurat. No, ale ogólnie zaznaczyłem wszystkie nowe keystone'y, które się pojawiły w drzewko Atlasu i tym się strasznie jaram, bo tak, mamy tutaj na przykład drzewko dotyczące... Mogę tak zrobić? Nie. Dobra, nuluj. Drzewko, keystone, który zapewne będzie powiązany z masterami. Czekajcie, zrobię tak. No. Tu mamy notki dla masterów, więc to pewnie będzie coś związanego z masterami. Nie wiem, co to będzie. Tutaj mamy coś przy mapach, 2 keystone'y, też bardzo ciekawe, właściwie 3 keystone'y, bo trzeci jest jeszcze tutaj. Tych keystone'ów tutaj nie kojarzę, tak, bo wiem, że to jest strasznie rozpikselizowane, ale nie kojarzę, co to może być. Tu mamy to, co pokazali, że dla ekspedycji, gdzie stawiamy jedną gigantyczną eksplozję i wysadzamy cały obszar jednym wybuchem. To jest coś, co chyba będę grał na lidze. Tu jest jeszcze jakaś ciekawa keystone przy Legionie. Ciekaw jestem po prostu, jaki Legion czy Harvest, bo tu powyżej mamy też Harvest. Co tutaj może być ciekawego? Tu akurat może być jakaś Uberoshabi albo coś w ten deseń, nie? Bo to są akurat notki do zwiększania tierów, zwiększenia szansy na pojawienie się chyba tierów i kolorów odpowiednich w Harvestie. Więc to bardzo możliwe, że albo będzie jakiś nowy rodzaj nasionka, jakiegoś takiego turbo hardkorowego, albo może jakaś właśnie Uberoshabi, czy coś w ten deseń. Tak przynajmniej bym zgadywał. Tu mamy te Valarie, czyli że będziemy mogli używać karencji na Valariach i rolować je sobie odpowiednio. To też jest bardzo ciekawa mechanika, chociaż Valarii jako taką chyba mało kto gra, ale no chętnie bym spróbował, nie? Jako zabawę. Tu mamy coś przy Maven i to jest chyba ta notka, że Maven może nam zrespić na mapie od 1 do 3 dodatkowych bossów, jeżeli mapa jest witnessed by Maven. I potem oni szybciej nam nabijają też wejściówki na inwitację, więc to może być Gites. Obok Strongboxów jest nowe z Valerian Table. No tak, to właśnie co pokazywałem. Kolejno mamy tutaj coś przy rytualu. Tu jest jedna notka dla rytualu i co ciekawe, mamy też drugą notkę dla rytualu. Tu jest też nody dla rytualu, więc mamy 2 keystone'y dla rytuala, więc to może być naprawdę ciekawe, chyba że one w jakiś sposób się wykluczają. Ciekaw jestem, co one robią. Poza tym mamy tutaj jeszcze coś takiego. Nie wiem, czy tego chyba nie było wcześniej. Jak mi się przynajmniej wydaje. Chociaż nie, no chyba nie było tego wcześniej. Do tego Blight. Blight, no to już też mieliśmy przedstawione, że będzie to keystone, który polega na tym, że nasze obrażenia są zmniejszone i nasze wieżyczki zadają większe obrażenia, więc bardziej wtedy zamieniamy grę w Tower Defense. Bardzo ciekawe. Szkoda tylko, że to wpływa jedynie na mapy z Atlasu, a nie wpływa na mapy Blighted, nie? Bo całe to drzewko nie wpływa na mapy Blighted, więc stricte na Blighted mapach będziemy dalej grać tak samo. Chyba że, nie no, tam nie było chyba napisane. No, tu mamy duchy. To jest też notka, którą rozważam, czy nie grać, ale nie wiem, czy nie mam za wolnego buildu. Obok Synthesisa nowa odnoga do Beyondu. Tak, wiem. Tak, to też zauważyłem. To też zauważyłem, że tutaj jest nowy Beyond. Co też jest ciekawe, ja bardzo lubię generalnie Beyond. Ogrywałem go sobie parę razy. Czekajcie, muzyka nam się skończyła. Puśćmy to jeszcze raz. Dobra. Dobra. Więc no, z tymi duchami, no to jest to, że możemy łapać duchy na siebie i wszystkie mobki, które dotkniemy, będą opętane przez Tormented Spirity, nie? Tylko że te duchy trwają u nas wtedy 20 sekund i to chyba duchy nie mogą wchodzić w mobki. Coś takiego tam było, nie pamiętam dokładnie. Więc rozważam granie tego, bo to może być ciekawe, tylko do tego jest potrzebny szybki build, który będzie w miarę szybko mógł jak najszybciej dotknąć jak najwięcej mobów. A akurat build, którym ja planuję grać, czyli Armageddon Brand, nie jest jakiś turbo szybki. Więc zobaczymy. Na razie najwidoczniej najwyżej na początek nie będę za bardzo tego grał, a potem się po prostu zastanowię. No i właśnie mamy Beyond. I przy samym Beyondzie też mamy Keystone. Może to będzie powrót itemów. Jak to one się nazywały? Scorched itemów. Nie wiem. No i jeszcze Delirium. Co może być przy Delirium? Nie mam pojęcia. Tak, to właśnie mówiłem o tym, że tu mogą nas opętać i my wtedy opętujemy mobki, jeżeli ich dotkniemy, nie? O, siema Lukas, witam. I witam wszystkich. Jeżeli kogoś pominąłem, przepraszam, ale się tak skupiłem na gadaniu o tych keystone'ach, że całkowicie odleciałem przez chwilę. No touch, to tak. No ale to trochę jest jakbyś opętał te mopki. W sensie zwiększasz, może to nie jest takie opętanie, ale faktycznie dajesz im jakieś tam bonusy, nie? Z tych duchów, więc tak podkręciłem to do opętania, bo no tak, dotknięcie. O, dotknięcie to już brzmi bardziej precyzyjnie. Co myślę o wczorajszym ExileConie? Wrzuciłem film dzisiaj w sumie dotyczący ExileConu. Osobiście ja powiem tak, no na pewno mnie zmieszało to, co zobaczyłem, ale na pewno będę chętnie ogram PoE 2, kiedy będzie już dostępne. Na pewno bardziej się teraz jaram na Ligę 3.22 niż na niż na PoE 2. No ale do PoE 2 jeszcze będzie czas, żeby się nahypować. Mamy tyle czasu, że dopiero za rok pewnie gdzieś ten hype zacznie się odnawiać, kiedy już będzie dostęp do closed bety, bo zapewne mam nadzieję, że przynajmniej taki dostęp otrzymam. Chętnie ogram, wyrażę wtedy swoją opinię. Na razie nie wiem. Nie wiem, czy to jest typ rozgrywki, który mnie satysfakcjonuje, ale chętnie spróbuję. Jak wyjdzie PoE 2, to może Blizzard się obudzi. No, myślę, że już mogli się trochę rozbudzić bardziej, ale no, zobaczymy. Myślę, że tak czy siak, nawet jeżeli deweloperzy Blizzarda zobaczyli, co się dzieje przy PoE 2, to oni i tak nie mają chyba za dużo wpływu na to, co tam się dzieje, niestety. Tam rządzi Exile. Kurde, powiem wam, że jedna rzecz mnie na tym YouTubie wkurza z tym czatem. Mianowicie, jak nie wiem, czy wszyscy to macie, ale tutaj macie taki przycisk do wysyłania serduszek różnych pierdół, nie? I on mi zawsze zasłania pierwszą wiadomość. Jak tutaj czasami tekst zachodzi za ten obszar. To czasami wkurza. Muszę poczekać, żeby komuś odpowiedzieć, bo ten... ale tapują, jak tapują. Muszę poczekać, żeby komuś odpowiedzieć, żeby przeczytać w pełni jego wiadomość, bo kawałek tekstu jest zasłonięta. Mam nadzieję, że na closed becie serwery nie wybuchną. No. Już mam taką nadzieję. Nie, no raczej nie, wiecie. Closed beta, nie będzie to closed beta jak w Diablo, gdzie kupując kanapkę w KFC dostaniesz klucz do bety, nie? Tylko tam będzie jednak ograniczona ilość graczy, pewnie ograniczoną supporter packiem jakimś i może jakimiś losowymi dostępami, więc będą wiedzieć, ile osób będzie mogło zagrać. Ale no zobaczymy. Możesz wydzielić okno czatu. To pomoże? No można wydzielić okno czatu faktycznie. Jest wtedy szersze. Ale nadal można tapować. Jak tapują, jak tapują. Ja teraz z setami potapuję, proszę bardzo. 60 powinny być, a nie? Okej. No więc tak. Co tutaj dalej mamy w sumie? Bo całe te turnieje, ja dzisiaj siedziałem i rozkminiałem właśnie, jak to może działać. I teoretycznie jest tam właśnie jakiś motyw taktyczny, że macie tutaj różne linie atakujące, jakieś tam linie wspierające, linie do ambushów, czyli bardziej takie, wiecie, tu wsadzacie sobie na przykład, możecie sobie na przykład wsadzić jakiegoś tam niewidzialnego mobka, który będzie się próbował prześlizgnąć i rozwalać totemy na tyłach przeciwników. Macie właśnie jakichś tanków typu żółwie, macie różnych jakichś atakujących, casterów, każda jakby swoja frakcja ma swoich warriorów, no i do tego macie jeszcze różne przedmioty, które też możecie jakby soketować na polu bitwy. I one tam dają różne jakieś efekty. Wygląda to spoko, no ale mówię, jestem ciekaw po prostu, czy Tornado Shot z milionami DPS-u nie będzie podchodził i robił, wiecie, piu, 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 i wygrany mecz, nie? Dodadzą kartę lewego. Tak, normalnie. Legendarny lewy. No, więc poza tym, no to tutaj będziemy mieli jeszcze jakiś sklepik, jakieś nagrody będziemy otrzymywać właśnie z konkretnych tribów, no i między innymi tymi nagrodami będą tatuaże, które sobie możemy podmieniać, małe notki w drzewku, te ze statami, albo większe notki w drzewku, tak jak chyba tutaj. 30 inta zamienić na +1 do all int gemów. Coś tu jeszcze jest? Reservation efficacy, spoko. A te już chyba widzieliśmy nawet. Tak, te już widzieliśmy na zapowiedzi. I to się wydaje niesamowicie mocne, czyli Hinakora's Lock. Zrobi się zoom? O, Hinakora's Lock, gdzie będziemy mogli zobaczyć, jaki efekt, albo nawet wybrać, jaki efekt da nam jakieś następne currency, którego użyjemy. Czekajcie, foresee, the result. No. Gdzie skip actów, ja się pytam. No właśnie, to jest jakby ten jeden zawód związany z brakiem PoE 2 w ramach PoE 1, nie? To znaczy może nie tyle, że skip aktów, ja nie oczekiwałem skipu aktów osobiście, ale możliwość dojścia do endgame'u inną ścieżką niż przechodzenie 10 aktów starego PoE było dla mnie bardzo kuszące. A tu się okazuje, że osobny endgame, osobna kampania, no i jakby zostajemy trochę z tym, co mieliśmy, nie? Ze starymi śmieciami, że to tak ujmę, które oczywiście będą rozwijane dalej, ale no trochę liczyłem, że wiecie, będzie coś nowego w tym PoE 1, że będzie bardziej rozbudowany ten system gemów. No liczyłem na to wszystko. Jeszcze też się nie nastawiam, że w ogóle tego nie otrzymamy, nie? Bo może się okazać, że wiecie, system gemów na przykład zostanie wprowadzony bliżej pojawienia się PoE 2 albo po pojawieniu się PoE 2. Kto wie? To jeżeli ludzie będą zadowoleni z tego systemu, może nawet po becie, to wprowadzą to do PoE 1, żeby to przetestować. Najwyżej to cofną, nie? Jak jednak w PoE 1 nie będzie się to sprawdzać. Także zobaczymy. Ale no, mamy na razie co mamy i musimy się tym cieszyć. I tak jeszcze, nawet gdyby było inaczej, to tak jeszcze mamy ponad rok czasu. Przez rok czasu będzie to wyglądać tak, jak wygląda teraz, więc nie ma się to załamywać. Grunt, że liga zapowiada się fajnie przez wprowadzone wszystkie inne rzeczy, które gdzieś tam zapowiedzieli. No i tutaj na przykład mamy ciekawy armor, który się zastanawiam w ogóle, czy on mi nie będzie do buildu pasował. Dając bardzo dużo życia, jeżeli nie mamy live... to nie, live modifiery. Dobra, to mi trochę krzyżuje plany. Ja akurat potrzebuję dużo live modifierów mieć na itemach. To nieważne. Ale i tak ciekawy item. On się w ogóle fajnie może łączyć z notką na More Life, bo tam jest taka notka, że dostajemy chyba więcej More Life'a, jeżeli nie mamy na bo to nie możemy mieć na żadnych przedmiotach live modifierów. To ona się nie łączy z tym. Nieważne. Ten pasek rozkminiałem dzisiaj. To jest, wiecie co? Powiem wam, że te dwa przedmioty, które pokazali, ten amulet oraz ten pasek, one się wydają, jak tak gadaliśmy dzisiaj z Boczkiem i Papają, one się wydają bardzo ciekawe jako itemy do levelingu. Bo tutaj co prawda to nie jest item, który chcesz mieć cały czas założony, bo ma bardzo dużo negatywnych efektów, ale jak będziesz zbliżał się do bossa, to można by było spróbować, wiecie, na przykład wyhaczyć moment, w którym macie 100% szansy na kryt. Nie? I wtedy jakby stłamsić bossa i podmienić sobie pasek, jak się efekt skończy na przykład. To wydaje się być głupie, ale może dawać fajny boost do speedrunowania PoE. No i to też jest takie okej. No. To jest bardziej taki chyba przedmiot trochę na HC do levelingu. Że insta life, jak spadnie ci powyżej 50% many czy życia, poniżej. Jak będą robić dwie gry jednocześnie, to znaczy no teraz cały czas robili tak naprawdę dwie gry jednocześnie. Do tego do PoE 1 masz jeden zespół, do PoE 2 masz drugi zespół i one co prawda muszą w jakimś stopniu ze sobą współpracować, bo na przykład jeżeli będą wydawać nowe MTX-y, czyli nowe skiny do postaci, no to logiczne jest, że jeżeli mają być kompatybilne i w PoE 1 i w PoE 2, no to muszą jakby dany MTX dostosować zarówno do jednej, jak i do drugiej gry, nie? No bo nie dostaniemy w PoE 1 nowej grafiki, nie dostaniemy w PoE 1 nowych animacji, a każdy set na przykład musi być zanimowany odpowiednio, więc no to na pewno będzie jakieś gdzieś tam wyzwanie. No ale jak wiecie, oni bardziej będą content wprowadzać niezależnie, nie? Może część rzeczy faktycznie będzie się dało zaimplementować i do jednej, i do drugiej gry, ale raczej no to nie będzie chyba dla nich aż taki duży problem, żeby wiecie, stworzyć tutaj ligę taką, tu ligę taką, jeżeli to robią dwa różne zespoły. Szczerze, największy problem to będą MTX-y dla nich, żeby po prostu działały i tu, i tu. Zobacz, co wcześniej napisałem. Niestety, ale poziom gry moim zdaniem, to kaplica moim zdaniem, tak jakbyśmy grali tylko w PoE, nie mieli życia własnego, pracy i tak dalej. Według mnie Tencent, to znaczy GG. Właśnie zastanawiam się w ogóle, czy Tencent tu miał cokolwiek do gadania, szczerze mówiąc. Bo tak wiem, że no wiadomo, Tencent ma bardzo dużo udziałów, wręcz jest, można powiedzieć, w posiadaniu trochę Grinding Gear Games. Ale i tak GGG ma jakby główne ponoć zdanie na temat tego, jak tworzą grę. Więc nie wiem, czy tu akurat Tencent miał cokolwiek do gadania, szczerze mówiąc. No ich na pewno cieszy, że produkt, który wypuścili jest lepszy na pewno lepszy i lepiej odbierany niż to, co to demko za 400 zł, jak ktoś tam mówił. Tak, prędzej co do mobilki. No w mobilce chyba się trochę zmienił koncept, bo tam faktycznie jest jakiś sklep, będzie chyba jakiś sklep z mikrotransakcjami, przynajmniej to by wyglądało, jak oglądałem wczorajszy gameplay, gdzie tego sklepu miało nie być, no ale kto z nas będzie grał w mobilkę, no umówmy się, nie? To mobilka faktycznie może być bardziej na rynek azjatycki, gdzie oni tam ogrywają sobie więcej na telefonach. Siema Robert, witam, witam. Tak, na rynek wschodni, no. Tam, gdzie kasa, tam jest władza, no na pewno nie zrezygnowaliby 30% finansowania przez Tencent. Znaczy, no wiadomo, właśnie to jest to, że ponoć, tak przynajmniej mówił Chris Wilson, nie? Nie mamy może 100% powodu, żeby mu ufać we wszystkim, co mówi, ale na pewno w jakimś stopniu mu wierzę, bo jednak wydaje mi się, że gdyby stricte ktoś z Excelem rządził Grinding Gear Games, to wyglądałoby to dosłownie tak samo, jak wygląda Diablo 4, nie? Jak to wygląda w Blizzardzie. A tutaj jednak Tencent ma, zdaje się, wpływ jedynie na wersję chińską PoE. I tam faktycznie macie motyw pay to win, macie w ogóle ligi pay to win, macie kupowanie staszy co ligę i tam jakby ten system został wprowadzony, ale on nie został wprowadzony w ramach PoE, w ramach PoE International, czyli tego poza Chinami. I nie zostanie wprowadzony, tak samo jak loot pety ponoć mają nigdy nie być wprowadzone. No i tam jest kilka takich rozwiązań, chociaż część rzeczy akurat chętnie bym zobaczył w PoE. Jak na przykład resetowanie drzewka postaci po przejściu aktów. Ale no też rozumiem, czemu nie chcą tego zrobić w Internationalu. Wtedy wiecie, to by się sprowadzało do robienia jednego buildu do levelingu, reswapowanie się potem na swój build. No to też jest takie. Zabija trochę przyjemność z ogrywania danego buildu od samego początku. Nie macie tak, że jak widzieliście PoE 2, to odechciało wam się grać w PoE 1? Nie. Właśnie ja poczułem gigantyczną ulgę, jak zobaczyłem, że PoE 2 i PoE 1 to osobne gry i mi się wręcz bardziej zachciało grać w PoE 1 niż w PoE 2. Się pytam, co z tym goldem. Oni tam wspominali, że ten gold on jest tylko i wyłącznie do korzystania u vendorów i on chyba w ogóle nawet nie wiem, czy będzie w finalnej grze. Bo oni nie chcą jakby wprowadzić systemu, gdzie goldem będziesz kupował sobie na przykład itemy od innych graczy, gdzie będziesz się tradeował za gold, tylko bardziej chcą, żeby to było wykorzystywane do vendorów, no i tylko w PoE 2. Warto to podkreślić, że pamiętajcie o tym, że to, co zobaczyliście w PoE 2 i co wygląda zupełnie inaczej niż w PoE 1, to tego nie będzie w PoE 1. To jest taka bardzo istotna rzecz, którą warto podkreślić. No i w ogóle itemów będzie mniej w PoE 2. Będą jakby, one bardzo przypominają właśnie itemizację z Diablo 2 czy z Ruthlessa, gdzie masz mało żółtych itemów i one są silne. Tam przynajmniej na demku tak to wyglądało, że postać miała dużo niebieskich itemów. Nie wiem, czy to po to, żeby osłabić siłę postaci, żeby do prezentacji wyglądało to lepiej, czy faktycznie te przedmioty jest, powiedzmy, że trudno zdobyć. Chociaż patrząc na to, ile tych przedmiotów leciało faktycznie w trakcie tych gameplayów, które widzieliśmy, no to nie leciało tego dużo. Nie wiem, ile było żółtych przedmiotów zdropionych łącznie. Z 4, 5, przez chyba 3 czy 4 gameplaye. No, fani Soulsów na pewno będą w niebo wzięci. Te walki właśnie wyglądają bardzo Soulsowo. Niesamowicie Soulsowo. Dobra, omówmy sobie na szybko tylko, co tutaj mamy jeszcze z tego kontentu, bo zaraz też za 10 minut startuje nam ten panel dyskusyjny, więc przelećmy przez to szybko. Powrót Sanctum, no i będziemy mieli specjalną książkę, gdzie będziemy mogli zapisywać jakby nasz progres. Po skończeniu Flora będziemy mogli zitemizować sobie dane Sanctum i sprzedać je na przykład innemu graczowi, albo odłożyć sobie na później, więc fajna sprawa. Do tego będziemy mieli tradowalne, ale niemodyfikowalne reliki, których również będziemy jakby korzystać do naszych Sanctum. No i oczywiście mamy całą mechanikę walki z Lycią i Uber Lycią, Lycią z Beyondu właściwie, gdzie Licia będzie dropiła nam unikalne reliki, zwiększające jakby poziom trudności Sanctum. Więc to też jest na pewno ciekawa mechanika. W sensie fajnie, że to wraca. O. Okej. Customize your endgame, czyli keystone'y. Tu o tych keystone'ach chwilę temu rozmawialiśmy. Ja się bardzo jaram tą ekspedycją i duchami. A tu nie ma duchów. To też jest bardzo fajne dla Maven, że dodatkowe bossy na mapie. I nawet myślałem, czy tego jakoś nie połączyć z tymi duchami, z tą ekspedycją. Ja tam gram jeszcze Rogue Exile, które mogą się pojawiać przy bossach. Więc no jestem ciekaw, czy z tego jakoś nie połączyć, bo to fajnie będzie można farmić wtedy szybko Mavenkę. Discover New Supports, tutaj za dużo nie wiemy. Frigid Bond, czyli że linki zadają cold damage, ok. I Returning Projectiles, czyli Vengeance Cascade w formie supportu. Spoko. O, Projectile from Supported Skills 70% less damage while returning. To i tak jest duży buff. To i tak jest potężne bardzo support. Pidzam ogląda twoją starą stronę. Jak to moją starą stronę? Co to szuka? Aż wejdę, zobaczę. Co on tam ogląda? O. Właśnie, co się na teraz dzieje? Tam jest teraz ujemny czas? A nie, dobra, jest 0. Muszę to usunąć, ten panel. Usuńmy go od razu. O, przepraszam. Edytuj. Cover. Zapisz. No. Już. No i tutaj dostaniemy 14 supportów, więc tam jeszcze widzieliśmy chyba support z warcryami jakiś związany, więc no mogą te supporty być całkiem fajne. Tak przynajmniej mam nadzieję, że będzie coś ciekawego. Może nawet coś innego jednak, czymś innym będę jednak startował niż tymi armabrandami. Zobaczymy. Z minami. No tak, jeszcze z minami był, no. Guard Your Allies, czyli zmianę do Guardiana. Taki okej jest ten Guardian nawet. Znaczy powiem wam, że może na HC on jest mega dobry, nie wiem, ale na pewno wydaje się, że fajne rzeczy można wyciągnąć z tego Guardiana Forbiddenami. Na przykład tutaj macie, że aury dają wam 5% recovery rate of life, mana and energy shield to you and your allies, czyli jacyś mana Guardiani, czy granie pod ES-a, nawet na Inkwizytorze, czy Hierofancie. Można by sobie wyciągnąć właśnie tą jedną notkę i to będzie dawało nam naprawdę dużo boosta. Książę Bogusław, dziękuję bardzo za suba. Tu jeszcze ciekawa notka była, że co 4 sekundy regenerujemy 100% naszego życia w trakcie 1 sekundy. Tam chyba było wcześniej 30, chyba 30% życia, więc gigantyczny buff. Jestem też ciekaw tych Summon Sentinelów, bo one dają nam tak naprawdę redukcję 10% obrażeń otrzymywanych przez naszą postać, która przechodzi w Sentinelę, więc jest to jakaś forma do ciekawego buildu na Summonera, na Guardianie, kto wie. I tu jeszcze mamy 25% szansy na striggerowanie Summon Relików, kiedy zabijemy przeciwnika, więc to też może być całkiem ciekawy jakiś archetyp. Tak samo ta notka, gdzie przy zaatakowaniu recently albo użyciu spelu recently dostajemy plus 25% bloka do ataków i bloka do speli, w zależności czy użyjemy ataku czy spela. To też jest bardzo silne, bo możemy sobie po prostu grać Flame Dashem i skillem atakującym, nie? I dostajemy wtedy darmowe 25-25 do bloka, które Glancing Blowsami możemy łatwo podbić do 50, a nawet nie musimy mieć założonej tarczy na przykład, nie? Więc naprawdę bardzo silna notka się wydaje. No a poza tym to jakoś nie widziałem, żeby tutaj było coś super ciekawego. Tu są z linked alejami, to też by można było jakoś summonami połączyć. Oparty w PoE nie istnieje. No i nowy Chieftain, bardzo ciekawy jak dla mnie. 5% szans na explode, 500% maksymalnego życia z fire damage. To by można było połączyć w ogóle z masterką Fire Mastery, który daje chyba nam 3% na eksplozję. No robi nam wtedy nie, że mamy 8%, tylko mamy 5% i 3%, ale gdzieś tam te procenty powiedzmy, że finalnie się powiedzmy łączą, że będziemy mieli jednak większą szansę na eksplodowanie przeciwników, więc całkiem okej. Te dwie notki się wydają bardzo silne, że modifiery do Fire'a również wpływają na Cold i Lightning w 50% value, czyli możemy skupić się tylko na Fire Damage'u, Fire Resach i mieć z tego, wykapować sobie po prostu tym resy, także spoko. Tak samo mamy tutaj modifiers to Fire Resistance also apply to maximum. Fire Resistance also apply to Cold and Lightning Resistance. Czyli ponownie możemy skupiać się na maksymalnym zwiększaniu Fire Resów, maksymalnych Fire Resów i dostajemy też Cold i Lightning. Także naprawdę bardzo silnie defensywnie. Właśnie na RF-a coś pięknego. To w ogóle te 3 notki na RF-a to się wydają turbo silne. Tak samo tutaj. Nearby enemies have no fire resistance against damage over time while you are stationary. Czyli ta notka tutaj na dole. Kiedy stoimy obok przeciwnika z RF-em, on nie ma resów. OP. Na bossy? Turbo silne. Tak, no jakieś Ubery czy coś w ogóle, no ma to potencjał, nie? No a tutaj jakiś rekup damage'a otrzymywany przez totemy, odnowienie życia przez totemy, tauntowanie. To jest też ciekawe, że nieunikalne jewele sprawiają, że w radiusie large dookoła nich wszystkie zwiększenia i redukcje dla innych typów niż fire zostają zamienione na fire damage. Więc jak mamy jakieś notki cold, notki lightning, notki chaos, czy w ogóle, nie wiem, czy to też będzie wpływało na notki na przykład, nie wiem, increased melee damage, czy zobaczymy, no to teoretycznie jest damage type, nie? No to będziemy z tego otrzymywać fire damage w czystej postaci. Także też bardzo fajne. No i tutaj ta łocha Forest Strength zostało rozbudowane, bo to już było wcześniej. Wcześniej tam mieliśmy non-val slamy i doszły tutaj strike skille, więc też całkiem okej notka jak dla mnie. Chociaż raczej może nie będzie aż tak bardzo grana. No i słuchajcie, 8 LK na armorze. Ancestral Call i Fist of War na... Powiem wam, że zastanawiam się mocno nad Chieftainem na start ligi. Naprawdę mocno się nad nim zastanawiam. Notka na Fire Resa to jest nerf, a nie buff. Zależy pewnie do jakiego buildu, bo faktycznie masz tam taką notkę w Elemental Mastery, która odwraca ci resy przeciwnika. Masz 25% szans na odwrócenie resów przeciwnika i to na pewno jest silniejsze. Natomiast wydaje mi się, że jak narzucisz Curse'a na przeciwnika, na przykład Flammability, zmniejszysz mu resę o 25%, a do tego jeszcze on będzie, będąc przy tobie, będzie miał 0 resów, no to będziesz tak naprawdę miał minus 25% na przeciwniku. Więc chyba, że to się jakoś neguje, no nie wiem. Dobra, powinniśmy mieć już panel, przynajmniej mam taką nadzieję, że już panel powinien być dostępny. Może się nie spóźniliśmy. Idealnie. 17 sekund. Przypomnijmy sobie tylko, co dzisiaj mamy. ExileCon. Kurde. 2002 schedule. Zaczynamy chyba od rendering pub w Exile 2. To może nie być jakoś turbo ciekawe, ale zobaczymy.
Stay sane, Exile.
Dziękuję bardzo. Blind Tiger za suba. Potem mamy bossy i potwory i item designs and mechanics. Oho. No sound. Mam nadzieję, że ktoś to moderuje. Bo ja nie umiem z ruchu ust czytać. O, dziękujemy. Muzykę wyłączcie. O, dziękuję. Słuchają.
The first technique, let's just get
Stay
right into it,
sane.
right
Może
off.
tak być,
The
Kuba,
first
może
technique I
tak
want to
być.
talk to you about is
Trzeba by
flowing
to
materials.
sprawdzić w sumie.
It's a very basic technique that is used everywhere in our game. It's a pretty typical effect. So how do we do this? Well, let's break it down. This is an effect that is driven by a velocity map. So the goal is to have a texture that flows according to some flow that we calculate from somewhere, provided as a texture or we calculate it. The way you'd naively try to do this is, what if you try to apply a displacement to a texture and then just keep increasing that displacement over time? Well, this is what it creates. It creates this nasty warp texture. You just cannot keep distorting the texture indefinitely. So how do we solve this problem? Well, the way this problem is solved is usually you have layers. So you see this layer appears, shifts a little bit, and then it disappears. It fades in, shifts a little bit, fades out. And then if we apply two of these layers that shift out of sync with each other, you get a perfectly smooth transition from one to another. So you don't
Zawsze
see
mnie to
how they
ciekawiło,
actually
jak
fade.
oni robią takie efekty.
But we went further. This technique has a downside that if you stare carefully enough, you can see the fading between these two layers, because when entire layer fades out and then the other layer fades in, you can see some sort of a transition. The way you can solve this is you can also apply some sort of a noise to each of these layers to create this more random looking, more organic looking transition, so that each layer flows, but instead of fading in and out entirely, it has some sort of noise applied to it. And if we apply two of these layers together, then it looks much smoother. It looks like much smoother transition. So we use this for lava, for water, for any sort of liquid, basically.
Bardzo fajny system.
By the way, for this specific technique, I prepared a shader toy demonstration, because I very frequently I'm asked this question: how do I start programming graphics? Like, what do I do if I want to start graphics programming? Well, I always answer that, in my opinion, the best thing to learn graphics is just do graphics.
Tam pokazują, jak renderują rzeczy, jak wygląda tworzenie na przykład lawy w Exile.
Just start hacking it. You can modify, you can see its effects on shader toy. Here's a link, and just experiment with it.
No, nie można dropnąć tych skrzydeł. Można było tylko dropnąć w trakcie pierwszych 1,5 godziny od startu wczoraj. To dawałem znać właśnie na kanale. Co tu się dzieje?
You're gonna see a lot of Ranger, because we typically use the modal for all our tests. So what is ray marching? Ray marching is a process in computer graphics of rendering any sort of volumetric material. So when you have fog, when you have water, when you have some sort of material that transmits light and doesn't block it entirely. Challenges of ray marching is that it usually involves some sort of a loop. When you ray march through a volume, you need to apply light, you need to calculate lighting for every step of your ray. And that's typically very expensive. But you can see that a lot of games still do this, because if you have to render a volume, there is nothing else you can do, so you do this anyway. But there is a better way. What if we ray march in a texture space instead? Then we don't need to store actually a 3D volume data. We can just use a single 2D texture and derive multiple layers from it. So here's an illustration how this can work. Blue is a view ray, orange is a surface that we are rendering, and there is a bunch of parallel planes that are subsurface planes. So we can calculate texture coordinates for these subsurface planes, and if we align them together, they look like a volume. So here's an example of what it looks like. For example, you see multiple volumes of water, sort of debris floating, and you see the nice parallax between them. Another example. You can also do a bunch of effects that look, they all look like there is multiple surfaces, but they are all actually one surface, and the look of multiple surfaces is created in the shader by introducing multiple layers that are blended in the shader. Some more examples. This is a life orb that we planned to use for the UI, but unfortunately it's making an ExileCon. But you can go further. The thing that you can also do is you can use data that is already present on your screen to calculate color of each volume. And what it allows is it allows you to calculate lighting of a surface only once and then reuse that information multiple times to render multiple layers. This is how we can render stuff like fur. And actually this technique I noticed is used in quite a lot of games recently, but I don't think it has like enough academic weight so that people publish papers about it. Different companies keep using similar techniques. They keep inventing similar clever techniques, but nobody really talks about them because, well, I don't know why. I just think these ideas are worth sharing and they're worth knowing about. Another example is some bear with an isotropic lighting model, some more experiments with the ranger. The way these techniques function is they rely heavily on this transformation called TBN. TBN is a basis that allows us to translate small steps in world space into small steps in UV space. So this way, when we are ray marching a world
To jest
ray, we
ogólnie
can calculate
panel, który odbył się
offsets
wczoraj
in,
pod koniec. On był jednocześnie w trakcie trwania innych paneli, które były trochę bardziej oblegane, więc bardzo możliwe, że na tych panelach, które teraz będziemy widzieć, nie będzie aż tak dużo osób.
Next technique I want to discuss, by the way, uses TBN base as well, is called subsurface shadows. This is an example of a technique that allows to render translucent sort of shadows. So like imagine, for example, if there is a shadow in smoke, you don't see a hard shadow, it gets blurred along the light direction. And typically, in order to simulate these shadows, you again need to employ volume rendering, which can be quite expensive. But there is a much cheaper way. And the way this can be done, the reason why it can be implemented this way is because typical shadow map implementation involves an operation called percentage closed filtering, which is a loop that samples texture in a small radius to create this blurry look. But if there is already a loop, the cost, the expensive part of a shadow mapping operation is already paid. So we have come up with this idea of what if we use the same loop to also ray march along the ray and also blur the shadow not only in a radius, but in depth as well. And this is basically how it works. You can create for free, because the cost is already paid of PCF. The cost is already paid, we can just spread our samples instead of spreading them in radius, just spread them along a ray. You get this translucent effect for free. Next technique that we have employed, we called contact parallax. This is an example of what it looks like. A very typical problem that comes with artists excessively overusing parallax, because artists love parallax, obviously, is that in order for parallax surfaces to intersect with each other, you need to either write fragment depth for each fragment of a parallax surface,
A Kocia oglądałaś wczoraj, Kocia oglądałaś wczoraj ExileCon od północy do 1:30 na Twitchu? Bo jeżeli nie, to niestety się nie da już odebrać. No to powinien na Twitchu masz tutaj koło swojego awatara u góry po prawej, klikasz, tu będziesz, powinna być informacja o dropach. A jak nie, to dropy i nagrody. I tutaj jest do odebrania skrzydła. A jak wrze? Możliwe, że nie dostaniesz ich od razu, tylko po jakimś czasie. Także spokojnie. Możesz sobie jeszcze sprawdzić, czy na pewno masz połączone konto Twitcha z PoE, bo czasami się ono odpina automatycznie. Z tym jest często opóźnienie? No, może być opóźnienie po prostu.
Too obvious? I'm not sure. I know that a lot of other games do this same thing. Like I noticed Diablo 4 does this.
Jak do jutra nie dostaniesz, to napisz do supportu, że nie masz skrzydeł, a odebrałeś i będzie.
Next technique was developed to solve a very prolific problem in PoE specifically, and honestly in many other games. This is rendering decals. What is a decal? Decal is basically a flat surface that you want to make it look like it's sitting on the ground. But very typical problem that happens when you try to do this is your surface intersects the ground ever so slightly, and you get these nasty intersection lines. when your surface, your decal intersects the ground. And
Znam tworzenie hideoutów, te problemy.
workarounds that people employ to mitigate this problem, for example, lifting decals slightly above ground. There is another technique called projective decals that has a lot of drawbacks. It's also very expensive. So while thinking about like what do we do about this problem, you see like this nasty line. The reason why this line appears is because of depth test. Again, because when two surfaces intersect, only one of them wins, the one that is closer to you. So either one surface wins the depth test, either the ground or the decal, and you always can see only one of them. So we asked ourselves, what if we just get rid of the depth test? And the better way to do this is if you just disable depth test completely and replace it again with smooth fade. This allows us to create a much nicer transition. But however, in order to mitigate the problem of surface look,
Fajnie by było, gdyby takie motywy wygładzania wprowadzili też do hideoutów. Bo budowanie hideoutów, mając właśnie te problemy z głębokością, jest strasznie upierdliwe czasami.
It's techniques again similar to parallax occlusion mapping, but this combination of correcting UVs to a UVs of a surface sitting perfectly on the ground, as well as disabling depth test, allows us to create basically perfect decals that have none of the drawbacks of the typical decals, and they're very easy for artists to set up. So here is how this decal intersects with the ground. You see it never sharply appears, it never sharply disappears, it never creates harsh transitions. It's very smooth, very easy to use for artists. And here's a side-by-side comparison, what it looks like on a player scale with and without this technique. And next technique that I think is worth discussing. Again, it's not exactly a novel technique. It's used actually pretty widely in compressing videos. Very typical thing that artists like to do is they build flipbooks of effects. So basically a flipbook is a bunch of frames, usually 16 or 9 frames of a certain animation that they flick through. And if you just flick through frames of an animation, you see the transition from one to another. It looks like shifting, like interpolating sharply between frames. But the way to mitigate this is called motion vectors. You can distort source frame towards the destination frame, and you can distort the destination frame towards the source frame as they blend from one to another. And this way you can create a much smoother transition with very low frame rates.
Czy zmiana kolorów i ilości gniazdek dalej będzie doprowadzająca do szału? Tak. Na to wygląda, że tak. Przynajmniej nic nie zostało potwierdzone, że nowy system gemów trafi do PoE 1. Mam nadzieję, że trafi, ale na razie nic nie zapowiadali. Jeszcze jest nadzieja, że jak PoE 2 będzie wychodzić, to PoE 1 też otrzyma chociaż tą zmianę. Miejmy taką nadzieję. Natomiast co do trade'a, też nic nie było zapowiadane, że cokolwiek w trade'zie się zmieni. GDG wręcz nawet trochę lubi ten system trade'u między graczami, a między vendorami no to istnieje coś takiego jak chaos recipe, gdzie właśnie wrzucając odpowiednie śmieci dostajesz chaosy za to, więc... No ale z rozdrabnianiem graczy jest to pewna obawa. Zobaczymy, no, jak to będzie. I tak mi się wydaje, że po pewnym czasie, jak już gracze się ograją w jedną albo w drugą grę, to jakby ilość graczy się ustabilizuje. W sensie przyjdzie sporo nowych graczy do PoE 2, być może część z nich przejdzie do PoE 1, być może część graczy z PoE 1 przejdzie do PoE 2, być może będą gracze, którzy będą grali w to i w to. No zobaczymy, nie? Na razie i tak zostało nam tylko czekać i musimy po prostu zobaczyć, jak to będzie wyglądać, kiedy gierka już wyjdzie. Liga 3.22 zapowiada się dobrze i na tym się powinniśmy skupić. Znaczy, wydaje mi się, że przez ten rok czasu aż tak dużo się nie zmieni, nie? Bo to PoE 2 powstawało 6 lat, a od 4 wiemy, co tam się dzieje. Natomiast teraz oni już bardziej chyba dokończają projekt, bo oni chyba... Pozwolę sobie przyciszyć, bo mam nadzieję, że nikt się nie poczuje urażony, że nie będziemy o tym słuchać za bardzo. Na pewno jest to bardzo ciekawe, ale i tak chyba nie zrozumiemy za dużo. Natomiast... Co chciałem powiedzieć? Aha, że no oni tam chyba wspominali, że jeszcze mają jeden akt do dokończenia, więc jeszcze tam paru rzeczy jakby nie ma zaimplementowanych w grze. Dlatego no, wydaje mi się, że po prostu ten rok czasu oni będą poświęcać już na doszlifowanie produktu, a nie na zmienianie całej koncepcji, nie? No właśnie, dalej pracują nad grą i no i raczej będą po prostu kontynuować. Także 3.22 zapowiada się super i na tym się skupmy.
Contains in it some baked geometry, for example, a normal map. This texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow themselves, if I put it this way. So how do we overcome this problem? How do we make it so that the micro details in a normal map also cast shadows onto each other? Well, actually, the answer is that the information needed for this is already encoded into the normal map. It's encoded in AO. Ambient occlusion is a map that encodes information about adjacent geometry to every point. And we can actually reuse that information to cast shadows. What if we use baked occlusion for this? The way it works is for every point we can define a cone that is guaranteed to not occlude any light that's coming from within this cone. The angle of this cone can be derived from AO, and the direction of this cone can be derived from a thing called bent normals. So bent normals basically, for each surface point, defines the direction that the light is most visible from. So this is the direction that you least expect to see a shadow from. So this is obviously an approximation, but it's a pretty neat approximation because we can use even normals or LOD of a normal, a mipmap of a normal, for the bent normal direction. We can use AO for the angle of the cone to create self-shadowing for very cheaply. It's almost free, applying this thing to a shadow, in a shadow shader. And this is actually the technique that we use for lighting on the PoE UI. Like actually the UI is completely 2D, but all the shadows that you see from in-game light sources are done with bent normals.
Zastanawiałem się, jakby można było zrobić coś takiego w OBS-ie, żeby... Bo ja mam, wiecie, właśnie taki swój layout, nie? Teraz jak widzicie. I zastanawiałem się, jakby można było zrobić, żeby ten layout też odpowiadał kolorowi na przykład blisko dolnej krawędzi ekranu. Żeby jakoś zmieniał kolor w czasie rzeczywistym. I myślę, że to jest do zrobienia, tylko że musiałbym się zastanowić, jak to zrobić, czy to jakoś CSS-em, czy co, ale to dało się zrobić.
Well, the answer is it really depends on what exactly you're calculating. For example, calculating gameplay is much more efficient on the CPU. You are much better off spending 1 millisecond calculating a gameplay code on the CPU rather than on GPU. But GPU is really good for calculating very simple, very repetitive tasks in huge amounts. And particles is exactly
A nie,
that.
nie mówili nic, Marguliusz.
That's why it's just very natural to calculate particle behavior on the GPU. And also it comes with very nice benefits that particle systems have access to
Ale
stuff
z tego, co słyszałem, a propos, że oni po części też nie chcą na przykład wprowadzać nowych animacji do PoE 1. Z tego powodu, mimo że to jest nowy silnik, to nie jest dostosowany pod nowe animacje i po prostu, znaczy inaczej, no, to jak zbudowane jest PoE 1 sprawia, że nie da się za bardzo niskim kosztem sprzętowym zaaplikować animacji do PoE 1. Trzeba było faktycznie całą grę praktycznie przerabiać i gdzieś tam od nowa, powiedzmy, dostosowywać silnik pod to. W PoE 2 jest to już zrobione, w PoE 1 no, musieliby to całkowicie od zera przebudowywać, więc raczej nie dostaniemy nowych animacji. Ale oby chociaż te gemy. Oby chociaż te gemy, kurde. Nowe Ascendancy, please. Tyle mi wystarczy, naprawdę. Są gotowe filtry bodajże odpowiadające kolorowi tła względom HUD-u, czy tego, co masz na ekranie. Na pewno wiem, że w OBS-ie są filtry, które dają możliwość ustawienia kolor shadingu, tak to się nazywa? Zmiany kolorów po prostu, ale to jest na bazie mapy, więc na bazie maski, mapy. Właśnie nie wiem, będę musiał rozkminić, jak to zrobić, bo na pewno się jakoś da. Nie brzmi to na trudną rzecz do ogarnięcia. Nie, to będzie jeden klient, to będzie jeden silnik, tylko jakby kod PoE 2 został bardziej przygotowany pod nowe animacje, pod obsługę tego wszystkiego. PoE 1 wymagałoby całkowitej przebudowy do tego. Silnik jest ten sam, graficzny, ale jest po prostu inaczej obsługiwany przez kod gry. Przynajmniej przez tą część kodu odpowiedzialną za PoE 2.
Because it's so hard. Like, there is simply no accepted solutions like, look, here's how you do it, because it's good and it just works. Because all solutions to render that types of waves are either bad or really complicated. So today I want to tell you the way we do this. Just to give you the idea. This is the effect that I'm talking about. So basically when waves wash up on the shore, they dissipate, etc., etc. So the unfortunate part about this task is that there is almost nothing you can pre-calculate. Like, even approaching this task, like, what do they even do? It's a pretty complicated task. And there is a lot of moving parts. So one very important thing is when you need to solve such a complex task as rendering waves that wash up on the shore, it really helps to break it down into parts and try to make them as independent as possible. So for example, rendering water surface itself should be completely decoupled from constructing the geometry of water surface, because these two tasks can be solved completely independently, and they should be solved completely independently. It's just much easier to tackle them this way. Another thing that I sort of taken away from doing this.
Gadają, jak robią różne efekty wizualne. Renderowanie efektów wizualnych w PoE w Exile. Wygląda to ciekawie. A tak to sobie gadaliśmy. Właśnie mam do was pytanie. Wyłączę na chwilę. Czy wy słyszycie teraz jakiś wiatrak? Tak jak się, nie wiem, coś mówię, albo się nie odzywam teraz. Czy coś słychać? Jakieś tam szuranie, wiatrakowanie? Nie? To bardzo dobrze, bo mam odpalony wiatrak i po prostu dzisiaj muszę z tym wiatrakiem siedzieć, bo jest takie przestój powietrza jakiś, że się żyć nie da bez wiatraka.
Just define a set range of parameters that are safe, that you guarantee your shader will always work correctly with.
Dzięki za potwierdzenie.
Well, let's break down how the shader works. So first, we break water into these zones. You see these parallel zones. And within each zone, there is a layer that carries one wave. I am here applying a noise to this wave that shapes it in the maximum possible amplitude. So this noise is just a sine wave that goes from -1 to 1. So the wave cannot be deformed any more than this. And this is very important. Let me show you why. Because if we apply 2 of these layers, you need these layers to never intersect with each other, because the shader only calculates 2 layers for any given point. And if we allow the waves to deform any more than this, then they would start overlapping and the shader would stop working. That's why I brought up the allowed range. So again, what happened here is there is one layer, then I color in different way, then I overlay multiple layers, and you see we are already creating sort of a seamless thing that where one wave overlaps correctly with another wave. Next thing is we color it in a more natural way. Then we replace this sine wave dummy noise with just a texture noise that looks nicer. Next step is we apply some sort of screening on top of each one of these layers. Then we apply distortion to make these layers more organic, and that's how we get the final effect, basically.
Ciekawe.
So just to get through this again, this is layers.
Bardzo
Then we
ciekawe.
overlap these layers.
Ja się bawię jakby motywami, może
then we
nie, że
apply more organic noise.
nie zajmuję się jakby grafiką 3D.
And this is the final effect that
Ja
you
sobie
get.
gdzieś tam dłubię po prostu w gimpie, nie? Ale jakby zawsze mnie ciekawiło, jak oni dochodzą do różnych efektów. I to wygląda naprawdę bardzo prosto, jak on o tym opowiada, nie? Tu macie falę, tu sobie nakładamy falę, tu sobie je rozmywamy, potem distortion, yellow. Do 7 rano jest ExileCon i wtedy się już kończy.
The way field is not an our invention thing. They are widely used in all sorts of shader demos and demo scene. It's a very popular technique. But for some reason, well, it rarely gets into the hands of artists. Like demo sceners use this thing all the time, but for some reason, VFX artists don't use it that often. And I decided, like, how can we expose it to artists? How can we give them this tool that allows them to create liquid surfaces? Basically, a field is, simply put, is just a value and the vector that says how much this value changes. So basically, it's a value plus its gradient. And then you can add these fields just by adding a value and its gradient. You can multiply them the same way how you add a value and the gradient, etc., etc. You can do all sorts of operations that you usually do with just a floating point value. But you can do
Zostawię
them
was
with
na
a field.
chwilkę tutaj z Aleksandrem, bo muszę zadzwonić szybko. Sobie przypomniałem o jednym telefonie. 5 minut, 10 minut mnie max nie będzie. Jak coś, to róbcie notatki, jak będzie coś fajnego. Ale akurat lepiej, że teraz mnie ominie, więc za sekundę wracam.
Fields, which is a Druid skill volcano that's done with fields. Again, fields are integrated into our graph editor so that artists can basically utilize them. Here's another example, just some test effect with water. And the last but not least, probably my proudest achievement that I want to discuss, global illumination. What is global illumination? Well, global illumination is the process of light bouncing between surfaces. Here is what it looks like if this scene has global illumination on. Here's the same scene without global illumination off. You can see that light gets propagated from really bright areas into darker areas. And the way that this process works is each point of the scene casts light onto every other point of the scene, and every point of the scene receives light from every other point of the scene, and also each point of the scene can block light between arbitrary other points. This many-to-many interaction is just notoriously hard to calculate. Calculating global illumination is an extremely hard problem. I dare to say it's the hardest problem in computer graphics. And actually, calculating global illumination is relatively easy. There is an algorithm called path tracing. It's just the only problem is that it takes like minutes to render every frame. It's extremely slow. The hard part is calculating in real time, like in a game scenario. And there is a lot of typical ways that they solve this in the industry. And unfortunately, none of them really fit us. And we had to do better than that. And our previous solution that we talked about on the previous ExileCon was, dare I say, the first of its kind in the industry. We implemented PoE, and PoE was the first game that shipped with a screen space global illumination based on variance. And it was very novel at the time. But it had just a few drawbacks that really kept gnawing me in my sleep. I really wanted to solve them. And these drawbacks come primarily from the fact that our screen space shadows had very important properties that our global illumination didn't. And these properties is that parts of our screen space shadow algorithm that don't require much detail are calculated in a much lower resolution. So our shadows are implemented via these cascades. So you see the first cascade here has only low resolution part of each shadow. Second image has only higher resolution of the shadows. And the last part is a tiny bit that requires shadows to be calculated in the highest resolution. But it means that each of these can be calculated in vastly different resolutions, making it much cheaper to calculate this in a downscaled resolution, rather than if we were trying to calculate the entirety of the thing in the same highest resolution. So this is a very important property that our shadow mapping algorithm has that actually I still haven't seen any other game implement this in this way with cascaded shadow maps. And I really wanted to adapt this property to our lighting. So I wanted our GI, global illumination, to have this property as well. So the typical way people implement global illumination is with radiance probes. Radiance probes are these, you can think of them as tiny cameras that you put all around your level, your geometry, that take a cube map, basically a photo of what surrounds each point. And then you use that information and code it in these cube maps, in these light probes, to light any object. Basically, see if I'm standing here, I'm checking what's the nearest camera to me contain. It contains this cube map. I'm applying this lighting to myself. Here, this is an approximation of global illumination. But the big question to ask here is, how many of these cameras do I need? What resolution do I need to use for each of these probes? And you can see that every game development studio comes up with their own answer. Some game development studios use lots of tiny probes. Other game development studios use much fewer, much higher resolution probes. And it seems like there is no answer. But what if we use them all? What if we create a hierarchy when we have both high-resolution probes, but very few of them, and we use another grid with much more probes, where each probe is has much lower resolution? This is what I call radiance probe hierarchy. I was struck with this idea, and I just needed to implement this. Implementing this 3D was very hard, so I just decided to do a 2D test. By the way, 2D global illumination is almost as hard as 3D global illumination. So I just decided to test in 2D. Those of you subscribed to my YouTube channel, you might have seen this experiment where this is 2D global illumination, basically works perfectly. Like this idea worked perfectly on the first implementation, which never happened. Here is a breakdown of how it works. You can see that there is these cascades, that each cascade contains a different number of rays, which corresponds to different resolution of the light probe. And if I change the cascades, they converge to proper lighting. So this is final image, and this is how it's constructed. It's constructed from these cascades. Well, let's see in closer detail how these cascades work. On the left, you see a grid of cascades, a grid of probes, where each probe casts just 4 rays. So you see, like, 4 rays from this probe, 4 rays from this probe, etc. Just a grid of probes. The right cascade contains fewer probes, but each probe casts more rays. But the question is, how many rays do we get if we combine these 2 cascades? It gets very messy. You cannot really read easily what's happening on the left image, just what happens when I combine the probes. But if you look at every individual probe, we can see that we can actually construct 8 rays.
Było coś ciekawego?
These rays are not perfect. They are slightly bent. You see, well, rays are normally straight lines, right? But these rays are slightly bent. However, if we make these segments shorter, they will start approximating lines.
Ramako, kiedy stoi mały przeciwnika, on nie ma resu. Opa, ten koleś rozkładał to na czynniki pierwsze i okazuje się, że tracimy na tym, my, a nie mob, bo przestają działać mechaniki? Jakie mechaniki przestają działać?
Well, this is curious. This means that
tracimy na tym my, a nie bo. Chętnie, w sensie, kurde, muszę zobaczyć sobie rozłożenie tej notki na czynniki pierwsze. Szczerze mówiąc, to jest bardzo ciekawe.
But the total cost for calculating these cascades approaches a constant. We can calculate 100 cascades at almost the same cost as we calculate one.
Teraz Bartek dowalił.
Each next cascade is cheaper than the previous one. When I first realized this fact, my mind was blown, because this is a property that you see in no other rendering approach out there. At least I haven't seen anything like this. This means that the number of
Widać, że gość lubi to, co robi, generalnie. To zawsze jakoś cieszy oko, jak widzisz, że gość opowiadając o tym, po prostu micha mu się cieszy, nie? Nawet jak tam na widowni jest 5 osób, to i tak się jara, że może o tym powiedzieć.
What? But this is literally what it is. This is what I learned when I implemented the first 2D version of GI. Rays get exponentially cheaper with more cascades. So the more rays you have, the cheaper they get. But this is literally what it is. Well, I was quite excited when that 2D demo worked. Obviously, the next question was, how do I adapt this to PoE? Because PoE is 3D, and the implementation my first implementation was 2D. Well, long story short, we did get there. We did implement this algorithm in 3D. Here is how it works. This is the first cascade. You see it captures information only in tiny vicinity of each point. Basically, it looks like bad AO that you typically see in games. Next cascade captures longer field information, and it's lower frequency. Next contains even lower frequency, and so on. So we create this hierarchy of probes, where each level of hierarchy captures only a specific range of radiance of light, basically. But then the magic happens when we combine them all.
O.
Because this way we can get details of all scales, from fine details to very long distance details in the same image, by combining information from all of the hierarchy levels. This is how we encode, for those you graphics program aficionados, this is how we encode screen space probes, basically in these tiny grids. You can see that this level contains these tiny probes, there is a lot of them. And this level contains much larger probes, and there is much less of them.
Jak tam po wczoraj? No jak się przespałem, to trochę lepiej z tym wszystkim. A serduszka widziałem.
Weirdly enough, the cascade that contains the tiniest bit of occlusion is the most expensive one, and they get exponentially cheaper the more cascades you have. Here is the implementation of the same technique in 2D. So the previous one, I always implement these like highly experimental 90%.
Jeszcze wyciszę, wybaczcie. Ogólnie nie wiem, czy dzisiejszy stream będzie do samego końca. Ja bym chciał zobaczyć ten wyścig na samym końcu. I zastanawiam się, czy po prostu nie zrobimy tak, że w pewnym momencie ja stwierdzę, że idę się zdrzemnąć z godzinkę, żeby obejrzeć race'a. Powiem wam, że spałem jakieś 4 godziny. Nie mogłem zasnąć po prostu prawie, że za dnia. Spałem do 11, od tam chyba 7, bo jeszcze coś musiałem ogarnąć. Jeszcze film zmontowałem, jakoś tak nie mogłem później pójść spać, więc no nie wiem, zobaczymy, co będzie się działo przez tą noc, ale coś czuję, że to będzie ciężka noc. Ale chcę zobaczyć tego race'a.
For other games, it might be more appropriate to use the same hierarchy of cascades in world space. And this demo that I also posted on my channel actually does just that. It has no screen space information. It's fully world space information, which means that it can calculate light sources behind the camera, which we don't have in PoE, which we don't need to worry about.
Kawę, kolkę.
By the way, this technique, since it basically allows encoding light reaching every point from every direction, we can also use it to calculate specular. So basically reflections. So here you see one of the dungeons basically made of mirror materials. We can calculate specular GI the same way. Here is the same thing. You can see the highlights on the curtain from like a porcelain-like material that has a specular part in its lighting model.
Here is another
example of specularly lit scene. And here's an example of a combined diffuse plus specular in-game. This implementation is even faster.
Pozwolicie? Wybaczcie. Przepraszam, Aleksander. Jest naprawdę cudownie się słucha, ale są rzeczy ważne i ważniejsze. Kurde, ciężko będzie znaleźć tą godzinę. Bo to wygląda tak. Teraz jesteśmy tutaj. Za 20 minut kończy się ten panel. Potem mamy Bossy Monsters, ciekawy panel z Markiem, Neonem. Następnie Item Design and Mechanics, to też będzie bardzo ciekawy panel. Tutaj będziemy mieli Round Table, no to pół godziny tak naprawdę przerwy. Q&A związane z PoE 2 będzie bardzo istotne. Gameplay Showcase będzie bardzo ważny. Music PoE w Exile chcę zobaczyć, bo mamy tam Kamilka, naszego Polaka, rodaka. Potem Animation Interview może aż tak bardzo mnie nie interesuje. Później jest Gameplay Showcase, więc chcę to zobaczyć. Action RPG Roundtable, czyli rozmowa o grach Action RPG z twórcami od Diablo i Torchlighta, więc też chcę to zobaczyć. Diablo 2 oczywiście, Diablo 2/1, 2 i częściowo Diablo 3. Warto podkreślić, nie z Diablo 4. No i potem mamy pół godziny tylko przerwy, a potem jest race od 5:30 do 7, więc pół godziny drzemki co najwyżej.
have you asked people in the industry?
Thanks. That's a good question. I like it. The way it works is when I just started working graphics programming, I was obviously curious. I always looked like what other games do. But over time, you absolutely do develop an eye. You just see the same things over and over. Like I'm playing Monster Hunter, and I'm immediately seeing how they're doing their fur.
Tylko tego z Bex to nie będziemy teraz widzieć, bo to jest jakby poza streamem. To pewnie wleci na kanał YouTube'owy PoE Exile za jakiś czas albo gdzieś w postach na forum. Także te wszystkie żółte ich nie będziemy mieli na streamie. A no, dokładnie tak.
The first one here is something that you'll probably understand more than me. Do you have to vary the number of cascades for different levels or geometries?
Say it again, please.
Do you have to vary for global illumination? Do you have to vary the number of cascades based on the level or geometry present?
So the thing about that algorithm is the cascades are always put in a fixed grid. The grid hierarchy is completely fixed. It's independent of the scene complexity. I should have mentioned that, but the cost of that algorithm is completely constant. Whatever happens on your screen, if you have one fireball on your screen or 1 million fireballs on your screen, it doesn't matter. The cost of that technique is absolutely constant. So it can never dip your FPS in a heat of battle. It has a constant technique, has a constant cost of about like 1 millisecond or something like that.
All right, next question. Do you feel you have an advantage by using our own bespoke engine versus something off the shelf that might have more documentation to it or something?
Yes, probably worth mentioning that we have our fully custom engine that we have implemented for our own purposes, right? Because our game is not a general... We don't need to implement an engine that allows to implement any other game. We are implementing an engine that specifically supports our game with our own limitations, with our own things that we can exploit. For example, fixed camera, right? We never have to calculate lights that are behind us because there's no lights behind us. That's why our global illumination solution can work perfectly fine in screen space because all the lights that you care about are on your screen. And yes, since we are developing our own engine, we have kind of personal attachment to it, and it's also why it's much easier for us to modify it, and it just feels natural for us to be working so closely with it.
You mentioned towards the end of the talk having a video of one of your techniques on your YouTube channel. People want to know what the channel
is. Mają timer, ile im zostało panelu. 12 minut zostało.
I'm sure somebody will put that in the show captions. But yes, usually if you want to see like sneak peeks into stuff that has a non-zero chance to end up in PoE, you can follow my channel where I usually post all these experiments. Like all these 2D GI experiments were posted like way before they actually ended up in game. I was just playing with it. I was just trying things. Like they had a very high chance to not work out, but it's fine.
Are there any remaining parts of Path of Exile's renderer that are expensive or annoy you? So sort of like the GI problem, you said it kept you up at night. Anything else that's keeping you up at night?
GI is absolutely the hardest, computationally hardest problem that I'm aware of in computer graphics, period. There is nothing harder than GI.
Okay, and we've solved it better than anyone else, would you say?
That is my belief.
It's a big question.
I do believe that our solution has properties that no other solution has, and I have never seen anything even similar to this. If you have, let me know.
Well, actually, this runs into the previous question. Besides the light occlusion, what's another technique you're proud of implementing in a Path of Exile?
Well, honestly, just watching the trailer unexpectedly emotional for me, because like I put my finger onto literally any point on the screen, and there is something I contributed here. Like whether it is a lighting model, or there is like a fog here, or I'm extremely ashamed of specular aliasing that I see here, or like there is some personal thing in every pixel of the game for me. So yes, I do feel proud that we got there, but I also feel kind of sometimes ashamed, like I hope they don't notice this thing.
Come on, you've done excellent work. You showed examples of layering techniques on 2D planes and some 3D simple shapes, but what do you do if there's, say, a character model which is immersed in water or fire or something else like that?
Well, if a character model is immersed, well, we usually try to make it so that
ponarzekać na Diablo. To znaczy, bardzo mi się spodobało zdanie Kiszaka dotyczące Diablo 4, że twórcy niestety wzięli wszystko, co najgorsze z Diablo 3 i wrzucili je od razu do gry, nie? Więc prawda jest taka, że faktycznie zamiast wziąć najlepsze elementy z Diablo 3, na przykład endgame, który no to też nie jest idealny, ale jest jakiś, nie? Tam generowane te całe szczeliny i tak dalej, to wzięli jakieś rzeczy typu prosty system rozwoju postaci, jakieś item levele, wiecie, podliczanie plusów, minusów w ekwipunku, żeby łatwo można było podmieniać itemy bez potrzeby patrzenia na przedmiot. No to jest trochę jakieś takie patologiczne trochę podejście do gamingu, gdzie faktycznie no, wygląda jak sabotaż. Game design wygląda jak sabotaż. PoE 2 naprawdę 4. No, Diablo 4 to jest najdroższa reklama PoE w Exile, jaką widziałem. Reklama innej gry, jaką widziałem.
Yeah, how the algorithm developed.
This niche little channel that
Yeah, it's a pretty niche channel, but I'm kind of proud of it. I use
No,
this
you've
is
every
my
right to be.
portfolio.
Coś w tym jest, Johnny
let's see,
Terror.
what's the
Coś w tym jest.
next one. Do you have any render features you wish you got to build, but Path of Exile just doesn't need because of our very bespoke system?
If there was such feature, I wouldn't be talking right now, I would be programming. So there is some feature that I could say like, well, I wish our game suited for these features better, right? Like, I wish we had TAA so that we would have nicer anti-aliasing, but we don't have a TAA, not because we are lazy or not because we don't know how to make it happen. It's just because our game is really dynamic and TAA really breaks down when you have a really dynamic game. So
we're just too good for that system.
well, sure.
You got to phrase it. You got to spin it.
Yeah, like, some people do come like, well, we just should have implemented this thing, but often the answer is like, we don't have this thing because of this and this reason, and this is just the way it is.
Yes, he's a smart man. He did think of that. Have you hit any interesting problems supporting both PoE 1 and 2 on the same engine?
Yeah,
To jest ciekawe.
there is some like
What?
scaling. I'm just thinking of what I should be talking about here.
Okay, fair.
Because this can have some
Laserem
implications. But
strzelił,
like,
widziałem.
yes, because PoE1, well, for example, if PoE2 had textures that had resolution just twice higher, right? Like from 512 by 512 to 124 by 1, what's the difference? Well, the difference is actually 4 times more memory, right? So like the challenges with increasing just texture resolution are pretty obvious because you increase the resolution of texture twice and it uses 4 times more memory. So like supporting engines that need to deal with typical 512 textures versus 1024 textures is just, yeah, that's quite different. But we do want to apply as much of the tech that we develop for PoE2 for PoE1 as well, whenever possible.
And sort of leading off that, are we going to be using these methods in PoE 1 now with the recent engine update patch?
The GI is not going to be in this engine patch, but we are thinking about it. Just because it's such a huge change, we were, I guess, decided to not ship it with a whole bunch of other changes that are also very impactful. Like they're going to change the way engine behaves quite a bit. And I just didn't feel confident enough of shipping this GI solution right now.
Do it in waves.
To
You know, rock the
brzmi
boat quite so
dobrze,
much.
co on teraz
Which is
powiedział.
more common? Do artist creations drive the need for new rendering tech, or does rendering tech enable artists?
Bo on teraz w sumie powiedział, że
That's another good question.
bo zapytali, czy rozwiązania z PoE 2 będą zastosowane w PoE 1, jako że w sumie gra jest na tym samym silniku. On powiedział, że no właśnie część rozwiązań, które jakby są w PoE 2, oni chcą wprowadzić do PoE 1, ale nie czują się na tyle pewni, żeby wprowadzać to teraz. Więc bardzo możliwe, że faktycznie jak minie ten rok czy 2 lata, gdzie powiedzmy będziemy oczekiwać na PoE 2, to otrzymamy jakieś poprawki do silnika graficznego, które być może poprawią też jakość gry w PoE 1. Być może to sprawi też, że będziemy może mieli poprawioną grafikę w PoE 1 za jakiś czas. Nie mówię, że będzie to ten sam system, te same animacje co w PoE 2, bo nawet wręcz wczoraj chyba mówili na tym panelu, który pominęliśmy, że to jest niezbyt dobry pomysł, żeby wrzucać silnik jakby, inaczej kod PoE 1 nie jest przystosowany do przyjęcia animacji z PoE 2. Ale jeżeli będziemy w stanie korzystać z PoE, z rozwiązań z PoE 2 w PoE 1, no to może to być tak naprawdę na plus jakby dla samej gry i być może się uda wprowadzić jakieś nowe tekstury, nowe poprawki graficzne. Więc miejmy nadzieję. No, grafikę zaczęli poprawiać, ale no to jakby ona i tak bardzo odstaje od tego, co widzieliśmy w PoE 2, nie? Więc to jest jakby jeszcze stara generacja grafiki.
Directly translated into being able to program graphics. If you're really good at physics, you will be able to program graphics. Of course, like there is like tricks and stuff, but that you just pick up all the time. Also, like just playing other games is very useful to like, hey, how did they do this thing? And you just start learning, start digging until you understand how.
So if somebody wanted your job, they should get a physics degree and play a lot of video games.
Absolutely, physics degree is the most important thing if you want to get to graphics programming. Yes, that's the most important thing.
I'm halfway there. What are some of the other techniques that you've developed that are in the game that you wish artists would use more?
That's a little bit embarrassing, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, when artists saw these slides, like, huh, we had this? Like, yeah, some of these techniques are kind of hard to adopt by artists. Like, it takes some dedication, like fields, right? Like well, it's a lot of scrolling, I'm not gonna show that again, but like fields is a very powerful technique, but it just requires like some doing to get used to using it. It's not like a very straightforward thing. It's like a different way of looking at your effects. It requires some level of attention. And some artists sometimes just don't have time. Like one VFX artist had the time, learned fields, now they're good at this, but other VFX artists can just fall behind. And the technique can get kind of lost because of this, which is sad, but yeah, this happens all the time.
So we are low on time here, so I'm just going to go for one more question. Do any isometric optimizations need to be changed when capturing trailer footage specifically?
Oh, that's a whole thing.
Well, I'm glad we went with that as the last question.
Yeah, we have a guy who does most of the filming, and I have a lot of issues coming specifically from him. When the game breaks down in terrible ways, when you just put camera at an angle where it never was supposed to be.
Wydaje mi się, że nie będzie czegoś
that
takiego,
happens all
Johnny.
the time.
Yeah, generally players are not zooming in quite that far or doing advanced camera work.
Yeah, like when players say something like, why don't you just put the camera horizontally? Or like, why don't we have more cinematics? Well, because a lot of assets are really not designed to be looked at different angles from the angle you observe them in the game.
All right, I think that is just about our time, though.
Thank you, Octavian, for your
Jara się
questions.
jara to.
Yeah, and thank you all
Thank you very
for
much
sending them in and
for
being here.
listening.
Trochę osób tam było na widowni
I
jednak.
hope you found it interesting.
W pierwszych
or at least
rzędach
entertaining.
jakoś się tak nie ustawiali za bardzo.
Thank you very much.
Dalszych już trochę osób było. Nie, wiecie co mi się wydaje a propos przenoszenia programów zewnętrznych do wewnątrz gry, że jeżeli nie usłyszeliśmy tego na prezentacji w keynocie, nie usłyszeliśmy tego w pierwszego dnia, to drugiego już raczej tego nie usłyszymy. I raczej tu akurat trochę znam podejście Jonathana, znam podejście trochę Chrisa do tego tematu, że oni raczej są, powiedziałbym, może nie tyle staroświeccy pod tym względem, co dla nich generalnie to, że społeczność tworzy sobie narzędzia, to jest rzecz pozytywna. Mam przynajmniej takie wrażenie, nie? Nie chcę za nich odpowiadać, bo być może jest inaczej, ale pamiętam, że nieraz ten temat był gdzieś poruszany, właśnie temat na przykład dodania, wczoraj wspominałem o tym, przeglądarki do gry, żeby gracze nie musieli na przykład alt-tabować gierki, nie? Bo nie wszyscy mają na tyle silny sprzęt, żeby na przykład jeszcze przeglądarkę trzymać w trakcie gry. No są takie przypadki, gdzie wiecie, to brzmi głupio, wiem, zdaję sobie z tego sprawę, ale że gracz musi, wiecie, mieć kilka zakładek pootwieranych gdzieś tam w tle i po prostu słapować się pomiędzy grą, przeglądarką, tym bardziej, że część osób ma jeden monitor, więc taka wewnętrzna przeglądarka, gdzie ktoś sobie może ustawić HUD na przykład i mieć tam jakiś build rozpisany czy coś, żeby się przełączać, byłoby bardzo sensowne. I właśnie tak jest na przykład w EVE Online, że EVE Online ma swoją własną przeglądarkę, gdzie możesz potwierdzić sobie kilka stron i potem korzystać właśnie z tych stron wewnątrz gry. Przy właśnie jakieś różne wybudowane nakładki, jak były na przykład w WoWie, nie? Gdzie gracze po prostu tworzyli własne narzędzia i mogliśmy je zaimplementować do gry. No tylko, że tutaj właśnie często pada takie zdanie na zasadzie, że padało, przynajmniej kiedyś, pamiętam takie zdanie w wywiadach, że dla nich nie jest to problem, że ktoś ma ewentualnie odpalonego poba w tle, czy jakąś przeglądarkę, czy coś. No i czy ja się z tym zgadzam, znaczy czy zgadzam, czy uważam, że to dobrze, że tak to jest zrobione? No, uważam, że nie, że fajnie by było, gdyby jednak dogodzili trochę graczom. Oni też mówili o tym, że to jest bardzo dużo takiej dodatkowej roboty, że może kiedyś, ale raczej to jest na samym końcu ich priorytetów. Tak bym przynajmniej myślał. To trochę być może dopowiadam, być może trochę zmyślam nawet, co by oni powiedzieli, ale mam wrażenie, że na podstawie tego, co mówili kiedyś, no to jednak nie będą wprowadzali żadnych takich narzędzi do gry. Ten trade przynajmniej mogliby ogarnąć. No i właśnie to jest kolejna ich taka lekka odklejka, nie? Gdzie im ten trade się odrobinę podoba. Bo oni też mówili, że nie chcieliby robić na przykład, znaczy już pomijając to, że nie chcieliby auction house'a robić, no to tam Subtractem pamiętam, że stworzył taki, bo on Subtractem generalnie pracował przy Diablo 3, nie wiem czy znacie tego streamera, youtubera. On pracował przy Diablo 3 i miał tam właśnie zaproponował, jakby można było to rozwiązać, nie? I na przykład chcieli wprowadzić to, on proponował, że wprowadzić to zatrzymanie czasu, które mieliśmy kiedyś, jak pojawiał się Shaper. Wtedy wiecie, ekran się frizuje, pojawia się Shaper, tam mówi dialog, po czym znika i gra dalej jakby jest kontynuowana. Więc w momencie, kiedy na przykład ktoś do nas pisze, moglibyśmy zaakceptować trade i nie wychodząc z mapy frizowałby się nam ekran i moglibyśmy dokonać trade'u na przykład jakiegoś przedmiotu. I to by było fajne, nie? Że to by było naprawdę bardzo przyjemne, że nie tracąc portali moglibyśmy się tradeować na przykład z graczami, którzy chcą od nas kupić, nie wiem, coś za jednego chaosa. Przykładowo, bo nieraz jak robicie mapę T16 pewnie i macie wystawione coś za jednego chaosa, na przykład, nie wiem, walczycie nawet z bossem i ktoś chce od was coś kupić, no to nie przerwiecie walki z bossem tylko po to, żeby sprzedać mu item za jednego C, tylko albo on musi poczekać, albo po prostu trudno, nie? Musi się wstrzelić w lepszy moment. Wy tracicie portal jeszcze na dodatek, który może być cenny dla was, więc no sam ten trade, ja sam nie za bardzo przepadam za tym, jak ten trade jest rozwiązany. Uważam, że na przykład wprowadzenie auction house'u byłoby z jednej strony na pewno wygodne, z drugiej strony wygodniejsze dla botów, które niestety ciężko jest wyplewić z gry. Więc mogłoby się okazać, że finalnie kupowanie byłoby znacznie trudniejsze, bo wszystkie oferty gdzieś tam promocyjne wykupywałyby boty stawione po prostu na wyszukiwanie promocyjnych ofert, nie? Ale no właśnie takie rozwiązania, które zaproponował na przykład Subtractem z frizowaniem czasu i trade'em takim faktycznym, że możesz przerwać mapkę bez potrzeby przerywania mapy, w sensie spauzować mapkę bez potrzeby przerywania mapy, byłoby jak najbardziej super. Albo laba jak się robi, no lab. Ja dlatego na przykład powiem wam, że ja bardzo lubię haste'a. Naprawdę uwielbiam haste'a. Fajnie tam dropi, no może nie, dobra, przesadziłem z tym uwielbianiem. Ale zawsze gdzieś tam mam ochotę co jakiś czas zagrać sobie haste'a, zagrać sobie delwa. Tylko że no problem polega na tym, że jak jesteś w hejście czy delwie i ktoś ci napisze o item, no to najczęściej ludzie nie mają tyle cierpliwości, żeby poczekać, aż ty wyjdziesz z mapy, wyjdziesz z kontraktu, wyjdziesz z Rogue Harboru czy z Azurite Mine'a i po prostu tego itemu albo nie sprzedasz, albo no najczęściej nie sprzedasz tego itemu. Po prostu. Jak ty ogarniesz te wszystkie poradniki do PoE 2, no jeszcze się zobaczymy, czy będę robił w ogóle poradniki do PoE 2. Też może tak być, że omówię podstaw i tyle, nie? Bo może nie wiem, czy ja sam będę grał w PoE 2. Finalnie. Wszystko się okaże, jak gra wyjdzie. Siema Eryk, witam. No, więc tak. Taka sytuacja. No i właśnie same laby, no ja też kiedyś myślałem o tym, żeby pofarmić laby na start ligi. Dlatego z labami jest dokładnie ten sam motyw, co z haste'em, co z delwem. że no nie przerwiesz po prostu robienia mapki, żeby sprzedać item. Czy będę aktualizował stare poradniki? Tak. Część starych poradników planuję zaktualizować. W ogóle przed wyjściem 3.22 planuję zrobić takie filmy, kilka filmów dotyczących totalnych podstaw, odświeżonych do wersji odświeżonych do 2023 roku. Bo teraz dużo właśnie osób z Diablo 4 przechodzi do PoE, więc chciałbym, żeby po prostu mieli też takie świeże wejście do gry. Trochę ja wiem też, jakie problemy gracze zauważają w stosunku do PoE, co im przeszkadza, kiedy mają pierwsze podejście do PoE, więc na pewno chcę stworzyć taką serię poradników. No ale to myślę, że jak wy gracie w PoE, to już wam te poradniki za dużo nie dadzą. No. Tak, dużo ludzi teraz interesuje się PoE po zagraniu w Diablo 4.
And we will let you fight the boss. If you succeed, or let's say do well enough, I got some merch over there to give you. And then obviously Q&A at the end if we have time, but if fighting bosses is more entertaining, then we can just keep that going. I'm going to move around a lot, sorry to the lighting team, I like to pace. If I do any dancing like I did the last ExileCon that people made GIFs out of, feel free to update them. I have lost a lot of weight, as some people have known, and I would like to have some updated GIFs about that.
To w sumie racja, on był dużo cięższy na zeszłym ExileConie.
So to get into bosses and monsters, well, as seen from the earlier trailer, we have a good 100 bosses, one per area. We're very, except for towns.
To będzie
obviously.
ciekawy w ogóle
We could put bosses
panel.
in towns. No bosses in towns yet. So we've got 100 bosses, one in every area, and that's not even talking about endgame. Don't you worry what's going to happen there. We never cease to have our fair share of pinnacle bosses, and obviously the same bosses will reappear in maps and a later topic. As for monsters, we've got 600 distinct monsters with different skills, looks, names, abilities, everything. Every area has a completely different feel to every other area. It is amazing to play through. It feels very, very fresh every time you travel to different areas. You're not getting a lot of the stale repetition. Now, obviously, skeletons appear in more than one zone and whatnot, so it's not completely all unique in every single area. But for those who have played the demo, you can today you can see what we've got. Now, making bosses is probably my pride point of working, being a game designer. It is the thing I'm most proud of, and the thing I enjoy the most. I like to see them kill people, including myself earlier. It's fine. I practiced that a lot. It's fine. It went good. That was not on purpose, just in case anyone was aware. That wasn't a genuine accident. I did die. It did kill me. I'm not good enough.
No dokładnie, John. Też mam takie podejście.
Anyway, so we've got Octavian here. We've got, again, very little rehearsals. I'm pretty much just going to be telling him what I think we should fight, kind of picking them somewhat at random. I'm going to be going through slides and back a whole bunch, but there's nothing to really see but a game client up there. I've just got some real, this one just says intro numb monsters, that's all it says, so winging it. All right, so we're going to have Octavian go to fight Krutog, who is in the volcanic warrens in Act 4. Act 4 is my favorite act for bosses, and the reason being is that you can travel to all these different islands. So as for
Może po
most acts,
panelu,
they have a
jak coś
consistent
odpowiem
theme. So
na
you've
to,
got Act
czemu
3 being
YouTube, a nie
very
Twitch.
Val and jungle. You've got Act 2 being very desert Marrakech. You've got Act 1 being the Ezomite and the Gothic horror. Act 4 is, it has the Karui consistency through and hints of it, but every island is just a different biome. So you get this high diversity of different kinds of bosses. And that's really cool, and monsters for
Tu jest
that
ta
matter.
lawa,
That's
co
really,
pokazywali
really cool to me.
wcześniej.
Feel free,
widzę.
go for it.
Widzę wszystko teraz, wszystkie
I'll talk about
sztuczki
it as well.
graficzne.
I'll try and get out of the way just a little bit. This is Krutog,
Nie pokazujcie nam Oktawiana, pokażcie nam bossa.
Lord of Kin. Some of you might have
Krutog.
already gotten to him in the
Widzieliśmy go
demos.
na jakimś teaserze,
And we've got Octavian
trailerze.
here playing on the warrior.
Gameplay
There might
trailer.
be bugs, things might go wrong. It's completely live. Okay, so
Ci napiszę.
in terms of context, just a bit of story. This guy is this.
Czekajcie, przełączę
You can
się.
tell he's massive, right? He's a big dude, and what's going on here is that there are these goblin kin that are inhabiting the island, and these goblin see him as a god figure, just because he's so massive, and they bring him. If you play through the areas, you can see all the goblins, the goblin-esque, I think they're called kin, kind of this tall kind of thing. And because he's so big, yeah, they just see him as a god and they worship him, and they want to make him happy, and so they bring him, you know, monsters, they bring him humans, they bring him like playthings, and they also bring him food. They're bringing things to him that they think will make him happy, you know? And he's just like, oh, I'm living the good life. I'm sitting here on my throne in this warm area, getting brought playthings, and so you can see he's got a suit of armor that's made out of human corpses. And when you start the fight and you first initially approach him, he's actually got two humans in his hands kind of playing and going at each other like they're dolls. And it's, you know, to you, you're just a plaything to him. And you get a lot of this with this mechanic exactly going on right here, where he's trying to stomp you. You're just a bug to him. He's just trying
To
to
jest
squish
ciekawe
you.
w ogóle,
This fight is pretty
że
relatively difficult with melee, but it's alright
ta
when
cała
you
mechanika z rolowaniem się, ona nam pomoże przy zwykłych autoatakach, przy skillach, na przykład jak leci na nas jakiś firebolt czy coś, czy ogólnie przy pociskach, ale jeżeli boss walczy, uderza AOE na ziemi, to my nie jesteśmy w stanie tego zrolować, nie jesteśmy w stanie ominąć tych obrażeń poprzez wciśnięcie spacji, więc ten boss jest wyjątkowo trudny w takim razie, bo prawie każdy jego atak jest skillem AOE. No i właśnie same ten gameplay, te bossy, one właśnie są bardzo Dark Soulsowe. Trzeba poznać ich patterny, poznać ich nie dać się im trafić za bardzo. To nie jest to, co w PoE, że mamy dużo armoru, dużo evasion i możemy stankować bossa, tylko wszystko to przynajmniej wygląda w early game'ie oczywiście, bo w endgame'ie może być inaczej, że jednak musimy stawiać na to unikanie, poruszanie się, na poznanie bossa, poznanie jego mechaniki. I to jest na pewno fajny aspekt tego wszystkiego.
Now, in terms of some interesting things, from a tech standpoint, good attempt. Oh, good. I'll have a quick, just a bit more. You can start it again. I'll just a bit more rant about this guy. But one thing in particular he has, which you can see in a lot of the boss fights, is he is very large. Now, this was very difficult in PoE 1, and you'll notice that most of our very large bosses, are stationary. So Katava's a good example. He cannot move. Arakali's another one. They cannot move. And that's because we have, in PoE 1, we have one central hitbox to an entity, and it's a square. And increasing that has complexities with things like pathfinding. But it does cause things where if you have that and it has a maximum size, you can't have a boss too large in PoE 1 that can move. Now, if they're stationary, we can make the thing larger because it doesn't need to pathfind. Technical limitations, or more so it's for optimization's sake.
Dodam tylko jeszcze, że z movement skilli faktycznie nie pokazali zbyt wiele, ale każdy na przykład melee skill jest na swój sposób movement skillem. O tym wspominali, że każdy atak ma jakąś dozę, prawie każdy atak ma jakąś dozę movementu. Że na przykład jak uderzacie ze staffa, to wasza postać może polecieć do przodu, ale jeżeli przeciwnik jest trochę dalej, będziemy celować trochę dalej, to on doskoczy trochę dalej. Więc możemy też unikać na przykład ataków poprzez używanie skilli. Przynajmniej na Monku tak to działa. No i ze skilli movementowych był Lip Slam. Widziałem, że było coś dla Shadowa pokazane na chyba trailerze. Nie wiem, jak to będzie z tymi flame dashami czy wprost blinkami. Tego nie widzieliśmy, ale jest 260 skilli, więc możliwe, że jakieś movement skille również będą.
If he has a thing where he has obviously the skill where he buries his hand in the ground, we could activate a hitbox there so you can then just hit his arm. This is something we would be able to do now, we couldn't do before. So yeah, ultimately what I wanted to also show with this one is just like, this isn't an axe boss. He looks epic, he's just mid-act, he's just a one of, you know, 18 or so bosses, or however, whatever the math ends up being there. Bosses just located in Act 4. Now he's considered a bit, slightly higher tier because he's at the end of a couple of areas, but so he's more than, like, say, the quadrilla monster I fought during the keynote. He's one tier up from that, but yeah, very epic. One other thing I wanted to talk about, which I was hoping to be able to see, but I haven't been paying enough attention, is, and it was in the last talk, you saw it probably during the keynote, if you were there, you can now stun bosses, you can freeze bosses, we also have a mechanic called electrocute coming, which allows lightning damage to do longer duration stun as well, crowd control, I should say. Now we've done custom heavy stun animations for all these bosses with various lengths. So this guy's is quite long. If you heavy stun him, he's probably going to be down for probably 6 seconds. That's complete. Nice. That's yeah, it's all right. We'll move on to the next one anyway. Just what do we give a go here? We can go to the blind beast. Give it a go. Same character. Saves you having to swap.
Też ciekawe, że te bossy odblokowują nowe umiejętności, mają mniej życia. Coś podobnego jak jest w Diablo 4, bo tam mamy takie ale to nie jest pokazane na pasku życia, ale przy innych bossach było widać, że im miały mniej HP, tym więcej skomplikowanych umiejętności używały. To znaczy dochodziły im nowe ataki.
So an example of this actually is this boss, the Blind Beast.
Ten atak taki piąchą w ziemię jest strasznie soczysty. No też było na trailerze.
This one's easier, for sure. It is... You'll see the goblins I was talking about earlier around the edge of the arena. These are the ones that worship the Krutog that we just had before. Now this arena of theirs, I mean, they bring people in here. So these goblins like to tame beasts. If you play in the area, you can see them riding on top of these big beasts and they jump off when you get near them. Pretty cool mechanic. But in this case, this one was untamable. They couldn't control it. So they put it in an arena, they built an arena and they bring people here to fight against it and to test their might and to see if they're strong enough while they're all cheering. Now, if you do happen to defeat it, they all get a bit scared and shocked and they all just flee and they're gone. Because now to you, you're very intimidating. Now the rest of the level, they'll still fight you because they didn't get to see you fight it. But,
nowy atak.
Very dodgeable. Again, you got another mechanic here. It's very just hard hits, heavy slams. You'll notice some knockback on some of the stuff. He's got that skill that creates 3, what do we call them? A bit like kind of abyss cracks, I guess. And then slams and it causes damage along them and that creates degen for a duration. What else about this one? So this one, his heavy stun animation, which just happened there. So that was his heavy stun. Now this one's not quite long, but it gives you enough opportunity for him to do the channeled, the heavy impact skill he just had.
Fajnie wyglądają te
his one is not very long,
stany.
but he gets heavy stun twice as frequently as other bosses. So you have less time to utilize the heavy stun, but you have more opportunities to do something if you're able to.
Połowa życia, czy dojdzie coś nowego?
Boss, which we can say it at the end, but you'll notice it happened in the keynote as well, is that they drop consumable quest items, so there's consumable items that give permanent bonuses to characters. So the first time you kill them, a lot of bosses in the campaign do it. This one in particular, I believe, drops like a bile-soaked skill book or something, but it gives +5 to all attributes permanently to that character. There are many throughout the whole campaign. Not every single boss drops one, but we have different rewards. Another thing that happens with bosses in PoE 2 is the first time you kill them, they will have much higher, and this is actually something Diablo 2 did, they will have much higher rarity and better drops. So you're really incentivized to explore throughout the campaign, find all the bosses and kill them for both permanent bonuses and for much better items.
No, nawet bym powiedział jak w Soulsach.
This is something that will hopefully promote not skipping so much of the random mini bosses. Like there's always the question of, once you know what you're doing, should you kill Fire Fury? Well, I don't know how many people here do. I don't think I ever do. But we really want it to be now that you feel like you've missed out on something if you skip it. Well, it's gone a bit rough here, but
To jest za zoom.
we're good. All good. Anyway, if you were to have killed him, he would have dropped probably a quest item that you would be able to use and get a permanent bonus. We're going to try a very difficult one now.
Będziesz
Sorry.
miał okazję zagrać.
You know what it is, the Siren Boss.
Tak,
Good luck.
nie że kolejne,
It's
tylko
alright, it's alright.
nie że kolejne zabicie bossa to jest lepsze itemy, tylko pierwsze zabicie bossa daje ci większe rarity itemów. I to jest system, który był zastosowany w Diablo 2, że właśnie kiedy robiłeś kampanię, pierwsze ubicie miałeś lepszy drop, a potem ten drop był odrobinę ograniczony. Dokładnie.
Now this boss,
O.
don't worry about him warping into the water there. You're going to just see some
Oktawian
stuff
kiedyś
that
był
we,
Jezusem, więc tylko ściął włosy, więc nic dziwnego, że chodzi po
otherwise
wodzie.
he's going to have to clear through all the levels manually, and it's going to take. I mean, my talk will be over, and he wouldn't have even got here yet. Now, what have we got to talk about on this one is, well, I'll give some context again, just
O, tu
for interest's
cycuchy
sake.
będą, bo widziałem to
this
na
is,
trailerze.
Diamora, the siren of the Song of Death.
Buba.
She's a siren in the cave. You obviously get some Merveil vibes straight off the bat, but it is pretty much a modern-day enhanced Merveil. And what she does is turns people to stone.
Nie,
This one's
bazyliszek.
rough. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Octavian. She turns people to stone, and so as you're going through the level and you see the
Merwilka
above area,
połączona
you'll
z
see
bazyliszkiem,
people,
najgorzej.
petrified people who have come here. So people have tried to inhabit this island that
Trafią,
that is
dasz
above.
radę.
She's actually on the tropical island and the caves underneath it.
Widać było jakiegoś
towards the ocean
archera.
front. And she turns people to stone, and what's happened here is that she'll eat them. But as such, yeah, we've got a petrify mechanic, which you haven't yet seen. I don't know if we'll be able to get her that far into this fight. It is brutal, this one. Now, one thing that happened with this one is if we were able to show the phase, she has a petrify mechanic where she jumps into the water, goes into the middle, comes up, and she's just radiating gold. And she's cursed. She wants people to be able to look at her. She's trying to find the one that can resist the petrification. And you can't. You're not the one. And yeah, so she'll turn you to stone, and that's during a whole minion phase. But we have one mechanic where mirrors would be spawning periodically around the edge of the arena. This isn't in now, it's been removed since, and it was just incomprehensible. You're getting turned to stone from all directions, but the idea was that if you look at her, you turn to stone, and as these walls of water that come up that reflect that, if you look at that, you also get turned to stone. And then they would spawn periodically. And what I wanted people to do was to move clockwise or counterclockwise around the arena at a fixed pace. And if you overshoot the time, you will end up lapping yourself, and now you've got mirrors in every direction and you've failed. So you have to move at like, you know, say 25 degrees per some time slot, unbalanced, so I don't know the exact numbers.
Tutaj bardziej właśnie Marka i Jonathana, jeżeli chodzi o PoE 2.
Now that's normally fine to do it in game. Pinnacle content to have something kind of complicated like that. People will find it frustrating, people will find it stressful, and others will find it challenging and something to learn, something to keep fighting until they learn it. And
I całego GG oczywiście.
Completely fine.
No, bardziej oni są odpowiedzialni za PoE 2 w tym sensie.
When it's going to be progression blocking like that, all of a sudden you've got this just boss where it's
Chris zajmuje się PoE 1, a Jonathan z Markiem jakby są szefami PoE 2, że to tak ujmę. O, cuchy na środku.
You might be able to survive it maybe with enough gear, but honestly, pretty improbable. So we removed it from here, and it's kind of my hope that when we re-add it to in-game, we can revisit that mechanic and see if we do it depending on where it falls in and whatnot, or we'll take the same mechanic, apply it somewhere else. But ultimately, so it's this phase going on here. He's fighting the minions that are spawning during it, but he has to kind of always be having, I think it's 120 degree vision cone, as long as he's not, the chills are rough. As long as he's not looking at her for too long, he should generally be fine, but the minions are pretty brutal. And that gets onto another thing, which is that minion phases, well, you do not gain flash charges for killing normal monsters anymore. You only gain them for killing rares and magics and uniques.
To jest przerąbane, ale przynajmniej
so this is
potwierdzone.
purely downside. These minions are now just like, it's a challenge. It's not a like, refresh my life pool infinitely.
No, te ady to jest problem. Właśnie co z portalami? Czy można w trakcie walki użyć portalu? Czy to zresetuje nam bossa?
It's not intended to be this long. We will have to adjust her life, among other things.
No i za dużo potek
Some cooldowns
zużyłeś,
on some stuff. There's
panie
more iteration
Jonathan.
to be done. Always more iteration to be done to get these right. However, it's in a pretty good state. Flash charges, though, going back to that. Well, tangentially, we have checkpoints, which you saw me revive at in the keynote, if you saw that, where you're just outside the boss. It is a new instance. You start the fight from scratch. However, the checkpoint restores your flask charges, fully heals you, and all of that. If he needs flasks right now, it is our expectation that he finds an opportunity to town portal, which he just did. You'll notice it has an animation. During boss fights, you now have I want to say that's about 2.5 to 3 seconds, but I don't remember the exact thing. It is normally instant, only if you're in a boss fight do you do it. Does it have a cast time like that? The other thing is that in order to stop people from
odpowiedzieli na moje
creating them
pytanie.
during emerge sequences and all that, the moment they become hostile, all portals in their arenas are destroyed. We really want, I'll tell you what's disheartening is when you make Katava and you go and see the world firsts, of which some of you might even be here who did this, and you're literally using 40 portal scrolls to fight, going, oh, he's doing a skill, portal to town, portal back in, sit in grace period. And there are other ways to do this, but it's pretty disheartening to see. So we're working to make you really actually have to fight the boss, have to engage the boss, have to deal with these things. If you were to Alt F4 right now, don't do it, but if you were to Alt F4 right now and log back in, you will be exactly where you logged off, in the exact same state, and the boss will still. So if you're about to get slammed and you log out macro, it does not save you. You will be logging back in, and that boss will be paused, and the moment you move, that slam hits, you will die.
Bardzo dobrze. Nie ma takiego oszukiwania
So the checkpoints,
logoutami.
yes, you have to start the fight from scratch if you die. Pretty brutal, but it means we can't be too complicated with them. We can't be too difficult, except until later. It obviously gets progressively difficult, but it means more so we have to be more accurate with the balance. If you misbalance it, so many people are going to just hit a wall and they're going to have to stop playing. And that's very, very brutal. And I mean misbalance in the difficult direction, not the easy direction. That will be very brutal and it will be not good. Now that's still kind of the same in PoE 1, but the other thing that's super disheartening to see is people just die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive. Like it is just like it's just brutal. And then you don't learn anything, you gear for any of it, you just keep doing it. And then you get to the next boss and you're probably not good enough to do that one either, and so you do it again and again. And it's effectively, you're having a rough time. So this is the second petrification phase here. This phase is much harder because on top of the ads, you've now got these rotating drowning orbs, which behave the same way as they do in the Eater of Worlds fight, where they will straight up kill you after X seconds of being inside of them. They slow you as well. So you've got all those orbiting in various lanes, counterclockwise and clockwise, while you're having to deal with the minions. Just an example of escalation, but this fight is certainly way too hard right now. But if anyone manages to defeat it in the demo,
Co do atak speedu, to właśnie oni powiedzieli, że animacje, które ma postać, mają chyba 3 albo 4 różne rodzaje animacji w zależności od tego, jak dużo macie atak speeda albo cast speeda. W zależności od tego, jak bardzo można coś zeskalować, to tyle jest różnych animacji przygotowanych do każdego skilla. Ile czasu narzekali, że PoE załatwia to macie?
Again, we're looking at these bosses and they have a pretty damn epic. They kind of stand out, but they are not act bosses. Our act bosses
Przynajmniej inna
are
postać, chociaż
a
już
whole
też
other
zaraz
generally we
widzieliśmy,
escalate
ale
phases, mechanics and introductions,
będzie.
and of course they have just an epicosity in terms of dialogue and storytelling. But we've even upped that. We have specific character reactions to bosses, character comments. They talk about them, they comment on them. All the different characters say different things based on their backgrounds. A lot more kind of on-the-fly storytelling, which is real cool with respect to these. All right, so now we've got the Bog Witch, also pretty difficult. This is actually the last area of the Act 3 demo, but I'm not sure how many people are going to get there. She is a witch, and right now she's, as you can see, doing some broomstick flying around.
Broomstick, ja myślę, że na jakimś Roa jeździ.
So her first main phase,
Harry
what she's
Potter.
doing now is
Quidditcha
using
gramy.
bone magic. She is summoning bone walls and exploding those bone walls. This phase isn't too much of a threat.
Taka Alira 2.0.
Well, maybe.
Uff.
Maybe not, relative to the second phase.
Jaki
But
second
yeah, as you can
phase?
see, she is doing a lot of this bone, summoning walls. Now, once you damage her enough during this phase, or once she's reached a certain life threshold, she's actually going to, oh, brutal.
Ajajajaj.
It's all right, try again. Feel free to just remove some life from her if you want to shortcut it, just so we can show it off. Or you can do it legit, it's up to you. You got 24 minutes though. So she changes phase mid-fight. So once you've done enough damage to her, she will actually face plant off the broomstick. The broomstick will snap.
Akt 8.
And then she's
Solaris
like,
Lunaris.
well, all right, I'll just use my fire magic that she's good at. She'll light all the effigies on the edge of the arena on fire, and then she'll be able to siphon fire magic from them to do fire magic. So you go from two different, very distinct styles of magic or spells in this fight. And it creates a whole different, phase, which is pretty fun. Hopefully if we get that far, I can talk about some of the mechanics behind that one. Yeah, good luck. All right, let's just give him a go for a minute here. Let him concentrate a little bit.
Ale intensywna jest ta walka.
No pressure.
Jezu, co się dzieje na tym ekranie? Co się dzieje?
Oj.
Uhohoi, boi. Arkuj ją tam, arkuj.
It took one of our
Stadium.
designers, Jason, a lot of work to get her to do that kind of drifting vibe as she comes to change. So that
Ale
mechanic,
fajne.
okay, here we go. We've got some fire magic going on. So that one you just saw, she creates two walls on either side of the player in line with an effigy and then siphons the fire from the effigy to her. But interestingly, what you can notice here, you can see the fire actually splits at her, sending damage that way. So not only running to the sides is safe, standing directly behind her makes you safe.
Bardzo
It can be
ciekawe.
sometimes hard to maneuver into that exact
Ale
position,
to
however.
zdecydowanie lepsze niż w PoE
You can
1.
see there is a cone behind her that
Inna
is a safe
technologia
zone.
bossów w ogóle.
Otherwise, she's got fireball, she's got flamethrower, she's still got some bone magic, which is apparently rough. But yeah, anyway, moving on again.
A w PoE 1 najfajniejsze walki jakie macie to te z bossami końcowymi,
I
nie?
reckon. I'm saying internal names, by the way. I have no idea what they're called in the demo
No, to
right
najciekawsze
now.
walki to macie Pinnacle bossy. Sirus, Maven, Exarch, Eater of World, nie? Na przykład. No już Shaper i Elder są tacy dosyć przestarzali, ale no nadal jest to ciekawa walka. To bardziej Uber Elder, czy na przykład, nie wiem, Cortex, nie? Ale tutaj macie zupełnie inne podejście do walk i to jest kampania. Więc do tego sam endgame ma się składać z tych 100 lokacji, które mamy w trakcie kampanii, jednak w formie bardziej właśnie takich map. I tam również każda lokacja będzie miała swojego bossa, więc robiąc mapy, na końcu danej mapy będziemy mieli właśnie taki boss fight, nie? To będzie naprawdę hardkorowe. Ciekaw jestem właśnie, jak bardzo będzie można dociągnąć te postacie. O, w ogóle mamy Huntress teraz od włóczni. Zobaczmy. Aul też spoko, ale już Aul jest przestarzały trochę.
Out of the fight, we don't want it to be that you just all of a sudden have, a half-paced fight, and it's like, oh, it's fine from here out. The fight should get harder. They should escalate. They should get more difficult, and that is what we had to accomplish here. So when he dies, he leaves, like, his energy is still linked to the Mastodon, so he remains and he does his magic still from his corpse. And it would use this kind of mechanic, but they'll be moving throughout the arena, so it adapts. When the Mastodon dies, the Necromancer just completely gets a bit angry, or he takes back his power from what he infused into the Mastodon, and he amplifies all of his skills. So his lightning strikes hit differently, his meteors hit differently, different patterns, different distributions. Now, getting both, that means getting both to as low health as possible together and killing them at the same time is one strategy. If you find it is easier to
Co
deal
do
with the buff
nauczenia się
Mastodon,
mechanik
killing
bossów
the
jak
Necro
w PoE
first is
1, no to
easier.
jest właśnie takie, wydaje mi się, że Sirus tu będzie dobrym nawiązaniem. Że Sirusa też jesteśmy w stanie się nauczyć, bo pierwsze podejście może być chaotyczne, kiedy nie wiemy jak działają te kulki, które tam się pojawiają na arenie. Nie wiem jak nam tworzy labirynt, co mamy robić. Czasami ciężko jest to, z tego co widziałem graczom, to zaobserwować za pierwszym razem. I tutaj na pewno będzie podobnie, nie? Że jak poznamy mechaniki, je zapamiętamy, no to łatwiej nam będzie w kolejnych podejściach. Ale nadal to jest taki bullet hell, tyle tu jest dodżowania i takiego skilla w czystej postaci, że nawet po poznaniu mechanik będzie dokładnie jak z Sirusem, że możesz znać świetnie walkę z Sirusem, a i tak ją na przykład przegrać, nie? Bo czegoś ci zabraknie, gdzieś popełnisz błąd, gdzieś ci się noga powinie. Więc na pewno te walki będą dużo bardziej emocjonujące i będzie ich dużo. Maven podobnie.
Every single day, some game system changes. A player skill changes, a new mechanic is added. Like all of a sudden there's heavy stun to deal with, all of a sudden something.
Też nie zrobisz
And so
buildu
you've got this thing
face
where you're working chronologically through areas and you start with this one boss.
Nie zrobisz buildu face tankującego tych bossów, bo to będzie kampania, nie? Co innego na mapach. Na mapach faktycznie może się okazać, że poziom postaci da się stworzyć postaci nieśmiertelne, czy na tyle silne, że będą one-shotowały wszystko. Tego jeszcze nie wiemy, nie? Ale na kampanii będziemy się z tym męczyć. W sensie dobrze bawić.
It can be quite taxing, but what it results in is like you often want to leave things, not 100% because they'll become 70% a week later or less in terms of how, well done. All right, so you can see now from this, going back to this fight here that Octavian's doing, you can see now there's a new mechanic introduced, which is there is both a moving kind of bullet hell style projectile sphere, as well as what we call volatiles, which are the orbs chasing him that will explode once they make proximity. So fighting just the Mastodon is now harder because you have to deal with these two extra mechanics. But he's doing pretty well.
Czy ta kulka zadaje obrażenia bossowi?
I believe. So yeah, going back to the Miller, it was actually the smaller Miller as the first boss. It's been very, very, very hard to balance is one word, but lots of time spent on it. The other thing is we really don't want it to be that you can walk up to him and just hold down a button, not dodge a thing, not evade a thing, and survive. And at one point we had only one life flask. Yes, well done.
Jest pierwszy boss ubity.
At one point we had only one life flask, one mana flask.
Nie, drugi w sumie, bo blind
without
beast
the
jest.
normal monsters now giving flash charges back, we ended up deeming, and I mean on, not overall, I mean on the beach, what you start with. And what we learned is that often you will run out of flash. If you just stood there and held down attack, or whatever skill you have, you would run out of flash charges and life before you killed them, most of the time. And then all of a sudden we added another life flask back. And so now you're fighting the Miller, and now you can just go back to holding down one skill, never moving, never dodging, because as long as one of his skills cannot one-shot you, and the time between attacks is long enough that you can restore your life, then you're fine. You're never going to die as long as you have enough life flasks.
Do you want me to go fight Miller?
What do we want you to fight? Let's just show some prisoner for a moment here,
joy.
But don't worry about it. No success needed.
It's a very cool boss. I just
want to show how cool it is more so than.
Prisonera widzieliśmy na
Make sure you
gameplayu
open all three of
Matila
the
chyba.
doors.
To jest ten, co taki ma balisty poustawiane dookoła.
Oh look, I'm back where I was when I logged out. You can demonstrate that.
Oh, it's because of all the cheats, though. All of a sudden we had another life plus to characters, and now people are just sitting there face tanking it until it dies again, and you never have to dodge. So we have to rebalance the boss yet again. It's either that or rebalance flasks, but then you have to determine which one. Well, one boss being rebalanced is far easier than rebalancing all flasks for every character. Obviously, you don't go with that one.
We wanted to show the doors, so I'm just clipping back to the doors.
Yeah, so this one has a cool epic lead up where you've got a series of doors, and you're in the bottom of a prison. This prison was built around this boss. He is a regenerator, he cannot die. So what they would do is keep the boss in a perpetual state of drowning. It was actually our intention, and it may still happen, that this room he's about to go into is completely flooded with water, and when you open this door, the water drains out. And he was kept there just to make sure that he couldn't break free, because he cannot be killed, except for by the player. For some reason.
Jak ktoś nie widział wczoraj gameplayu Matila, to polecam sobie zobaczyć, jak szedł do tej lokacji i tam uciekał przed armią mobów.
Brutal. There are actually ballistae around the arena, and the first time you phase shift him, he will take a knee, and then you hit the ballista fires at him, and the spear goes, the big projectile, it's a big metal spike, goes into him, and he can pull that out, and now use it as a weapon. So there's phase change number one. The second one, the second ballista, he will get shot, and he will lose his entire arm, it will be gone. He will then kind of Dragon Ball Z Piccolo style grow a new one. And that arm is fresh and imbued with, like, his corpse is all rotted, so he doesn't get to use too much magic, just the cold magic from his like frozen organs. And now he regrows a fresh bloody arm, and he can now use blood magic, and then you've got phase 3, so he's both got a spear and blood magic going on. He's very difficult. Oh, nice heavy stun.
No. Damn it.
All good. So my plan, as I said, it was pretty impromptu to just go through things. We've got about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to say we just skip straight to seeing if anyone wants to come up here and fight. It is not going to be if you succeed, you get some merch. I will just give you some merch anyway. However, it'll be one at a time. I'll ask people to raise their hand if they want. If no one wants to, we'll go to Q&A. It's fine. But I'd like to give some people to give it a shot. There's some hand sanitizer up here if you're feeling like you want it. You don't have to, it's up to you. We will pick the boss. Hard luck. But again, put on a show, and then you get the merch. It's all good. We just want to have this be fun and entertaining. All right, so that being said, let me just check there wasn't anything super critical I needed to talk through. I'll talk over when people are
Powiem wam, że mi się dużo bardziej od tego Warriora podoba gameplay Monka, bo ten Monk, Warrior ma fajny ten ładowany atak, ale on się wydaje strasznie taki nieporęczny, ale Monk strasznie dużo skacze, odskakuje, doskakuje, porusza się, jakby wiecie, ma te swoje wywijasy, więc to na pewno bardziej mi się takie podejście do melee podoba, gdzie ta postać cały czas się rusza, masz nad nią kontrolę i że jak musisz stanąć, naładować się albo podskoczyć wolno i uderzyć w ziemię, to mi całkowicie jakoś nie leży, nie? Ale właśnie taki Monk wydawał się być całkiem okej podejściem do melee.
Welcome. Give it a go. So he's going to set you up, go over there. He'll get you into the correct position on the correct class.
On wygląda jakby miał zniszczyć tego bossa.
You can do it before or after, it's entirely up to you. And then give it a go. And
widzę tam dużo godzin wpawów w Exile.
See what happens. All right. As soon as you started, I'll move on to some other topics.
Right through that menacing-looking gate there.
Remember,
dodge roll, spacebar. Good luck.
Do better than me.
W ogóle cóż za ten gameplay, jakie stanowisko w ogóle wygląda z tym płynem obok.
You got your Warcry on W, you've got your Sunder on R. Now this character has, on right click, it's called Armor Break. If you hit the boss 3 times in this case, it will break its armor. If you then Sunder it, you will do an always crit at double damage. It's good!
No, nie da się tak przygotować.
Try again if you get a stun on him.
If you heavy stun him, feel free to open a portal.
Leap Slam does a ton of extra stun damage, by the way.
Whoa.
When he's armor broken, using the right click, if you hit him 3 times,
Strasznie mały jest
R, the
atak
thunder,
wręcz,
will do
mam
an
wrażenie.
always crit at double damage.
Musi bardzo blisko
E,
podejść
which is
do
the
tego
leap slam,
bossa.
will do a 1000% or 500%
Tak z
more
obserwacji,
stun
nie?
damage. So
I
that
think
is
it's 500. I think it's 500.
500? I put the number in there, I should know. When you do that, ideally you would then heavy stun him. What you can then do is immediately Warcry followed by a fully powered up channeled ground slam. And that should do a lot of damage.
Chciał się przygotować do walki.
There's your armor break, debuff represented under. Didn't stun him.
He's unstunnable during that spin.
Unstunnable.
Yeah, you have to time it correctly.
So once you stun something, it makes it
ogóle
very hard to
zapomniałem,
stun them again for a
Że
duration.
Octavian zaczął pracować dla Grinding Gear Games.
Once you kind of get the rhythm of that, it'd be actually maybe better to use Sunder in some cases instead of using the leap slam.
No chyba mu
because
się
you
nie
should
uda.
know that
Chyba
he
mu się nie
kind of
uda.
can't be stunned for that
Już
time.
nie ma
You'll
potek,
get the feel
teraz
for
musi
that as you play
zastanować,
more and more
otworzyć
as to what
portal,
skills you should
cofnąć,
use in what
wrócić.
circumstances.
Może wtedy. Ale nie tak łatwo.
Try, you can do this damageless.
Nice.
Oh!
Nice. Just gotta get back to it. Nice.
O, ja bym wchodził.
Oi. Nice.
Ale to musisz wejść do portalu. Portal.
Remember to use the
Dobrze.
one.
Remember to use the well.
No właśnie, jakby przypomniałem sobie, jak
Alright.
go zobaczyłem tutaj, nie?
We're
Ale
only gonna get one more attempt
zapomniałem
at
jakby o
this
tym.
after this one, so as in one more person to try another boss.
Excuse me.
Życie bossa resetuje się, jeżeli zginiesz. Jeżeli uda ci się uciec portalem, to możesz się cofnąć i jakby kontynuować walkę. Znaczy, no on ma tutaj lip slama na przykład, nie? Tylko że lip slam jest stosunkowo wolny, jest trochę takim doskokiem do walki niż odskokiem. Znaczy można go na pewno używać jako movement skill, nie? Tylko że mimo wszystko jest dosyć wolny, nie? W ogóle te movement skille tutaj są dosyć wolne, przynajmniej te, które widzieliśmy, nie było ich za
It's
dużo.
way cooler watching it on the huge screen.
Tak, możesz używać portali, tylko musisz znaleźć moment, kiedy możesz użyć tego portalu, bo on chciał na przykład skastować portal przed walką, ale jak walka się odpaliła, portal zniknął. I w momencie, kiedy jesteś w trakcie walki z bossem, to portale nie używają się instant, tylko on musi je wykastować i dopiero wtedy możesz wejść do portalu. I ten boss jest dosyć wolny, nie? W porównaniu do tego, co widzieliśmy wcześniej. W sensie w porównaniu do innych bossów. Jest łatwiejszy na pewno. Nie widzieliśmy Flame Dasha ani Warpa, ale na 260 skilli aktywnych możliwe, że jakiś movement skill jest. Może jakiś Frost Bling albo coś w ten deseń. Na pewno wiem, że gdzieś tam było pokazane, że rangerka ma jakiś odskok taki do tyłu, więc to też można pewnie wykorzystać jako movement skill. Też coś wspominali o tym, że w drzewku pasywek istnieje możliwość zamiany dasha na coś bardziej rangerkowatego. Dash dla bowów. Oj.
As far as I'm concerned, you've already won, which is awesome. It's a good attempt. Still yet to be a success.
O, cheezuję go.
Nice.
Bardzo ładnie.
Very nice. Oi. Home stretch.
O! Damage overtime na ziemi. Kurde, aż się ja stresuję oglądając to. Nie, naprawdę te walki są bardzo dobrze zrobione. Cooling jakiś?
One thing I'm noticing a lot here is the instinct to use shift, attack in place all the time. It does result in misses. It is very hard to change the muscle memory there. I appreciate that.
O,
Perfect example.
You got this.
Oh, easy. Do it. Nice.
nice. Klask, klask. No
All
tam
right, thank you
część
very
itemów.
much. We'll give one more person an attempt, and unfortunately, that will, well, it's either that or we do a Q&A. We're going to go to a different boss that we
Well
haven't
done.
shown here. Well done. Come this way, I'll give you something, or you can pick.
Gotta use the quest reward.
There's a plushie, there's game pads if you want. Any of these. Just pick one item out of one bag. Feel free. Awesome, that's a legacy one as well. Well done, awesome. All right, we've got one more. Oh, you're right up the front here, let's go.
Where am I taking him?
Now the good thing is if you dive very quickly, someone else gets shot.
No, jest wolniej, ale no to
Nice to meet
jakby...
you.
Właśnie
Octavian will get you
dlatego
situated there.
uważam,
This is the
że
last one. Won't be a Q&A,
dobrze,
so
że
whoever
PoE
wants to
1 nie
really
zostało
questions.
wchłonięte
We'll
przez
just,
PoE 2, nie? Bo
we'll just do this
dla
instead. I
osób,
think it's
które
more
faktycznie
entertaining.
lubią tą szybką rozgrywkę, jednak zostanie przynajmniej to stare PoE, z którego nadal będziemy mogli się jakby cieszyć, jeżeli ktoś lubi zapierdzielać, nie? Może się też okazać, że faktycznie no tutaj sama itemizacja będzie dużo lepsza, w sensie, że te przedmioty, które postacie mają tutaj zrobione i buildy, które mają przygotowane odgórnie, one są po prostu kiepskie i dlatego te walki tak wyglądają, ale wydaje mi się, że i tak są zaprojektowane w ten sposób, żeby były po prostu wolne, wymagające, żeby to był taki hardcore, żeby przejście kampanii nie było tutorialem jak w PoE 1, tylko że przejście kampanii było faktycznie wyzwaniem.
If we'd shown this one yet.
Is it live?
Blind.
Także
Oh, blind.
zobaczymy.
Yeah, of course.
He's just off screen to the left there.
It's to your left, it's kind of top left corner of the screen. to
Zobaczmy,
get to the
zobaczymy.
boss.
Dobra,
Go for it.
to jaki będzie boss? Bo jak będzie taki,
This
który już
boss, once you do
widzieliśmy,
the quest, he actually drops a quest item. You take it back to town. You come back to the start of the area, and you talk to Freya Heartland, and you find that you will set free the Delirium.
nowy boss,
NPC.
zobaczmy.
So the right one, the
Miałem
strange
iść na chwilę
voice,
awkę, ale...
and that actually unlocks Delirium League from doing that. So we have quests throughout the campaign that unlock the League mechanic from then spawning in the game. Now this boss has an interesting mechanic where he
czwarty,
kind of
nie?
does a Wheel of Fortune kind of style. I don't know if that's the right thing, but anyway, spins the wheel and it lands on a specific mechanic. And then it flashes a
Ale
particular color. So in this
zarąbisty
case it was
motyw.
kind of teal, which means he will use that skill until he spins it
Koło
again
fortuny ma na głowie,
and
nie?
changes the thing. So that one
I
went
losuje
to a
sobie
different color,
mechaniki.
which I think is he will summon a giant
Trochę
ant
jak
from the sky.
ten,
I can't remember
Val
the color
Oversoul w drugim
correlations.
akcie.
Oh, no, same color. I'm blind apparently. And so we've got red here, which
Whoa.
causes this giant cannon barrage
Oof.
to appear. And then we have
Miał farta, że poszedł na zewnątrz, a nie do środka.
But he has a number of mechanics, and the fight changes based on which one of those it randomly
Koło fortuny to
yields.
głowy, no tak,
So
tak.
the purple one here, which I believe
czaszki.
summons minions.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't summon very many that time, but.
Czaszki na
And,
sterze.
he's got 4, I believe, of these, but otherwise he's just got a bunch of pirate-themed skills. You got the wave that slows and degens you, pushes you. You've got a couple of slams. Ooh, yeah. That is one of the 4 mechanics. He's got the cannon fire.
No, chciałbym może nie tyle nawet, że same klasy, bo same klasy nam w PoE 1 by nic nie dawały, ale żeby wprowadzili nowe ascendencji, to na pewno. Koniecznie chciałbym zobaczyć
just
Te
let this play out.
36 ascendencji czy więcej. Tam
Doing pretty good.
30, no 36, 37 u nas by było w sumie. Po 1.
Oh, there we go. That's more sense.
Just for the team back there, if I run over the time too much, because we've only got 38 seconds left.
Tylko na pewno są tam
Come and
takie...
just tell me
Uff,
We're good. We're good. Good
Uff. Nice try, ale jaka hardkorowa jest ta mechanika.
Alrighty, well, there's no time for Q&A, and we're perfectly hitting the end of the time. Anything else to talk about here? Quickly, I didn't even get into any monsters, which is unfortunate, but that means there's more talks. Well done. Grab some merch. You don't have to succeed to do it, mate. The entertainment value gets you your prize. Anything. Feel free to look for more. Awesome. Well done. Applause. Come on, good effort.
Fajna walka.
All right,
Bardzo mi się
that's
podobała.
about it, and hope you enjoyed it. It was very unscripted. I've got all kinds of notes here I never ended up reading, but it's fine. Go play the demos. Hope you have a good time. Thank you very much for attending. Have a great time in New Zealand. What else is there to say
Było
in this?
blisko.
That's probably about it. Thanks, Octavian, for
Możliwe,
playing
możliwe.
and demonstrating them.
Yeah.
Thanks,
You're
everyone.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Could have died a little less.
Naprawdę fajny panel. I teraz będziemy mieli na temat item designu i mechanik, więc to na pewno też bardzo ciekawy podcast, bardzo ciekawy panel. Natomiast no, mamy teraz chwilę przerwy, więc jeżeli próbujecie iść za potrzebą czy coś, to teraz mamy chwilę czasu. Ja właśnie idę na mały awk i zaraz wracam. ogóle, guys, mam kogoś, z kim, kto chciał się przywitać. Jest pan Koteł, który zadaje, to jest mój osobisty boss, który zadaje mi obrażenia psychologiczne, drąc ryja. Od rana do wieczora. Także, panie kocie, proszę ładnie się przywitać. No. Idź. Także tak. Fajny futrzak i taki spokojny. No. Bardzo spokojny. Emotional damage. Do mikrofonu zapomnij. Czasami przychodzi, jak jestem z chłopakami na Discordzie, to podchodzi do mikrofonu i robi Ale bestia, kot też super. Bossy boostuje S-Club. No właśnie, muszę zrobić komendę. Wykrzyknik bufuje. Albo wykrzyknik kot, bo kiedyś była komenda wykrzyknik bufuje, ile razy kot zbufował bossów. Bo lore jest taki, że nieważne ile razy walczyłem z bossem, podchodził do mnie kot, zaczął krzyczeć i mnie wytrącał z równowagi i umierałem. Więc tak. Emotional damage. Chodź kot, chodź tu. Walił się na łóżku. Masz 5 kotów? Holy shit. Jak ty z bossami walczysz? O, zasłonił teraz fajnie kamerkę. Dupsko pokażę. Nie pokazuj dupska czatowi. Nie wolno. No, co tam, gościu? Tutaj. Tu jest kamera. Siedem 2 wydałeś. Ja mam jednego do wydania. Weź kota. Nie pozbyłbym się gagatka. Jest too wholesome, ale czasami faktycznie wkurza. Co ty tam robisz? Czego ty tam szukasz? Chodź tu. Tu chodź. Nie pokazuj dupska. Obróćesz się. 180. Typie. 180. Nie... Uznał, że ten Elgato Stream Deck jest ciekawszy. Jak zaczną się sceny przełączać, to przez kota. No tu mam w ogóle takie śmieszne przyciski do przełączania w OBS-ie. Obróć się. Tam siebie widzisz na ekranie. Chodź tu. Chodź tu. No. No tak, Stream Deck jest trochę kanciasty. Ale w ogóle mam problem z ustawieniami kamery coś ostatnio. Ci dziwnie wyglądają te czernie. Słyszysz? Mówią ci, że bardzo ładny kot z ciebie. Dobra. Robimy tak. Włączamy się tak.
I'm a 3D art person at Grinding Gear Games. I do a little bit more than that. I got my fingers in a few different pies. I kind of
Oj, wygląda trochę jak ten 3D artist.
Come from a graphic design background, so I'm a bit particular about the 2D part of the item art, despite being a 3D guy. So I'm going to get into the art aspect of PoE 2's items.
Piotr
And I'm going to
Maciejczak.
pass it over to Hrishi afterwards to talk about the wonderful numbers stuff you guys love so much.
Dobra, chyba wracamy do lądu na
All
mnie.
right, so
Przykro mi.
art in our game is, for items, is in two different sort of fields of what we refer to as the 3D art, which is what you see on your character, obviously, and the 2D art, which is, I think, is actually the most important part. And I say this as a guy that spends a lot of time modeling this stuff. The 2D art is the part that you're picturing in your head. It's the part that
A tak, Kot grał flickerem, to prawda.
It's iconic, all the way back to the 90s, like when I was a kid playing Diablo 1. You didn't see it on your character. The inventory was where you saw it, so it was the most important thing. So you'd look at this little icon of like Griswold's Edge or the Butcher's Cleaver, and you'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, does fire damage. Wow. But for PoE 1, obviously you see your 2D art on your 3D model, but even to this day, there's still some uniques that don't have any 3D art, which is a bit of a fail. That's not going to happen anymore. PoE 2, the 2D art always comes from the 3D art because we render it out at high quality. In the past, the 2D art was a bit of a mishmash of all sorts of stuff. This is random stuff that I've grabbed from the icons folder. Some of it looks like a 3D model, it's like A-posed. Some of it's like a photo, just a straight up photo. Some of it's like super cartoony, like this guy down here. It ends up with a very inconsistent kind of front end to the game. Like, you guys are used to it. You play the game so many years and items get added over time that it doesn't really matter. But it was always a bit of a problem to me that things look inconsistent. It's because different artists have different approaches to how they just paint and render and do things, and sometimes they'll be like, we need a unique yesterday. So someone will just get a photo of a shield, I guess. And so PoE 2, these aren't the same items as the previous screen, so don't freak out that Calm's heart now looks like
Ładnie
that,
to wygląda.
because that's not it. This is just an example of similar size stuff. Basically, every single item, even if it's a small thing,
Pozwolę
gets
sobie to
through
przeczytać.
full treatment. I was modeling little gum nuts
Johnego.
for that little
Jeśli coś
potion
wygląda
bottle
głupio, ale
right there, just
daje
to render it.
30% resa, więcej, to art
Flasks
nie
are
ma
all
znaczenia.
redone in 3D,
Plus 1.
Everything's redone in 3D. And the goal is that you get a consistent image on all the items. So everything in your inventory, everything in your stash, it's going to look clean and like it came from the same place, because the rendering is like the great equalizer. It doesn't paint a certain way on this side or whatever. So everything's going to be clean. So this is an example of some shields. Top is dex, bottom is strength dex, and we're calling those obviously bucklers. And these ones we're calling a Taj, or I just call them a shield because they're kind of like the standard.
Siema
just a
Guildmaster.
shield.
To jest nowozelandzki
These things always
Piotrek.
highlighted a problem with me in the game because I'm a visual person, and I'd glance at stuff and I'd go, "What is that?" It's round and it's a shield, and I'd have to like think a bit. For people that play the game all the time, you get that vocabulary, you know what it is, you've played it a million times, you've seen all these items, but I think for a brand new game, it's even more important to really get things nice and clear. So what I'm doing with all the main primary stat shields is they all point that way, and the split ones go that way. For stuff like this, where they're all round, I think it's really important because, again, as soon as it drops, the name, it's always going to be something buckler or a Taj, and you'll just know, okay, that's a thing, that's dex. And it's sitting in your inventory. You don't even have to you just glance at it and you'll just know. Same thing with like axes is a good example, because axes to me always look like they can be two-handed or one-handed, and they're kind of frustrating to look at it. Again, I've chosen to make the one-handed go this way, two-handed that way.
Ten u góry po prawej
It's
wygląda
like a small
sztos.
thing. Trying it out, it might get rolled back later.
Wszystkie wyglądają
They might all
super.
end up facing the same way.
Ale te proste.
I personally like it. Just a few base types from the axe. This isn't by means all of them. This is just some of them. Like I said, even the small stuff gets the same treatment. So we got some amulets, and these three, I'll let you figure out what they might do. But yeah, they go through the same treatment. We have a lot of control because they're 3D rendered. We can try, just play around with what they are. And it's very hard to get an artist to say, I think I want the sword this way and painted like that. And they go, well, I just have to repaint the whole thing then, I guess, which they don't. Currency orbs, same thing. And these were a fun one because we got to redesign what we thought of them as. Previous head honcho Eric, who's now retired.
Jaki smutny Divine Orb.
This was his little baby. Again, he's actually printed massive scale cast bronze.
Wkurzony Valor.
He's got a huge exalted orb that's like this big. But yeah, it was mostly just to get them to be more cohesive. So they've got that same kind of that Roman kind of bust head thing going on with a lot of them. Yeah, and so they all get the same treatment, even if they're a little guy. Some armors. So these are the base types. First 6 for the different character branches. So I don't know if you're able to tell, but there is a gradient that occurs here. So it goes from dex, dex int, strength, strength dex. Oh, sorry, strength, and then strength dex. And it kind of loops around where the strength dex looks a little lighter, and it kind of, that's a personal thing as well, just trying to get things to be very clearly gradiented across the items so that it feels like you can just glance at stuff and just know what it is.
Divine.
This comes into the naming of things, which is also as a visual person, it's
ten typ, co siedzi na krześle, to pozował do
It
Divine'a.
actually had an impact on the art in a cool way as well. So every single dex base type armor will be something vest or something coat. Same with all these. They're all going to be called that. And you might go, that's kind of limiting. But that limitation actually kind of breeds really interesting creativity to actually accentuate them more. And like I said, you get a cool gradient that happens as you go through the stats and it loops back around. So everything's strength will just look massive. What's the bronze one with the massive...
Jakiś weselszy się zrobił.
Brass dome?
Brass dome. There's a base type that just is that big, you know what I mean? Like, same thing with all the items. A pet peeve is when you're working on all these things, so many things get called boots, helmet, gauntlets, and after a while, from the art managing side, I got really annoyed. I was just like, what is this again? And so it was like affecting the management part as well as me just reading stuff in the game as well. So they're all going to be basically partitioned in a way, naming-wise, that affects the art a little bit. It's not as strict as you would think. Like, say, if I go, I'll let you look at that for a little bit. Like, say the gauntlets, right? They've got these ones here have got a bit of a leather bracer aspect that kind of starts transitioning over to what the dex ones do, which will be only focused more on this area. And they kind of spread out, and so there's just more identity between them. Here's a good example actually versus Pee-wee 1, because I think the Dex Int gloves are called the mittens, right?
No, pięknie to wygląda.
And that always bothered me because a mitten-style gauntlet is actually a thing, and it's a very strong, strengthy, bulky-looking thing. So all the strength gauntlets are now called mitts. All the strength ones are the ones that are called gauntlets. So every strength gauntlet will have this real chunky vibe that just separates itself. You're not going to feel like it looks like it could blend across 3 different classes. So I think we just get more variety of just gear this way. I think helmets is the best example of the gradient I keep talking about, where dex is where I've got hoods, but you'll notice that dex int, there's a hood, strength dex, there's a hood, but the defining feature of that is that it's a helmet. The defining feature of that one is that there's a little COVID mask in there. Yeah. So I've talked about base types for a bit. So now I'm going to go over the difference between base types and uniques in PoE 2 from an art perspective. it's something most people, I guess, don't think about. But we're trying to treat the base type items with very clear, distinct lighting, but it still is stylistic. It's not just this flat, like I just threw it in the renderer and hit render type thing. Like we have place lights, and we've tried to make it look as cool as it can. It's very clear and subtle. There's a bit of warm lighting, a little bit of cool. That's about it. And the uniques don't really have any rules. We just sort of make them look as bold and colorful and interesting as possible. And the other thing is, every base type in PoE 2 will have a unique associated with it at launch. Every single one of them. And every single base type has unique art in and of itself. There's no base type that repeats. You will not get a shield later that has the same name, has a different name and same art. Every single act has entirely unique art all the way through the game. So, to me, the unique, having a bit of a bond with the base type that it comes from is kind of important, because otherwise it kind of ruins the item identity of both. If you had like a unique sword that was like a scimitar-looking curvy thing, but the base type was just a straight blade, it's kind of like, shouldn't that be with the base type that has a curvy blade? It's like kind of common sense to me. So the shield in the middle is a pretty good example. They're very similar structurally, but very different in terms of what actually happens. This one being super Celtic and really ancient bronze looking, and we'll do something very cool with the numbers, I imagine. This little shield I like a lot. This little buckler with a spooky man trapped in there. This is an example of the lighting of these things. So this is actually unique armor that they don't know about. Doesn't do anything yet. That's lit how we would do a base type. And then here I remove it all, and I try to give it some more character, make it look a little bit more moody and a little bit more special. And we do this for all the items. We hand place and we pose the meshes, and we try and get a really iconic little look to it. So that's the difference between those two things. And here I might get Trishi to sort of pitch me back in, because this is going over the act-specific rundown of gear. So in each act, you will find gear specifically for that act. So all the base types will look like they're very Maraketh in Act 2. And as soon as you get to Act 3, they're going to look very vile. And you purchase them just from the vendors?
Yeah, so the vendors of each act only sell gear that comes from that particular act. They don't sell, like, you don't go to Act 2 and you can't buy Act 1 gear.
And you just get more distinct looks. I personally really wanted that gigantic stone Aztec shield, and people were worried it was too big, and I said it might not be big enough for me. I wanted it this thick. Anyway, so this sort of getting into the art focus of items in terms of some tropes that happen with fantasy art in games quite a lot that kind of bug me. All that stuff is obviously AI crap. But, I mean, it looks cool. When I was 13, I would be like, hell yeah, it's got spikes all over it. But after a while, you've seen these. They're in everything. There's so many games that have that, and just loads of it. And you can infinitely produce, AI just did 4 of them like in half a second. Whereas this stuff is from our world, and it goes back centuries, and there's just a rich history and culture behind all this art making and weaponsmithing from like just different metal making practices in all these different countries, India, and like old cultures like the Scythians and the Mongols, and how it all blends in. And I think artists need to do more to really learn from the past to make more interesting looking stuff. This is what I want PoE 2's items to feel more like these really rich, dense things that have all this history behind them. We do a lot of investigation on the environment side with stuff. Like early on, there was talks of like how the Maraketh would write musical notation and how that would affect sculptures on the walls and like the environment art, and then trying to get that into like the item designs and stuff as well. So a lot of thought goes on there to like get things to have a real rich sense of culture, because for a game that's all about items, you don't want everything to just look like a jagged spiky sword every single time, or like just cool flaming blade of blah. You just want,
Zacytuję Owiego na naszym czacie wspólnym ze streamerami. Bossy mi rozjebały głowę, ja jebę. Myślę, że to podsumowuje design bossów Paweł Exile.
What is it going to do?
You figure that out. So this is the part I really like, is that I personally make a lot of weapons and items and stuff. But the cool thing is I make all these unique items. Oh, this is a drop, by the way. This is nothing. If I could have a screen that went all around the whole building, it still wouldn't get them all. They'd keep going. There's many. Anyway, they don't know about them most of the time. I'm just making them. And then I sort of give it to them. And to me, it's kind of like they've actually found a unique, and they don't know what it does. Like it's actually unidentified. And they have to be their own little Deckard Cain and be like, what the hell does this do? Which is really exciting to me. Like I don't know, this little weird wand up the top that is basically a hand holding a bell.
Właśnie, się zastanawiam, co to za pistolet, a to faktycznie ręka trzymająca dzwonek.
And so I just think, well, there's cool stuff there. Does it like reverberate your spells? Does it bounce things back?
Oj.
I don't know. Does stuff. It'll be cool, I promise.
Co do tego, że kasztan taki twardy, a tu rozjebało, myślałem, że on lubi HC Mode. On się tak jara na HC w PoE 2, że ja myślę, że to będzie jego main gra. Akurat Owi chyba raczej przejdzie na PoE 2 i będzie tam grał HC.
Every unique is going to have a lot of interest and just flair and just feel like it came from somewhere. It wasn't just like
coś przypalili, dlatego takie dobre są te arty.
Some of them are just, they look cool, but a lot of them are going to be really well thought out.
Bez używek nie tworzą się takie fajne arty.
From the outside, I don't know about the numbers. So this is where I pass over to this guy. And thank you.
Hey, so let's talk about item mechanics then. So my name is Rishi. I'm a game designer at Grinding Gear Games. I mostly work on item stuff. I've been working on them for a really long time, although, of course, I do other stuff as well.
Ale miałem
it is no
problem z jego
secret
imieniem i
that
nazwiskiem
we think
na
items are
odcinku.
very important to this game. Like we just spent all this time talking about just what they look like, and there's so much more to them, right? Like we want items to feel real. They're more than just a collection of stats. And now that PoE 2 is a game in itself, we have a chance to look at items all the way at its very fundamentals and try to make some changes that we couldn't make in an existing game because of the worry of how you would port existing items over to a new system. So I'd like to go over some of these fundamental changes with you. So this is the first problem that we really wanted to tackle. In Path of Exile 1, different weapon classes don't necessarily feel that different from each other. Like just take an axe and take a sword. There are some light stat differences. Some of them have, faster swing speeds or faster damage per hit. But how much does that difference actually matter? So for this reason, we added implicits to all the weapons. So, every sword has an accuracy-related implicit in most cases. Axes don't have implicits. Maces have stun-related implicits, and so on. And it helps. It gives them a bit of identity. But it doesn't really make them feel that different, right? Like, you're still just swinging a bunch of stats. The other problem, too, is that most skills you can use with kind of any weapon. So what you really care about is, at the end of the day, which is the weapon that's going to do the most damage, and I'm going to use that weapon. So I want to talk about the attribute, like attribute alignments in this game. And we consider this very important as a way of aligning certain attributes with different mechanics in the game. There are some new weapons in there. I'll let you look to see what they are. But effectively what we do is we associate different weapons with different attributes, and that sort of gives us a like some guidance on what their stats will be. For example, armor-related stats are usually aligned to strength in our game. Evasion is aligned to dexterity. Energy shield is aligned to intelligence. And damage is no different, right? Strength-aligned weapons generally have higher damage per individual hit. Dex-aligned weapons are usually faster when it comes to their swing speeds. And int-aligned weapons are usually really good at dealing critical strikes. So, using this as a baseline, it's kind of clear that, a mace is going to have higher damage per individual hit, whereas a claw is going to be faster, and, a dagger is going to have more crit, and so on. So we have tried to emphasize these differences really heavily in Path of Exile 2. So I just have, a random dagger from the dagger base types picked up and a random axe. And you can see the difference in critical strike chances is much higher than what you might be used to. So a dagger is going to start with 15%, and then you have mods that improve it over and above that. So when you're using a dagger, you're really going to feel like you're critting a lot. Whereas an axe, you can see the base damage of the weapon is going to be, like per hit is going to be quite a bit higher. But all this too, this is going to change how you view weapons, but it's still not entirely enough as well, because ultimately, the difference between a mace and an axe, for example, is the sort of attacks you can do with it. So we have, so in Path of Exile 2, most attacks are going to be usable with a single weapon. So this immediately makes designing new attacks a lot more interesting, because you're not thinking, what's a cool attack? You're thinking, what is a cool thing that an axe in particular can do? So let's talk about axes. So axes, as you can see from the chart, they will be slightly faster than maces. They do slightly less damage per individual hit than a mace, but they're still primarily strength aligned, so they're going to do a lot of damage per hit. But on top of this, what defines an axe thematically are themes such as culling and executes. And in Path of Exile 2, you can throw them. So that leads to really interesting skill design, because you can throw them, wait for them to return. It's almost like a boomerang.
Muszę sobie dodać, że w PoE 2 będą stare klasy i nowe klasy, tylko w PoE 2 nie będzie ascendantki. Znaczy sajonki.
So they're both high crit and high and have decent swing speed, but obviously per hit their damage will be lower. Thematically, what do you think of when you think of a dagger? They're mostly all about fast attacks, trying to find the weak spot of enemies, which sort of perfectly matches what they are in this chart. And they're also thematically linked to poison, which will really come out in the skill design for daggers. So when you have this identity of item class sorted in this way, you don't need to have an implicit that is on every single weapon of that type. So we've removed them. All swords do not have, an accuracy implicit. All daggers don't have, a crit implicit and whatever. So now that the implicit slot is empty, we can make interesting implicits that sort of make certain bases throughout the game feel very different to each other. Because it's not super interesting if you're just going up a ladder of slightly stronger and stronger bases. We want to throw something in there to make the upgrades not feel too monotonous. So we've added some wacky implicits, and I'd like to show you some of them. So this is an axe. You'll find it at a certain level. And you might notice that this deals no physical damage whatsoever. Its base damage is just pure fire. So this is going to give you some interesting considerations when you find it. Like, how are you going to build for it, especially if the axe before and the axe after is mostly physical? So it's not just that it's a damage upgrade from the previous axe. There are these other interesting considerations to think about as you go through. Here's another one. Yeah, so this is a mace that destroys enemies that you kill with critical strikes. Nice. Now, it sounds pretty useful, right? That, because who doesn't want corpse removal on their weapon? But note that this is a mace. Maces are not necessarily that good at dealing critical strikes. It could be useful, but how do you make it useful? It's not interlined, so it's going to have low crit. There will be mods that can increase its crit, but still, the way you build for it is supposed to really make you think. It's not that it's necessarily immediately useful. It's cool to have these sort of thematic things throughout the game, and it's just a puzzle piece that is there, so that sometime in the future, someone might find something that they can do with this, that only this would allow you to do. If some of you have played the demo and have played the warrior class, you might have noticed that they have a mechanic that breaks enemy armor. It's primarily a mace mechanic, but there is a dagger that does it here. Like, the mace skills are normally the ones that interact with this in a number of ways, but, I mean, a dagger does it. Breaking armor is obviously useful, and that makes this very special and build-defining. But how are you going to best make use of something like this? Oh, that's an exercise left to the user. I'm sure there'll be a million different broken things that'll come out of all of this. So, I've spent a bunch of time talking about attack weapons, so let me briefly touch on caster weapons. So, in PoE 1, they were quite strange, right? Like you had a staff, and they had attack mod, and they had attack attributes, and they could roll attack mods, but you're a mage, you don't want to hit people with the staff, you want to cast your spells. And as a result, their mod pools are a lot worse because you have both attack mods and spellcaster mods rolling. Like, of course, they did improve your spellcaster mods, but because there were all these mods rolling on the same item, it was really hard to get a good one. We tried a bunch of band-aid fixes over the years.
To będzie update 4.0, ale w ramach PoE w Exile będziesz miał do wyboru dwie różne gry tak naprawdę, jako launcher.
They didn't really fix the underlying issue. So we feel it's better to break out these concepts entirely. So, in PoE 2, wands and staves will have no attack stats whatsoever. They just come with a skill that costs no mana. These spells can be a number of things, from just a straight-up damage spell like this one, which is the first staff you get as you wash up on the beach, or a number of other things that can be used alongside your other skills. The later ones obviously tend to have a few more interesting considerations. Like this one obviously will be very familiar with anyone who's played PoE, where this lets you triple cast your next skill, which is obviously really good for skills with really long cast times. Here's an example of... Pretty fun, right? So you might be wondering, what about people that want to hit people with staves? So we have split out the melee portion of staves into its own weapon class called a quarterstaff, and it's sort of thematically linked to the monk. But again, this is part of Exile. Anyone can use any weapon and do anything. All the mods here are obviously attack-related mods, and here is a particularly interesting one, which has a longer range than every other quarterstaff, and you can actually see its art looking longer than the others in-game if you compare two quarterstaffs together. So, we've talked about the two, I would say, core archetypes that we sort of support in Path of Exile 1 with attackers and spellcasters, but trappers and miners, of course, are another archetype that sort of got left in the dust a little bit in Path of Exile 1. Like, they were fully supported with a bunch of skills and everything, but they didn't really have gear that was specifically designed for them. They just sort of used, caster weapons because, it increased the damage of their skills. But it's really thematically weird because they're not a mage. They're supposed to be mechanically aligned and that sort of thing. So we wanted to add an item type that can be used specifically with trappers. So the first major change is traps are no longer spells. Traps are just trap damage, and they will be ways to improve specifically trap damage that are not related to spells.
Dex int staje się.
This is an example of the new base type that you can use in your main hand. It takes both your hands, and you can see that the throw time of the trap is listed on the item itself. And yes, that means you can modify it further with mods on the item. The other thing you might notice is that it has a detonation type. That is because we have sort of combined the concept of trappers and miners into one thing. Mines are also trap skills, but with a different detonation type. So you can take any trap skill, swap your weapon that you're using, and it's now a mine. It's not that you have to specifically find a mine skill to use, to actually have that playstyle. And the other interesting thing is, with the new weapon swapping system, you can have a trap in your alternate weapon set, so you can still use other skills, but still trap occasionally if you really want to as well. Yeah, I do have an example of a mine as well. So this one, as you can see, will have the detonation type, which is manual, which requires you to detonate them afterwards. And yes, just like other weapons, there will be implicits on some of these throughout the progression. So you'll have these interesting considerations on trappers as well. So the other archetype that never had a specific item class dedicated to it was minion builds and general support type characters. Like we've tried a bunch of band-aid fixes over the years, like about the Convoking Wand, and we've added bone rings, and we've done a few of those things, but they don't really fix the root of the problem. They do help, but what you really want is a set of items that you can find throughout the game that is specifically for this particular class. And as you know, we've added Spirit as a concept, which is for our skills that were previously reserving your mana, but it also is about your permanent minions also use your Spirit. So if you want more zombies, there's no such thing as just getting plus zombies. It's just increasing your Spirit gives you more zombies. You can use as much of your Spirit as you like to get as many zombies as you like. It is completely dependent on how much Spirit you have. So we obviously wanted a base type to support this, and scepters are thematically perfect for this kind of thing because they were also kind of weird with the whole half attack, half spellcaster type of thing. So I have some examples of scepters here. As you can see, the mods almost always grant aura-like effects, or they improve the spirit on the item itself. So it's almost like you get to build your own aura and hold it in either your main hand or your offhand. You get to have that flexibility where, if you're not planning on doing much attacking or spellcasting yourself, then hold it in your main hand, have a shield, and you're pretty defensive, and you get to buff your allies or your minions, or your allies and your minions, I should say. But if you want to, let's say, do some attacking as well, then you can just hold it in your offhand if you like. And then you can still have a weapon in your main hand, you can do some damage, for something like a build that would be similar to Dominating Blow, you can still have a weapon, and you can still buff your minions in your offhand. You can also put it in your alternate weapon set if you want to just buff your allies once in a while and not all the time. But just be careful not to use the extra spirit that you gain to use your minions, because when you swap out, your minions will go away. So we've talked a bit about skills before. So as you might have seen in the keynote, we had a big problem with how skill gems dropped in Path of Exile 1. Because the more skill gems we add, the less chance you have of finding the one that you particularly want. And because to solve this problem, we added gem vendors in Path of Exile 1 so you could get one at any time that you like. But that isn't also the correct solution, because what that means is it's just trivial to get any gem at any time. And at that point, why are they even itemized? Like, you should just have access to your skills, right? So in Path of Exile 2, we wanted to both have the fun moment where you find a gem of like a higher tier, but also we wanted to not prevent you from just using a skill that you want to use at that particular time. So we've added uncut gems. So regular skill gems no longer drop, and you just find uncut gems of a certain tier. And you can use them to turn them into any skill of that particular tier. And they come pre-leveled. So what that means is, it's a lot easier to switch into a new skill because you don't have to then re-level that skill from level 1 and wait for the damage to come back to what the current skill it was that you were using. Like, you can just seamlessly swap from one to the other. What this means is certain gems just don't exist at lower levels. For example, I think Firestorm is a 28th skill in Path of Exile 1. So in this, here, you might get Firestorm at level 5, and levels below level 5 just don't exist. So so let's get into the meat of the matter, which is item drops. As you all know, we want item drops on the ground to matter more. You generally don't pick up rares on the ground because you know if you're going to pick them up, 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to suck, right? You're not going to use them. There are a number of reasons for this, and we are trying to address a lot of these reasons when we're redoing item drops from the ground up in PoE 2. But there is one particular reason that I wanted to talk about, and that is actually because of how the Chaos Orb functions. So if I pick up, let's say, a helmet of item level 70, and another helmet of item level 70, and I use a Chaos Orb on both of them, it doesn't matter what you picked them up. It doesn't matter what item it was that you picked up originally, because they're now completely new items. The only thing that mattered is the item level of the item that it started with, in both cases. The mods that they came with just no longer matter anymore. So every base type is effectively the same, just as good as every other base type for the purposes of, for the purposes of a chaos orb anyway. So picking up a rare at that point is identical to using a single chaos orb on that same base type. So we're making a change to how chaos orb works in Path of Exile 2. So rather than re-rolling the item entirely, it replaces one mod on the item. Just one. So this means the item that you start with matters a whole lot more when it comes to this. Because you pick up a rare, it has, 2 to 3 great mods, maybe 1 or 2 really bad mods. Those rares previously were not going to be useful because it didn't matter that it had a few good mods because it also had those bad mods that sort of made the item not worth using. But now what you can do is you can just, like every item could be 1 or 2 chaos orbs away from becoming a really great item. Whereas previously those rares were still not good because they didn't have those good mods. And now you will hopefully use your chaos orbs for a lot of these sort of near-miss rares. Just use one, and if it doesn't work out, well, the item wasn't that fantastic to begin with anyway because it still had those bad mods. But if one of those bad mods turns into a good one, then that would be fantastic, and that would really improve this feeling of the items in the ground mattering more, because what you started with now is of paramount importance. But if this was the only change, then the best way to make items would be to, start from a magic item, spam your alterations, how many ever thousands it would take, and then regal, and then do that. So for that reason, we're making a few changes, but the first one is that alteration orbs will no longer exist in Path of Exile 2. So the way to do this is you must start with a good magic item or a good rare item, or you can create one with a transmute or a chaos orb. Now, to help all these changes, we have gone through every single item and looked at their mod pool and made changes to every single item's mod pool. So almost everything will be different to help you with this process of making item drops matter more. So to quickly wind up, I want to touch on unique items. Oh, there we go. Our philosophy on unique items is that they must be the best item for somebody. But most unique should not be the best item for everybody. Now, we obviously feel like unique items are very important to us. And as Dane mentioned, we want to have a unique item on every single base type. Some of you may not know this, but before I started working at GGG, I designed one of the supporter uniques way back in the day. So I have had massive love for the unique items of this game. The support unique that I made back in 2013 was Cloak of Defiance, which resulted in the Mind of a Matter keystone. And I've been involved in making unique items ever since Breach, which is 2016. So it's been quite a while. So we want to make many unique items for everybody. They are meant to enable wacky things. They're meant to let you do things that you thought would never be possible and possibly be build-defining. So I have an example of a low-level unique that we made. I wish we had more to show you, but this one here is pretty interesting in that it always freezes enemies for its full duration when you hit them the first time. So you always have a really strong initiation as soon as you walk up to an enemy.
What the fuck?
So, like Dane mentioned, every base type will have a unique, and that includes a lot of new uniques. But don't worry. What this also means is we are going to be bringing a lot of your favorites from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2. Because is it really a Path of Exile game if you don't have a Headhunter or a Shavs in it?
Proszę bardzo, macie.
Yeah, exactly. So they might be slightly different to what you might be used to. A few stats might be different here and there as a result of the mechanics changing. But they will be instantly recognizable as a result. And you'll have a lot of your favorites that you used to like playing with in Path of Exile 1, and you will have a lot of new ones as well to find as you go through.
No i Mageblood też bez sensu, bo nie ma utility flaszek za bardzo, bo przynajmniej nie pokazali ich. Więc Mageblood jest bez sensu też w PoE 2.
Come on, Zaki.
Hello, my name's Zach, and I'm a game designer for GGG, and I will be doing the questions here. And while I wait for people to submit some questions, I will ask one I prepared earlier, and that is, does the art of the item dictate the design, or do you design first and then get the art for the item?
It can be very different depending on
Jak była
what
szafirka?
is
O tym
necessary at the
widziałem.
time. Like sometimes we just have to make a
Albo
lot of uniques in a
nie,
really short
przyjrzałem się.
amount of time. And if we have art available, then we try to fit the stat to what the unique art is already there. But generally, sometimes it's, we have this crazy idea that we're like, can we do this? And it's like, well, it sounds cool, let's do it. And then we make an item and it's just a blank item without a name, without any art. And then we try it in game, it's like, this unique is awesome. And then we make the art for it. So it can go both ways. I would say more often than not, at least in Path of Exile 1, it's been mechanics first into art. But, that may not be...
Yeah, and for PoE 2, it's
Może
more
nie
the opposite
będą.
for now because for a long time they didn't really know what they were doing with items. And as basically a blacksmith that just smashes things out really quickly, I was just like, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword. I just make all this stuff. And yeah, they're going to find that treasure trove of stuff and turn it into stuff. But I think it's really valuable to have art that can inspire gameplay stuff that they weren't even thinking of. They might not even have never
A nie no,
entered
tam nie
their
było chyba, że na
mental
rare
space
Oh yeah,
itemy.
that happens a lot, I would say.
They'll just see it and go, oh, this thing's like split in two, and it could be like,
Skrzat.
hits the guy here. I don't know. like, okay.
Sympatyczne.
So let's see what else we've got here. Do you have any memorable uniques from PoE 1 that you have designed?
Oh, that is a tough question because I've made so
made a
many. I think one of my favorites, or at least I would say very memorable, was Indigon. Because Indigon was probably the start of that entire set of mana-related spells that followed later. But Indigon was really the first. It was the first item that weaponized mana into a form of damage.
Yep. Good.
I have a thing for that as well.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for the outside if you have any of your favorite art pieces. for
I've been
uniques.
doing pretty much most of the unique item art since, I guess, whenever Betrayal happened. I came on board a little after
2017?
that.
Maybe?
Oh, wait.
Maybe?
Last 5 years. Something like that. And so I've done a lot of the art for them, and the art has a very different name to the final game. It's not even close. It gets changed. An interesting one to me is the shield everyone knows as the Squire. I think it's the thing with 3 white sockets.
Yep.
Yeah, I made them have 3 white sockets from
Yeah,
an art perspective.
I remember.
Because I modeled 3 white sockets, eyeball things on it, and I was like, it's going to have 3 white sockets.
Yeah, I actually remember this.
And they were like, okay.
Well, it was busted anyway, so adding the 3 white sockets, I don't know if it really changed too
Yeah,
much.
so I just made more OP. But on that same day, I just made it. And they were like, oh, we need another shield. And I was like, okay, I'll make a cooler one. So I made a cooler shield visually, and that ended up being the Oppressor. And I was very bummed about
Trash
that.
to trash.
Definitely wasn't the cooler shield.
If I
in
knew,
game.
I would have not made it that cool looking. I'd have dug some trash out of the unused folder.
Już wiecie przez kogo
Let's see.
będziecie
what
się
else.
denerwować, jak dropniecie elegant shielda. Elegant
In
round
terms of
shielda.
making art and I guess items for an act, how are you getting inspired or taking inspiration from?
We have really strong art direction people. Some come and gone. Shout out Chanda. And they really just put a really dense fabric of thinking over all of the acts, like really going into Marraketh and Val and Karui and others I'm not going to talk about. And just basically we would work with them and establish like common shape language and like themes and stuff and just to make things feel cohesive and part of that world. Same kind of patterns and shapes and stuff like that. And yeah, it's the most interesting part, I think, because it sort of, you create stuff no one's ever seen before, kind of, because it's like, it just doesn't, there's like weapons made of like cactus wood. Like, no one makes weapons of cactus wood. But they were like, oh, these people, they only have access to cactus wood. So the handle has to be cactus. I'm like, all right. I can't have just wood, otherwise it breaks the theme. It's like, well, where'd they get that wood from?
Punktów dla grinding, dobra.
It's like small stuff like that.
Another question we have here, are there versions of the early game bases that have stats appropriate for, I guess, towards endgame?
Oh, yes. So
To jest
those
ciekawe.
implicits that you will see throughout the campaign will be repeated in endgame, in sort of endgame bases. So if you happen to like, something that an implicit enabled earlier on, you will be able to use it later on as well. Probably should have mentioned that earlier.
I guess this is in reference to the Chaos Orbs. Will Alk Scouring still work?
No, it won't, because there will not be any scouring orbs.
Yeah, they're gone. If you want another item, you're going to have to Alk a white one. Why is there no 75% int, 25% strength or dex weapons? So, why aren't you fitting more of the pie into the ratio?
You haven't seen all the weapons yet.
Well, maybe.
There actually is a few, but it wouldn't have really looked really nice in that graphic because some of the staves will have skills that are more strength interlined spell, and then that would actually take up the 75% strength int 25% strength section of the tree. That is slightly more nebulous, like in a little way, because the caster weapons don't actually have those base stats to change as a result of their attributes, but it's more just, I suppose, where what attribute requirements the skills that are aligned to that particular class requires. But again, this is part of Exile. You're going to use an int weapon, a strength skill, and everything,
Dokładnie. Nie powstrzymacie nas.
There's just a lot of questions. It's really hard to filter through all of them. There's way more than I expected.
Dawajcie, mamy czas.
This is good. Does the art for items come from the story or the lore, or does the art sometimes influence the lore?
I think that sometimes it kind of makes itself up as it goes, but there are times where there's obviously characters and they have stuff. There will be bosses and things that a unique weapon is just straight up like you'll get it off them kind of thing.
There have definitely been times where we've made a unique with some story behind it, and then we've expanded on it at a much later date.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to have these sort of story threads that we can then follow up on later on.
Na przykład do tej ligi aktualnej, nie?
Was there a memorable unique you
Mamy
tried
takie
to
uniki
design that
typowo
couldn't be
na
implemented for a technical
o
reason?
stylu
Oh, yes, actually.
ligi.
There are so many of these, but I think my favorite
Karui.
example is, so there's that helmet that drops from Kurgal, the boss in Delve, the Lich from Delve, called Hail Negator, I think. So originally, the effect of what that helmet was supposed to do was it was supposed to do what the Agnostic Keystone does, where it was supposed to drain your mana and heal your health. But for technical reasons that I don't actually remember now, it could not exist on an item that also had Energy Shield on it. And it couldn't exist unless it turned off your Energy Shield. So when we were doing the Legion Keystones, we had to come up with something completely different in the last week before the release of Delve. But I always really loved that idea because it was just a really cool thing that, and then when we were designing those millions of keystones when we were doing the Legion, like the Timeless Jewels, this idea just came back and I just kept pushing. I was like, we got to find a way to do this because it'll be really awesome. And eventually, the way we were able to do it was, well, if you turn off ES entirely, then we can do it.
Yeah,
so
dlatego.
it sort of works as a downside, which, I mean, it probably did need one, at least at the time, but it also was a technical reason why it needed to exist.
And I guess as the last question before we run out of time here, are there item types with all three attribute split?
O, to się też
Not
zastanawiałem.
currently, no. Yeah?
For now.
For now.
And with that, we have run out of time for this panel. So,
All right, thank you very much. And hope you enjoy the rest of ExileCon.
Anyone
Fun,
from
guys.
Australia?
No. Bardzo fajny panel. Sporo ciekawych informacji, między innymi to z torbami, co się tak naprawdę wydarzyło. Teraz będziemy mieli półgodzinny panel rozmów streamerów, więc albo sobie będziemy mogli pogadać zaraz, albo no nie wiem. No nie wiem. Coś sobie porobimy. Idę sobie chyba jeszcze kawę zrobić, jako że mamy teraz, wygląda na to, że kolejne 10 minut przerwy. Trzeba oszczędzać siły, no bo musimy musimy oszczędzać siły, skoro chcę siedzieć do 7 rano i obejrzeć cały rejs od 5:30 do 7. Także no, przewietrzyć się. No to tu masz jeszcze Ewelinę. Jak czekasz na buba content. Proszę bardzo. Dobra, to w takim razie słyszymy się za parę minut. Krótka przerwa. No. Ryby. Jest tam. Znaczy, pizzunie sobie jem. Kot mi tu krzyczy, bo zobaczył, wyczuł kurczaka w pizzy. Na razie kamerki nie włączam. Ale muzyka głośno. W ogóle tak pomyślałem, guys, że jutro może byśmy zrobili sobie jakiś dzień reaction video. Można by było zrobić jakiś taki panel poreagowania na różne materiały. Albo po prostu pooglądania sobie różnych rzeczy, które ludzie wrzucili na temat PoE 2. Niekoniecznie wszystko będzie jakby na kanale w formie osobnych filmów, ale tak pomyślałem, że Piotrek chyba ma wypuszczać jakiś bardzo ciekawy materiał dotyczący PoE 2. Więc zobaczymy. Zacharny czat. No trochę tak, ewidentnie. Siema. RN. Jutro w ogóle przydałoby mi się nagrać też materiał dotyczący nowej ligi. Żeby już tak omówić mniej więcej, na czym to w ogóle polega, bo mam wrażenie, że znaczy no jest to trochę chyba skomplikowana mechanika, w sensie ciężko ją zrozumieć, jak się ogląda tylko trailer, nawet czytając to, co tam jest wyświetlone. I dziwię się, że na przykład zaraz po wrzuceniu tego trailera nie wrzucili też tej części, gdzie Chris Wilson opowiadał o samej mechanice ligowej. Coś widać, że nie będzie altów, nie będzie scourgingów i no, czegoś jeszcze tam ma nie być.
ExileCon Day 2 and the streamer roundtable here. We're gonna be talking pretty much everything that happened yesterday.
No nie będzie, znaczy w PoE 2, bo w PoE 1 będą oczywiście. Będziesz zbierać białe itemy i używać na nich altów. I chaosy zmieniają formę. Chaosy zmieniają formę, teraz będą w PoE 2 nie będą rerollowały rare itemu, tylko będą usuwały jeden modyfikator i dawały nowy.
Oh, it was crazy. I think it's going to be a really good change of pace. So PoE 2, it's a lot slower in the demo. I mean, that might scare some people, but it felt in a good way to me. You couldn't just turn your brain off completely. I mean, if you want to do that, then I guess, but I kept dying on the warrior when I ran in because they're just so much faster than me. I mean, it could have been the gear. The gear is a little weird in the demo,
Yeah.
So I think it'll end up actually being a little bit faster than what we played, but...
Oh, absolutely. The Warrior, I actually took some notes. The Warrior only had 35% all res, and they're in Act 4, which is kind of Act 7. So you were dealt a little bit of a rough hand there on the Warrior for sure. Yeah. What about you, Gazi? What was your main takeaway from yesterday, that massive announcement?
Obviously looking at the minion aspect of things, but I think that the pace of the game is definitely in a much slower state. Obviously, we're playing in a the PoE gameplay that we've been playing for PoE 2 has been at a difficulty that's ramped up quite significantly, which obviously presents us with a bit of a skewed experience from what I think we're going to see in next year's beta. But outside of that, I felt like the generic play style where we gather a lot of enemies up and then we burst them down in a big AoE pack and then move on to the next one, which is kind of the main play style that we see from a lot of zooming approaches in PoE 1, does not really work in PoE 2, at least the gameplay we've been doing. I play the Sorcerer and whew, that was rough.
One thing to note, though, is they gave us a blue weapon with one mod on it. Even the Warrior in Act 4, one mod. It's oh, man, they made it really tough.
They did.
Yeah, so what about you, Valinia? Yesterday, what was your main, big, shocking takeaway?
How smooth the co-op gameplay was. I was actually
To
just
prawda.
impressed incredibly by how smooth it was with having those two on the screen together and interacting with one another without just one speeding up ahead over the other and completely annihilating things while the other one's just lagging behind. That was really impressive to me. It made it
No
like I
dokładnie,
actually
Michał.
wanted
Też
to
się
do
na to
co-op
tak
gameplay.
nastawiam.
Yeah, I mean, one of the
Jak będzie
biggest things
super,
with
no to
PoE is
wiadomo,
kinda
będziemy
because
sobie
you kinda
grać,
feel like you have
ale
to one-shot the monsters a little bit in PoE 1, but because there's like a little bit more opportunity for all these crazy synergies and big burst
PoE 2
windows and
dla
stuff
mnie-
like that, I feel like group play might actually be like a whole lot more.
PoE 2 dla mnie właśnie będzie bardziej taką przerwą od PoE 1, ale no na pewno będę to ogrywał raz na jakiś czas. Mam nadzieję, że będzie na tyle dobre, że będę chciał jak najczęściej, nie?
So yeah, there was so many things for PoE 2, but there was also the new PoE 1 league, Trial of the Ancestors. Did you guys, what was your impression of that league? We didn't get too much info, you know, the tattoos, the new mode, but what did you guys like? What's your main takeaway from that? We'll start with you, Gazzy.
I'm a big fan of tattoos, as you might see. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm also a big fan of TFT and Dota Battle Chess or Auto Battle games in general. I'm very excited for it. Then again, I also feel that there is obviously the concern that we're going to end up with a situation where the players are so geared up to their teeth that they're just going to ignore the actual mechanic, just rush for the totems, and it's over. So it's going to be fun to see how they balance that to make sure that we actually engage with the mechanic to play the actual auto game or auto battle if you want to. And yeah, I think that it's a fun thing because it's right up my alley in terms of what I enjoy playing games with. So.
What about you, Valina?
I think that it looks really, really different. Like, I'm not sure what to expect when creating my party. And if I really am going to need that party, I'm kind of hoping that eventually I'm not really going to need that party.
A bit like a Blight situation where you the towers are kind of good, but you don't need them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm hoping that I can just zerg it down without having to worry about making sure that my setup is correct. But that's something for later.
Absolutely. I think it'll be pretty hard on League Start at least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the hardcore perspective? Because like they said that you don't die when you die. Is that like, that's like a big thing, right?
That is. That might, if there's any like races, that might be a good place to farm gear, like over farm. Like if there's like a gauntlet, then you just sit there for, I don't know, like 3 days. I mean, you can't die, so you just keep farming gear. Well, I guess. Did they mention how you like get the next thing? You might have to do maps.
You need a silver coin, 1 silver coin to do one of the missions.
Right. So that'll definitely be, if the loot is good early, you'll definitely see people doing that in hardcore, just sitting there, farming it. I mean, it looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, you also get some allies, which is a pretty big bonus, absolutely. Definitely very, very cool. And obviously we've got all the new customization coming with that league, but we also have Sanctum League coming back. So does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I am so excited about that. I cannot wait to just run Sanctums all day again. I'm going to be buying Sanctums. I just know
Chyba każdy chciał, żeby D4 było dobrą grą. No, wyszło niestety jak wyszło, nie?
That one mechanic. That's not even something you could do in Sanctum League. So that's like massive quality of life that they're adding there. And it's really, really good. So absolutely. Hopefully we get Original Sin back. That'd be pretty cool. That was a sick ring. Absolutely.
I feel like I'm in the same boat as you, agreeing with this. Like, Sanctum League was amazing for a lot of players. There were so many people that just wanted to run that and the challenge of doing the no-hit runs. I love the idea of it. I think it was really, really good and resonated very well with the community. Personally, I was busy crafting. I was busy doing my menu stuffs and my caster builds. Sanctum was not of interest to me. I liked the idea of it, but it was more like, I need a break from what I'm doing. I did a couple of Sanctums, but that's how I felt about it. But since it did so well in the community, I think it's going to fit very well as a core mechanic in the game.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. What about you, Lily? Sanctum enjoyer?
I am a Sanctum enjoyer.
Okay.
I hope the loot is like not nerfed too bad. Like I hope it's pretty similar because there's a really good source of divines, and right now divines are kind of in a spot where, especially if you're playing like SSF, it's pretty hard to craft. Like in Crucible, there wasn't that many divine drops, so Sanctum would be a really good source of that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's fun as well, so I'm all for it. Absolutely. Very, very good. We've got the new skill gems as well. There's a few spicy ones in there. I think Vengeance Cascades maybe going to get taken around back, but that's okay. We'll be all good with it. Absolutely. But just moving back to PoE 2, we saw so much new stuff. But I'm sure everyone was cooking up some build ideas, at least a little bit, when they saw all of those new skill gems and the new skill system. For me, it was definitely the trigger on shock. I was like, oh man, surely if I combine that with like spark and like chance to shock. And I asked one of the guys on the floor, and I'm like, does this have like a cooldown, like to trigger skills? He's like, not at the moment. So you could, in theory, just trigger so much stuff by using spark. And that would be something that I'd be like pretty interested to try. What about you guys? Lily, did you have any like crazy build ideas when you saw the new systems?
So the one, I'm not sure what it's called, but the it was like you lose energy shield and it casts spells.
Oh my gosh,
so
yes.
you could stack like 30k energy shield and then just have a ton of spells going off. If it works like that, depends like if it's percentage, then that might not work so well. But if it's just like a flat amount, you could just stack a crazy amount and like it'll be like kind of like Molten Shell when that was a build and you just walk around and then it explodes.
Surely Eldritch Battery can't be in the game because you'd be able to consume the energy shield and then trigger them all. Like, there's no way. That would be so broken.
That definitely does not work. That'd be crazy if it
Ciekawe jest właśnie to z tym traceniem Energy Shielda. Ja myślę o RF-ie na przykład. Tracisz RF-em Energy Shielda i kastujesz rzeczy na przykład, o ile w ogóle RF będzie w grze, nie? PoE 2.
With Spirit, the new way to reserve auras, but also summon minions, and you can get a ton of it on your gear now, and it's like on scepters, rings, amulets. What's it looking like from your perspective as the minion master?
Very hollow, I would say. There's a lot of lack of detailed information, how we're going to combine auras together with the minions. We have received the information that we can summon what's called unlimited amount of minions, as long as you have the spirit for it. But we're also expecting to have that combined with auras to make sure that our minions gets buffed. So it's going to be a balance act between our auras and our minions, unless there are other mechanics they have in store for us. What's really interesting with PoE 2 in the gameplay approach is obviously the fact that they want us to run with a combination of spells. They don't want us to have one button builds like the Magic Find KB, Tornado Shots. You know all about that. So, but minion builds in PoE 1 is already in many cases a very active gameplay approach. You have the Predator support, you have a Convocation, you have your curses, and your positioning it needs to be considered as well as your minions positioning. So the gameplay already is very active, which is one of the main reasons I enjoy playing it so much. Now in PoE 2, they want to get that to the other builds. So it will be very interesting to see how they actually are going to plan to change the minion playstyle to become more active than it already is. But since we don't have those details, it's very hard to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. So,
żarty żartami, ale z tym PoE Mobile to trochę tak wygląda. No.
For PoE 2, because you get all these 6 links, right? It's like, as a minion player, the Spirit only takes the permanent minions to like kind of reserve. So what about all these temporary minions that are in the game right now? You could in theory have like, 20 summon raging spirits, all the skeletons out, and your specters and potentially zombies at the same time as well. Is that something you're cooking up already?
I mean, that's going to circle back to what we talked about with Cast on the Shock.
Oh.
Now imagine an Orber Storm out there where critical strike
chance. Ja się skupiam na czacie teraz, a nie na tym, co oni mówią.
With your little SRS on that one, that's going to permanently summon those on a boss target. And if you have that on a 6 link, or it's going to be a couple links fewer with the shocks, but still, you get those automatically summoned. Since they don't take spirits, you could theoretically, based on what we've seen so far, look at a pretty stacked up screen with minions.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my initial reaction. It seems like PoE 2, there's just so much more that they're kind of like wanting to allow us to do, like all these triggers, all these like crazy things going on. And there's also the support gem change, which hopefully we have time to talk about as well. But Velina, did you have any builds where you were like, oh my god, I need to try that as soon as I get my hands on PoE 2?
Not right now, because there's just too much.
Yep.
There's just so much that they've shown me that I don't, like, I'm overwhelmed by all the different new abilities that they've added, how smooth and fluid they look, what it's going to be like to try to combo them together. I'm really interested to see just how many skills out there that I can combo with, like, I don't know, Impale, for example.
Okay.
I would like to see what they plan. They said 240 new skill gems, right? Active skill gems.
Yeah.
Active. That's nuts.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's not just that, they've kind of like reworked all of the current skill gems as well. To like,
exactly.
Like Herald of Thunder, it's got 100% fizz to lightning conversion now.
Yeah.
Like what? Like that was like so hard to get before in PoE 1. You needed like gloves and all sorts of stuff to get that, but now it's just on a Herald.
So yeah, like, it's crazy. Like,
everything is changing.
Ja to chyba ukryję.
Yeah. So I have no idea what I'm going to be doing. I'm just overwhelmed by all the possibilities that they've given me.
Absolutely, yeah. And the other thing to consider is that everyone now also gets a brand new skill, which is baked into every single character, the dodge roll.
Yes.
Which the developers, they're like, it's overpowered, you gotta use it, absolutely. And it's pretty interesting, because when you're actually using it, it's like a completely different way to play. It's really strong on bosses in my experience, but what was your guys' experience with it? Maybe Gazzy?
Well, we have a dodge roll in other games of recent releases, so it definitely reminded me of that approach. What's really funny is that they confirmed that we're going to be able to do this in town, as well as having shapeshifts.
Yep,
so we're going to see a lot of bears rolling in town. That's going to be very fun. I feel like the first few days, we're literally just going to see that in the cities.
Yep.
But no, I think that element of the gameplay feels like you are having an actual proper reactional gameplay experience. I know that they've wanted to have that in PoE 1, where it's supposed to be reactive, but it's been very hard when you have a skeleton 2 screens away, one-shotting you in the higher maps with juiced-up mods. But in PoE 2 that we've seen so far, it's felt a lot better in terms of us being able to reactively play the game. There's a telegraphed explosion happening or a telegraphed big slam happening. You are able to actually genuinely dodge that, and even if you do the dodge ability, right as that ability lands, you're not going to take damage from it, unless it is an AoE ability, which would make sense. And I feel like that's a really good step in the right direction for the immersion of you actually
Właśnie mam wrażenie, że nie przygotowali jakby pokazu druida, setupu dla druida na tę prezentację. Chyba, że coś Kriparian będzie miał w tym godzinnym panelu.
What does this mean for hardcore? Do you think it gives you more control, more agency, or is it kind of what do you think about that?
It definitely made the boss
Teraz
fights
będziemy
feel
mieli
more fluid, so
potem godzinny gameplay
hardcore,
Kripariana.
say you run out of flame dash charges, right? I mean, you're kind of just running around awkwardly, or you kind of dodge slightly, you're out of flasks, everything, so you're just kind of awkwardly moving around there, just force move, right? But now you can dodge, and made it a lot more fluid, so you can dodge around the boss and make sure you're in its safe spot behind its back, like a lot of bosses have. If you just stay behind their back, you're good. But they flip around, then you can flip around them. You don't just awkwardly walk around.
Yeah, absolutely. I found on the Huntress, Valina, because you also played the Huntress, it felt particularly good because the melee attacks were so snappy. You could attack, roll.
Yes.
And that definitely felt really strong. Did you like that as well?
Oh my God, that felt so smooth. That was such a nice feature. The first boss that I fought, which, by the way, very deadly.
Very deadly,
very deadly. When I finally got the dodge roll with their attacks, finally dodging just before they hit me and then hitting them, that felt so satisfying to actually do. That was a really... What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It was exciting. It was just exciting to have gameplay like that, because in PoE 1, you either zerg down the bosses and not care about what they do,
gameplayu, a potem roundtable,
flailing around trying
RPG
to wait for your
roundtable
dashes to come back.
I do Race'a I do Spanka.
So yeah, I really appreciate the
Powiem wam, że jestem strasznie zmęczony dzisiaj, bo spałem 4-5 godzin max i dla mnie to jest zdecydowanie za mało. Ja jeszcze tam kręciłem film, ogarniałem i powiem wam, że po prostu najchętniej teraz już poszedłem spać, a tu jeszcze trzeba wysiedzieć 6-7 godzin. Będzie ciężko.
But there seems to be a time frame where after a dodge, your character has to get up on their feet, and that time frame seems to be a frame where you're actually able to take damage. So it doesn't seem like you're able to just roll. You're immune to everything except AoE damages, because that would be broken, especially for totem builds, minion builds, or even dot builds in that sequences as well. But I definitely think that there is definitely a time frame where you're still being able to hit, but you can do that initial immunity roll when you see a well telegraphed ability flying your way, so to say.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys in PoE, everyone's going to analyze what the exact immunity window is and all
Chciaławie,
sorts of
no.
stuff like that. So
Zdecydowanie.
I'm sure we'll get a
Wczoraj nie
lot out of
wytrzymałem
that.
całego
But
ExileConu.
there is also just so much coming in the form of this weapon swap thing as well. Like, I didn't really get too much of an opportunity to mess with it myself. It's more like of a conceptual thing, because we didn't have the Atlas passive, the skill tree on the demo. So we couldn't do the kind of 10 points here, 10 points there. But do you guys actually think that you'll be able to like modify some of your builds just kind of in the PoE 1 context with that in mind? Like, would you, like for me at least, I was like, okay, I can have 2 bows, I could put 10 ballista points here and put like 10 movement speed points here and like kind of have my bossing and my movement speed set up and weapon swap between those. Do you guys have that kind of feeling as well, or?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to like think about with current PoE. Like it's really like, it really goes against it. Like PoE 1, you just do only one type of damage, like 99.9% of the time. Then PoE 2, they're trying to get you to do like other thing and mix and match more. But like the only thing I can think of in terms of what we know and like from our past knowledge of PoE 1, which doesn't seem like it'll carry over at all. Just I'm thinking like a lot of utility.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you guys?
I feel like they provide us with the option to have a generic clearing setup, like you talked about. Having a weapon setup for your clearing, and then you have an entire setup, not just the weapon, but the skill trees change. You can have your 6-link setup for it as well. And if you look at the builds that was going to use a lot of Rs or minions for that matter as well, you do have that option with the weapon swap and those 10 points to have a more of a focus on your clearing aspect on one end, and then you might even just quickly switch 2 Rs for a boss and then do that and have an optimized setup for the actual sake of bossing or single target boss fights in general. So I think it's a really cool system. I do wonder how well it's going to plan out for certain builds. Will obviously be kind of well-rounded beast to the point where it's not really needed. But it's going to be fun to see how they balance it to start with.
Absolutely, yeah. You got anything to add, Melina?
It's going to be really interesting, especially because these passive points only come off of books.
Yes, the books.
Which is going to be like, how many books are in the game? How many passive points am I going to be able to actually put around my tree to make this really worth it to do?
Absolutely.
But I think it's going to be really fun, and it's going to be definitely. I can't imagine trying to implement this in PoE 1. I really can't, because there's just no way that we play like that right now.
Yeah, I mean, with all these questions, it's fortunate that the next panel coming up is literally a Q&A. So it's kind of like we get to answer some of these questions. So, I mean, that's going to kind of be not one to miss. And we're going to be jumping over there, I'm assuming all of us right after. It's going to be huge. But one of the biggest changes, which I think we didn't hear too much about it initially, was the large change to the currency items that seem to be dropping in PoE 2. So, I mean, it's still a while out, so things can change. But right now, there doesn't seem to be any scouring orbs or alterations, and the Chaos Orb has been reworked to some extent. So there's not really any way to, forge a rare item specifically in your hideout other than an alchemy orb. And Gazi, tell us what this means for crafting.
Dobra, pozwolicie, że stworzę wam specjalnie ankietę
my
na
wrist and
czacie.
fingers are very thankful for the change. I can tell you that, because I remember when we started playing PoE, I made a mirror amulet or mirror service amulet, as the items are called, very high end.
Wcale
and
nie
it
jest
took me about
ustawiona.
500,000 alterations orbs and a lot of time. My fingers were not happy with me. But, fast forward to where we are now, and looking at the PoE 2 change, I think that it's going to be a lot easier for new and casual players to actually engage with crafting. It's not going to be as advanced. You will also have an increased interest in looting items, because now you're looking at an item and you can look at it and see, well, the Chaos Orb will remove one mod and add another. And if I look at this item, there's only one mod I want to get rid of. So that would be something that would attract me to use the items on it. Whereas in the current state of Chaos Orbs. We're looking at using a Chaos Orb on the item, we'll scrap everything and re-roll all of the modifiers, and new players or casual players would not be incentivized enough to engage with crafting. So I think that the changes that we're seeing with this is definitely going to be in line for those. It obviously does bring out the question how we're going to craft those high-end items for the 1% aspirational game chasers.
What about in solo self-found? I think you dabble in solo self-found, right, Lily?
Yeah, I split it between
bit from A and bit from B, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
Dobra,
solo self-found is kind of more in tune with the actual like full process, without alterations, without scouring orbs, and we don't know about the lead mechanics yet. What does that do to kind of like the solo self-found progression? Does it like change it a lot?
Yeah, it definitely changes it a lot. I mean, the Chaos Orb, I'm wondering if like, I don't think they've mentioned it yet. I don't remember. It seems the new Chaos Orb kind of seems to me like the stuff you'll pick up will be a bit better, and maybe you only want to switch like one thing on it, because what it does is it like changes one thing and then
adds another one.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we'll see like better gear pickups, like they mentioned in ExileCon, the first one, and it'll just be picking stuff up will be your main source of getting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And my fellow Huntress gamer here, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a new currency, gold. And of course, you can buy items off the vendor, like flask and stuff like that, but there is in fact a gambler in town, and you can use gold to gamble for infinite types of any item you would like. So it's essentially kind of like a Chaos Orb to some extent. You can like buy 10 spears and you could get uniques, rares, magic items. What do you think of that system, Valina?
I actually don't mind the new gold system. It's going to be really different. Like just the idea of using gold instead of using a transmute or using an alch or something like that to buy an item is going to be really weird. But I like the idea of there's a basic currency that has no other use but for this gambling. And you get a pretty good amount of it when you first start out. Like I know I couldn't actually gamble with any items, but I could get myself flasks in the first town, so that was really nice. And I like that it's auto pickup.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the auto pickup of it is so good. Although I think it has a limit of like 5,000, which is a little low, I'm gonna say.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, they can up that. They can pump those numbers up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gazzy, what did you think of the gold? Especially like because you can kind of just like print items with it, and it's auto pickup, so it almost feels like it's kind of going to be the new juice that you farm, right? It's like, yeah.
There's definitely different aspects of it. I do want to say that I do agree with Valina with the stack size. I want to take it one step further than that and say that it should be on a separate window. Now, I understand we're going to have to feel the weight of it, but it's already an auto pickup. Why would it need to take space in our inventory? The way a lot of endgame players, I think, is going to utilize the system is to gamble a lot of it. And 5,000 gold ain't going to cut it.
No.
So I definitely think people will sell these to make sure that people can buy it. But if we're going to look at it on the basic general idea of the gold system, I think it's a great addition to the game simply because it is locked behind the vendors and you have a new or casual player playing the game and they realize, hey, I have a ring that I used since level 12. I have to upgrade this piece to progress further because I'm struggling on this next
Gold nie jest
boss.
tylko na
They can use
kampanię,
their gold
znaczy
and
gold
they can
będzie tylko
specifically say,
jakby,
I want
znaczy
that ring.
mówili,
And
że
roll a couple rings from the gold gambling and see if they can get a rare one or a magic one that would fit their build. And I think that's a great way to basically not target farm, but you can target acquire the items that you need, that you have on the worst slots for your characters, so you can progress that. And that immersion and level of character progression, I think, is really good on the early stage of the game. But late game, like you mentioned, I think it could definitely be one of those juice things. Pretty sure you already have some plans for buying a lot of gold, or at least theoretically buy a lot of gold, gamble those items that you want to go for, because there's obviously different aspects to it. You can get some uniques that might be high valued. You might be getting
Pytanie, czy gold zostanie w ogóle w grze, jakby, bo oni coś wspominali o tym, że golda wykorzystujemy tylko do vendorów, ale oni nie chcą, żeby ludzie tradowali się goldem. Więc
interesting system. It mixes things
Nie wiem, jak to rozwiążą.
But I think overall, after playing the demo, my takeaway was that it's definitely got a lot more room to kind of use a lot more player skill. At least that's how it felt. Like on the sorcerer, you got to use a
Dobra,
frost wall to make sure the
słuchajcie.
mobs don't get to you and stun you, and all sorts of stuff like that. Overall, do you guys like the combo?
Niech ten panel się już kończy.
Or did you like kind of like maybe want to go for a more one skill? What was your overall feel with
Potrzebuję zmiany kontentu na czacie.
We'll start with you.
Gracze mają się goldem nie tradeować. Tak, przynajmniej mówili, że oni nie chcą doprowadzić do sytuacji, że gold będzie jakby najważniejszym, będzie walutą do trade'u. I nawet nie wykluczone, że w finalnej grze nie będzie w ogóle golda, tylko on został na przykład dodany do demo, nie? Demo, do bety, żeby po prostu sobie pokupować, potestować. Nie wiem, zobaczymy. Zapewne bazy przedmiotów, potki. No i chyba głównie to i scrolla.
Fight these new monsters with this whole new arsenal that I have that I'm not prepared to really use because I'm so used to just attack with this one button. Let's just go.
Yep.
So it's gonna be different, but I actually enjoyed what I played so far. I found it really engaging, and that's something that I don't necessarily get as much of in the original Path because it's just one button, baby.
One button, baby. Hell yeah. What about you, Gazzy? To finish us off in a couple minutes here.
Play minions at PoE 1. We're already very active in the gameplay. It's something that I adore when it comes to RPG games, which is probably why I enjoy playing it so much, but also why I like playing things like Dark Pact or Totems. So I already have that approach of active gameplay. So having that in a sense of combinations of skills, I do like the fact that there aren't any big cooldowns on the abilities. You can spam them, but the best way to use them is obviously in the correct order, if you will. I also feel like as a min-maxer, the system obviously ended up with this is the best for AoE clearing, such as a sorcerer. To get a quick example of this would be that I would try to gather up a back of enemies, not too many because that was hard. Gather up a pack of enemies, and then you would Ice Nova those, and then use your comment. And then if there was a really big guy in there, you would use the staff to get the unleash on that, and just drop down 3 comments on it. And that was mostly enough to clear it. And then for bosses, I tend to use that mana surge thing, use the arc on it because that was good damage, frost wall things off, like a utility option, but I didn't feel like I had any big combos for the bigger targets. It was mostly, these are the good 2 abilities I would use for clearing, and this is the 2, maybe 3 that I would use for single target. And I do like it because it does change the gameplay depending on what you're actually facing. So that's something that I really appreciated a lot outside of playing minion builds, to have that in the non-minion builds archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think overall it's
W ogóle
definitely a new
to, o czym teraz trochę gadali, że będziecie mieli 2 jakby umiejętności, na przykład do bossów i 2 umiejętności, na przykład do clearu, to mam wrażenie, że jedna rzecz w ogóle została nieporuszona w trakcie całego tego ExileConu, wszystkich tych prezentacji, że teraz będziemy mieli też ciekawą sytuację w PoE 2, gdzie będziemy mieli weapon swap na bow i weapon swap na przykład melee i możemy sobie zrobić 2 osobne drzewka dla bowów, dla melee i jakoś to po prostu mieszać. No i jak wygląda używanie umiejętności z weapon swapu na atakach, bo widzieliśmy na spelach, że spele automatycznie się rzucają. Ale no, ciekaw jestem, jak to będzie wyglądać w grze. Coś o tym wspominali, ale nie jakoś dużo.
I'm one of the game directors of PoE 2.
I'm Mark Roberts, one of the other game directors on part of
the other game director.
No, the other.
I'm Rishi. I'm one of the game designers on PoE 2.
I'm Rory Rackham. I'm the lead game designer working on player skills for PoE 2.
And I'm Octavian, I already said that. In a few moments now, we are going to have a QR code appearing behind me. If you want to get some questions into the panel, all you have to do is scan that QR code, and it will lead you to a website that you can submit questions from. It's pretty self-explanatory. We do have a few questions already. Let's start with one that's gotten quite a lot of attention since it was announced, is the topic of gold. Will gold become the de facto player currency for trading?
So definitely, at least
No, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it would be like trading in like Scrolls of Wisdom or something, right? Like you're just not going to do it because it's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do trading in. So yeah, it's kind of just not really something that not something I believe will happen really at Endgame anyway.
Okay, cool. The next question here, with 9 active skill gems, what considerations are being taken for players who might prefer a simpler playstyle? Something like, you know, your RFs and such.
There's definitely an opportunity for a player to have a simpler playstyle. There will still be focus on filling out those skill gems to an extent. You'll have spirit reservations and things like that, and you'll probably invest more heavily in the spirit on a build that's like that. So that's something you can focus on if you do want to focus more on a single skill. You will be missing out on the opportunity for more damage potentially, but that gives you more opportunities.
I had a conversation with a designer a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, I just want to be able to attack with 1 or 2 skills. I'll just use this skill and that skill. And okay, but like, you know, if you just added, you know, like armor break here, then you'd be able to do like the X more damage. And like, oh yeah, well, you know, I guess I'd just add that too, you know, just to get the extra damage boost. And then I'm like, oh, you know, actually, like you could add like this skill, you get a bit more damage again if you combat it with this. And then they're like, oh, you know what, I guess I'd add that too. I might as well just to my build, just because, you know, like, and pretty soon you've walked them through the steps of getting to all 9, and he's got a whole build there, and it's like, you know, basically
W polskiej wersji coś powiem, bo dzisiaj coś przetestowałem. Ale to później wam powiem.
And I think it's also worth mentioning that you don't have to be using all 9 skills all the time. Like, it is absolutely intentional. Like, the reason we're giving you so many 6 links is so you can have situationally dependent skills that you just use occasionally, just when the situation is there. So like that's something we want, right? Like we don't necessarily want you to be using all 9 skills every minute. It's like, you know, yeah.
A to już jest publiczna? Lorian? Bo ja trochę coś tam wiem, ale...
In that situation you might be spamming that skill. And there's also the trigger skills and other mechanics that let you automate skills that later in the game,
Chyba jutro dopiero będzie publiczna.
You might find ways to simplify your combat interactions, but then you might also find ways to make them much more complicated with other tools. So
it's still PoE. You can still very much make your own game of it.
Like all the cast-on stuff takes a skill slot, right? Like every cast-on whatever that you're using is gonna require one. I mean, I believe you can have multiple cast-on like active skills in a cast-on shock, for example. So you can still trigger more, but of course you're reducing the number of support gems that you can attach in that case because you're making that trade-off. So yeah, anyway, that's the deal with that.
And for a meta gem like a totem or barrier invocation,
to wczorajszy ExileCon jest. To mój też jest wczorajszy ExileCon na kanale.
You'll get a combo within your automated or your...
Yeah, so you can actually, the order of the gems in the item actually determines the order that the totem will cast the things. And I believe we also, although I don't know if they're actually in right now, the sequencing meta gems.
Sporo
Do we have those in?
Sporo Polaków chce grać
Right, not functional at the moment. Okay, yeah. So there's another one which is interesting, which is that you can put there's a sequencing meta gem you can use to put multiple active gems in an order, and then when you use the skill, the character will cast them one at a time. So there are actually like various things like that are still in there. It's just, you know, that's.
One thing that came up there was situations to use different skills, and we are putting in a lot. We're creating more situations where you will consider to use more skills or to change your build for those situations. So something you might have seen in the demos is that a number of monsters are highly resistant to things. Normally monsters have a resistance and it can be quite small. We have them going up to, like, you'll find a number of monsters that are 75% resistant to an element, but most monsters in the game aren't resistant to anything. And often there are also monsters that are vulnerable to different elements. So now one thing you can do to get around this is we're adding a lot more penetration to the tree, which means if you don't want to have to use the 2 skills, you can spec into penetration, use the 1 damage type. However, penetration does not go into the negatives. It will be bottomed out at 0.
So there's opportunity cost if you're going to do that, like you're making the decision to do that sort of stuff. But in general as well, like just with regard to monster design stuff, like we're trying to make everything less flat. Like monsters will very much have strengths and weaknesses that are much more prominent than they were in PoE 1. So that kind of thing, like that just makes everything more situational, as Mark was saying.
Yeah, I mean, talking about weaknesses, like Mark mentioned, there's resistances in monsters, but there are also vulnerabilities. So you can like adjust your build to take advantage of something.
We just didn't want it to just be single target and AoE, and those are your two distinctions. We wanted to have more situations that you're adapting to than just that.
But it's also not just those plus resistances either. It's like also like the group size and just like the general. Like there should be many, many different things, like many factors that that can make a skill good, because that's really what differentiates between different skills. Like when would I use one? It's like so the more of that we can add, the more sort of interest you have between different skills and when they're good and when they're bad.
All right, so the next question people want to know the answer to, will we see a divergence in trade philosophy between the now split games, PoE 1 and 2?
I don't know that we would really. Like, we still believe in the trade philosophy we have. So, like, yeah, I don't really see that changing particularly. Like, there have been some discussions about things we could do to ease things, to make things a bit easier. But honestly, those would be more like quality of life things, and I don't see any reason why PoE 1 wouldn't get them also. Yeah, that's kind of like a I guess those like trade philosophy things are not something that's really in the scope of the split, right? Those are sort of things that would be the same for regardless of which game it is.
All right. At what point in the development of PoE 2 did you realize the game was too different and needed to be separate from PoE 1? Or was it like sort of a gradual thing? So
to me, it was right after the Act 2 reveal. Like soon after that, there was just kind of this like we were making a huge amount of design changes. We were kind of doing a lot of things that, like I was really keen to experiment with like all sorts of changes. I mean, like, you know, all things like dodge rolls and stuff. I mean, it's all like, you know, there's so much of that stuff there where it's like, as we started to sort of design that stuff, we're like, okay, well, what would, as PoE, it's not even going to really feel like something like, people who have been here and they've been playing the demo, you probably noticed like, yeah, it just has such a different feel. And we're kind of like, well, why take away the thing that we have that's like that people like? You know, like there might be, I mean, I would hope that everyone will love PoE 2 more, but there might be some people who don't and whatever. And then you also look at things like WoW Classic and stuff like that, and you're like, there are certain people who like want to go back and play that old stuff, and it's like, you know, and that was we were looking at that. But it's also this kind of thing of like. Yeah, like we have this thing going. Like we were probably going to be destroying too much as we made that transition in terms of like people's items and things like that. It's like things that they know, and we're just like, yeah, there's no real reason to get rid of that stuff. We can actually just do both. Why not have it all?
All right. So this one might be for you, Rishi, I think. How will we roll maps in PoE 2 without scours and chaos orbs? Or chaos orbs exist, but they work differently now.
Yep.
Is the mapping system changing fundamentally so that rolling might not be necessary?
Well, there will still be, you know, itemized maps in some extent, and they will still be rolling.
But more than some extent, it's just they're itemized maps.
Yes,
it still
exists. And it might just be harder to roll your maps with things, and you might just have to deal with mods that you might have otherwise wanted to just not run, and now you just...
I mean, we definitely reevaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course, yeah.
All right, here's one for Mark, most likely. How many new monsters explode into spikes?
Well, yeah, and I ran out of time in my monsters talk. I had some of this. The spikers still exist, but what are they called? Porcupine Goliaths, eh?
Yeah, it's
internal name Spiker. So they still exist, but they, in PoE 2, every monster's, not every, but most monsters' projectiles actually use like a ballistic system now where they actually adhere to gravity. So the off-screening is almost entirely gone. Projectiles will fall and hit the ground. So if you're far away, you're not going to get hit by them. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure that exact same monster, I don't think it's in the demo, but it is in Act 2, they die and then they have a like animation where they vibrate and then the spikes fire out. So no just instantly killing them to then instantly dying.
Tak to powinno w PoE 1 też
very
wyglądać.
hard to have minimal off-screening, zero off-screening, and zero situation where you just instantaneously die to something you did. But, I mean, if it happens on accident, is probably the reality, but we obviously try very hard not to make that happen.
They are small projectiles as well, so dodge roll will let you avoid them entirely.
Yes, they are projectiles, so dodge roll will avoid them.
Can confirm. They are in Act 2, as he says, but they are much more like actually dodgeable. We've been shown how PoE 2 will fix plenty of fundamental issues that Path of Exile has, feel of melee, mana evasion, mana reservation, tons of things. Do we have any plans to backport some of these changes to the first game?
That's a pretty interesting question. I think is a lot of the stuff that we're doing there, was what facilitated the need to split the games in the first place. So it's like, I guess everyone's going to have their list of I wish they just had PoE 1 but with this extra change in it or whatever, but I guess they all kind of come as a package because the balance of the game kind of is balanced with all the stuff in mind. So it is pretty hard to sort of split some of those changes because, I mean, what would it do, for some of the stuff, what would it do if putting Spirit back in PoE 1, it changes there's a lot of sort of things around that. It's not quite easy to just put that in and that's the thing,
Yeah. Like the caster changes to the caster weapons, bringing them back would mean destroying everyone's existing caster items because, they'll no longer have attack.
There's quite a lot of complexity around that stuff.
So.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but fair. Is there any intention to, actually I know the answer to this one, but I'll ask it. Is there any intention to upgrade PoE 1 to the new engine that PoE 2 will be using? If so, if not, what does this mean for PoE 1 going forward?
Yep, so the engines are shared, and the reason that has to happen just as a technical matter is that since the microtransactions are compatible across both, and the VFX team need to be able to make them for both games at the same time, that means that we need to have the engine be shared. So we actually recently deployed an engine patch, which had a lot of PoE 2 changes in it. There's still a few issues with it that are being sorted out, but that's sort of happening, and we'll continue to upgrade the PoE 1 engine. So it means that new content for PoE 1, we'll be able to just use all those new features and that'll work just fine. Obviously the main thing though is that all the PoE content is not authored with the engine features in mind, that's to say the old content. So that means that all the new stuff we're doing with shaders and everything, I mean it's not just going to make all the old stuff look good necessarily, but basically new stuff can look good. And there's the other problem we've had in PoE 1 as well with regard to PoE 2 asset commingling, which has already been happening a bit with some league stuff, is that it kind of makes the PoE 1 stuff look worse by comparison, which is a bit of a problem. So you have to be a little bit careful there as well.
All right, next question here. Will there be a Scion class later down the line in PoE 2? People have noticed that wasn't there.
No, we've removed it.
It's removed entirely.
And
yes.
Why
Big
is
hole
that?
in the passive tree.
Yes.
We realized pretty early on that everyone else had a really distinct theme. We had twice as many classes with all these mechanics to spread out, and the Scion didn't have something that she could focus on specifically in PoE 2. We wanted to spread all that energy elsewhere. There'll probably be more mechanics that let you be a little more diverse, and we wanted it so you can travel further across the tree to do more build combining stuff that the Scion was the one enabling in the first place.
Right. It also just makes the tree more interesting to not have the center path like that. So we made it so there's less nodes required, at least that's my understanding, to go around. But there's without that center path, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for someone on the opposite side of the tree to go across. So it just kind of makes that whole Skilgrimage thing just a bit more interesting, at least in my opinion.
All right, next question here. Rishi, you might have the answer to this one. Will things like fossils and essences continue to exist in PoE 2, or are all sources of crafting being overhauled entirely?
Well, they will all exist because we still like the fact that there are ways to craft your gear in these really interesting ways. But we will be changing how most of these function in some way, shape, or form, which we'll be getting to.
I think a lot of it is just that, so the philosophy that I have for the crafting stuff is I like that we have got a ton of systems, but the problem is that when they all work on every item type or things like that, it just means that things can get overcomplicated pretty quickly. So for each different crafting system, I'm pretty keen to sort of pull it back a little bit, so it's maybe this crafting system works on your body armor or something like that, and this one's for weapons and that kind of stuff. Or that's one way of doing it, but there's also this one only affects this, I don't have a lot of examples off the top of my head, but it's you try and sort of make it so that, for a given type of item that you're making, there's kind of some crafting systems that apply that you can think about for that item that you're trying to make, but the other ones you don't really have to worry about so much, so just kind of paring it back a little bit. But there's certain things that still need to be across all item types to make it interesting, and we might also reduce the number of options within a given crafting system, so it's rather than being oh, here's a crafting system with 50 things, it's more well, here's a crafting system with 5 things, and that's that one.
Yes.
And then that way it's there's just less kind of overall mental baggage there for all that stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one has gotten quite a lot of upvotes. Can you please implement cast on dodge roll as a skill, Rory? Can we do that?
If it has a spirit cost, then we can balance around it. So that
it should be possible.
That does sound pretty cool.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll add it to my issue list.
Will Mageblood, Headhunter, and other iconic chase uniques all exist in PoE 2?
We cannot have a Path of Exile game without some of these iconic uniques existing. So they will still hopefully be recognizable, but they might have to have a few stats be different just as a result of the mechanics changing from game 1 to game 2. But I mean, can you imagine a Path of Exile game without, say, a Shabs or a Headhunter? You can't, right? Yeah. So those will definitely
They absolutely
exist.
have to be there, and ideally
they must be there.
Ideally, we make them work mechanically as closely as possible to how they work in PoE 1. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Are the permanent buffs that are gained from killing campaign area bosses, like the +10 spirit consumable and such, shared across characters, or do I have to hunt down all of these on any build I level?
I bardzo dobrze.
Okay.
Bardzo dobrze, że będą musieli.
They're currently just specific to the character.
Yeah, they're specific.
Yeah, they're specific to the character. It's one of those things you have to do.
And those are usually bosses that are also directed to by main quests and with other rewards attached.
No, all the optional ones. The optional ones have them, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
tons of them do. In fact, that's the reason. The optional ones are the ones that have them more, because those are the ones that we want to kind of get you to, like, if you want to do them, Right. So yeah.
All right. Let me see. In PoE 2, have we considered group play in a more diverse way than just Orabot plus carry?
Want to grab that one, Mark?
I like my Orobots.
We don't have to get rid of them.
Well, interesting. Just considering it now, just doing it live.
I mean, we have the scepter weapon type, or item type, as a thing is almost
well, that was just the Orabot item.
Yeah, it works for minions very well.
Yeah.
But it is an Orabot item.
Yeah.
And it has aura-like stats on it, right? So, yeah. But, yeah, can you do more active stuff, Mark?
I mean, I'm not sure how much more there is to it. I mean, one thing is that currently you certainly cannot have as many auras, but that isn't to say it will change. And I think that's just because we're not quite far enough along with determining that. We're still making a lot of skill, still making auras. I mean, we have some cool, new, interesting auras that certainly work differently than just buffing.
I think the other thing as well is that
say what they are.
because Spirit is like combined with more things, like due to the cast.
Bo ciężko jest zrobić odmienny craft, jeżeli mowa dalej o tym samym uniwersum. Dalej będzie Delph, dalej będą inne mechaniki, które pozwalają ci na crafting. Dalej masz orby. Minimalnie się będą różnić, ale nadal istnieją. No. Dalej pewnie będą esencje. Dalej, co tam jeszcze mamy? Crafting bench pewnie też będzie istniał.
Will there be alternative methods to leveling
Tak
new
się będziemy
ultimate
uczyć,
characters
ale...
once you've completed the campaign, or sticking with the philosophy of push through the campaign with every character?
Well, it's probably one of those things that I know people are going to want to hear, but unfortunately, like we still believe in the whole push through the campaign thing. It's just one of those things that, I don't think that maps will be nearly as meaningful without that campaign push first, and there's just kind of a lot of there's a. It's one of these philosophical things that I just have always had a bit of trouble with. I'm definitely personally a fan, but I mean, I'm interested to hear what your guys' opinions are on that.
I definitely like going through the campaign as well. So, I mean, I do agree.
Right.
I agree also.
Yeah.
I think ideally the campaign is a challenge that if your character needs to be able to make it through. If you can make it through the challenge, which should never be easy at any point for any one build, unless you've got some amazing items from your previous playthroughs, then that is the challenge you need to overcome to be able to handle maps in the first place.
Well, and usually when you go for your second character, your gear is so much better that you can rush through the campaign a lot faster too. What was the first one?
Hopefully you'll die a few times.
And it's also just worth mentioning that we don't like any form of cross-league progress at all. That's very important that we don't have that. So that's kind of important even just from that perspective.
All right, cool. I don't know if we have an answer to this one yet, but it is a much requested question. Is Reflect in Path of Exile 2?
Mark? You're the Reflect hater, I think.
The map mods are still there. Whether or not you can re-roll them away, well, to be determined. What other forms of Reflect were there? There's some bosses that had skills that turned them on. Those are, none of the new bosses have Reflect, so those won't be there because we're not keeping any of those bosses. What other forms? I mean, the reflect just mods on rares. I mean, are we talking about things like the mods the retaliation mods, as we call them? All of the rare monster mods that do skills like that are going to be reworked and revisited. So as to whether or not they'll be something like it, maybe. But again, I'm never ever going to have that unfair, just you hit a mob and instantly kill yourself thing ever again. If people remember from way back when I used to play with people on stream a little bit more, and there were certainly circumstances. And I remember people specifically called me out on it because I shot a lightning arrow off screen and hit a reflect pack of crabs and instantly died. And then people were like, oh, they only fixed it because he died. Yes, I certainly then went into work the next day and was like, this is just bullshit, we're changing it.
So you're not denying it then?
But, it's not because other people hadn't suffered, but it certainly gives me a lot more drive when it is directly pissing me off.
All right. Oh, actually, Rishi, you might know this one. Are there any significant changes coming to the crafting bench in PoE 2?
So currently we don't have a crafting bench in PoE 2 because the vendor has been completely reworked to sort of fill in your problems that you might have while leveling. And you get to do this by saving up your gold over a few levels and then buying, say, whatever it is you might be missing. Like, let's say you're missing some fire res. You go, you browse the vendor. There's probably some fire res in there, and that's how you would solve your problems that the crafting bench was solving through the campaign.
And so just to clarify, the actual change of the vendor there is that it rolls more magic and rare modified items more often.
Yes,
so
that's right.
The vendor doesn't just have a pile of white items for you to look through.
Yeah, exactly.
It is intended the vendor is far more powerful and something you actually do engage with. Whereas in PoE 1, it's very much in the history, it's been the check for 6 sockets every time you level and a few other bits and pieces, maybe very early and like highly knowledgeable racing strategies, but outside of that, it's been mostly useless, and we want it to be way more impactful now.
All right. Will there be challenge leagues for both games, and will they be separate for both? Do I have to do 40-40 and 8 out of 8 twice for every 3 months?
We'd have to think about that one.
I actually don't know.
I haven't thought about the challenges.
I mean, it depends on how much of a completionist you are, I guess.
Yeah.
In PoE 1, the amount of consistent regen or other means of recovery means that enemies need to do huge bursts of damage to be able to kill you. Any changes to leech or recovery coming to PoE 2 to combat that?
It's definitely something that we're letting be much more high cost to your character to have a high amount of regen. You should be able to feel like you can build a regenerative character, but it shouldn't be like, oh, everyone's getting 40% of their life per second, so we need to do at least 80% of their life per second as monster damage to be a real threat. So we're bringing the numbers down a bit so that you have more of a window to be worried after taking a big hit. And also flasks are slightly, well, they're rebalanced really, again, around boss fights as well to bring all that stuff to the point where the character has a window of being in big danger after taking a big hit, rather than having to instantly kill them with that big hit. There are still some one-shots, am I right, Mark?
I feel...
It's a really dodgeable attack that you should have avoided, maybe?
I feel like leech discussion has been the biggest time-wasting topic.
W ogóle, jeżeli chodzi o crafting i itemizację, ona się będzie trochę różnić, nie? Więc to, że będą fosile, nie znaczy, że będzie się z nich korzystało dokładnie tak samo jak PoE 1. No więc i tak się będziemy musieli tego craftingu nauczyć.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely in flux still. Like, holy crap! That for some reason, leech is just the hardest stat to get right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just. Well, that's the thing. We start with like, we have to make this simple, and then we design and we design and we design, and it gets more and more complicated. I'm like, no, god damn it, we have to go back and simplify it again. And like, it's just every single time. This is why it just spirals around in this cycle. Like, it's just, leech is too complicated, but everything simple is also worse. Ugh, it's terrible.
Well, the last time we had this thing, I remember you was just like, I can't believe we're still talking about this, and we
like, yeah.
And I am being asked, just to reiterate, that the QR code for sending in questions is available to live attendees for ExileCon, but apologies to anyone watching live on Twitch or something, not available for that audience. But next question here, if it will load. Oh no. Well, we'll ad-lib a question then. The wells that were placed in various towns. What is the design philosophy, the reason behind the implementation of those over just having flasks refill automatically when you enter town?
It's just a feel thing. It just feels nice to have like you go back to town, you click on the well. It's really hard to answer beyond that. It really is just, it feels nice to do. It's a little bit of a mind change when you first try it, but after you've done it a couple of times, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. It just feels right.
Yay, the questions are back.
Taki modyfikowalny chód
Any
byłby
word on
super.
a death recap?
Nieraz o tym myślałem, no
It's
ale
not a feature I'm against. It's just a tricky
niestety
thing to implement,
nie
and it's just there to be a
wprowadzają tego.
priority. But like it's something that we might get to it one day.
Tak,
but
po tym
yeah,
będzie
it's not.
godzinny
Kind
gameplay.
of busy.
Hopefully in PoE 2 it's going to be a lot more clear what killed you. However, then again, look, I know how it is. Sometimes you're just dead and you're like, okay, I died. I don't know what happened. And we want to make the visual clarity of PoE 2 will certainly be a lot better, and hopefully it will result in just less randomly imploding.
Right.
All right. On the topic of Druid, we've seen some footage in the trailer of bear form, and it's been mentioned a few times, but are there any other wild forms that it can transform into?
Wolf and bear are the only ones that we've announced so far.
All right.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've got some tough
It's quite a lot of
things to
animation
convince
work for
people
each one, so.
Back to itemization.
Yep,
Do
so
rares
far.
drop with good rolls now?
Well, we have looked at the mod pools of every single item and changed them. You know, that includes what mods roll on what items, their weightings, a bunch of things. So I'm not going to say that, every single time you find a rare, it's just going to be a good one. But we have changed the mod pools such that they make, I suppose, a better sense for the new game.
That is useful to know, but I think maybe the question was driving at the well-rolled thing that Heist had at one point where it was lucky rolls.
Those. Well, no, that would not be. No.
Okay.
But there is some stuff, well, maybe it's a little bit in the weeds, but there's some stuff to do with the way that
Siemano,
rarity affects
Lolek.
things that's a little bit more, it's probably a bit too complicated to get into, but rarity affects things a little bit differently than how it used to. And we're intending to use less quantity on things and use rarity instead, and therefore we had to make it so that rarity can, for example, make it so you get more high-tier currency rather than requiring quantity to get that. So basically, the intention is that rarity, more rarity should feel like you're getting more valuable stuff, and you don't have to use quantity to be able to get more currency, and that sort of thing. So there's just some changes around that are a bit more subtle too.
We've also removed the currency drop penalty on bosses, which I don't know if people know exists, but that was, if anyone has done, I've seen it posted before, of when you kill bosses, you rarely get currency items, and now the best way to get high-tier currency is from bosses.
Yes. Because of the rarity bonus thing and rarity affecting it. Yeah.
Nice.
Fun fact also about mods on items and how good they are.
Dzięki.
Light radius now extends your mini-map reveal range as you run around.
I didn't expect applause for light radius, but cool. All right. We may not have a definitive answer to this, yes. In fact, I know we don't, but it's a much requested question. How long do you expect the PoE 2 campaign to take for an experienced Path of Exile player?
I honestly have no idea.
I figured that would be the answer, but there were a lot of
When we
people.
finish it, I'll let you know.
Skąd to Johnny, wiesz, nie kojarzę czegoś takiego.
I really don't know.
This is an interesting question. Is the intent to have a shared endgame story, or a shared story between the two games in general?
We were intending that before, and then it's shared in the sense that it's still one coherent timeline, but it's the end game is now separate from PoE 1 and 2 story-wise, so therefore they'll have separate stories for that.
Okay, cool. Are there any problem monster mechanics that exist in PoE 1 that you're just really happy to be able to get away from and splitting PoE 2 to a new game?
Well, it's a little bit subjective as to what mods annoy people the most. Not really. As I said, we haven't really completely revisited and revamped all the monster mods yet, so that will come up. But I'd say mostly I'm relatively happy with how a lot of the mods are now, but there will be new ones, there will be different ones. So no good answer on that one yet, just because we haven't really gotten around to doing it.
Yeah, and currently in the demo we just have the same rare monster mods that we have in PoE 1, just because we haven't really fully...
We disabled a handful of them just because they were visually not
To nie wierzyłbym w to, John.
the standard of
Siema,
the...
Jakub.
I mean, even some of the ones that are in there kind of aren't, but at least we disabled all the shit that was really broken.
Yeah.
But we still need to get to the rare mods for monsters.
All right. Any considerations for hand or wrist strain coming from things like opening div cards, crafting items, sorting your stash?
Sorry, what was the start of that?
Any considerations for improving the situation around hand and wrist strain in Path of Exile?
Wrist strain? Okay.
So like opening 1,000 stack decks or spamming
well, I
1,000
mean, there are certain
fusings.
things now that don't require, like for example, you don't have to do the chromatic grind anymore, or the fusing grind and things like that. Like those sort of things we've gotten away from the need to just spam something a huge number of times in order to get something mostly. I don't think there's much of that left anymore. So that kind of stuff at least is gone. I don't know if there's anything else in particular beyond those that would be needed to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, so just a lot of individual cases that have been
Right, there's a lot of individual cases, exactly. I mean, in general, we're trying to avoid the need for, just the whole spam a bunch of fusings thing is kind of fun, I guess, but it's kind of whatever.
Yeah.
People don't need to do it anymore.
All right. What's the plan around bringing League content that's already been released in PoE 1 through to PoE 2?
It's complicated. The answer is dependent on each league and the exact specifics of it. But ultimately, we don't want anything in the game that looks bad. So therefore, there has to be an amount of work that has to go into each one to make it look good. It won't necessarily be exactly the same as it is in PoE 1. Each thing, we want as much as possible for the stuff to be there. But it's going to require a lot of balance work and other stuff to happen. So there's just a lot to do there, basically. But it's case by case.
Yeah.
As we port them over, so to speak, reintroduce them, modernize the art, it's certainly going to be the case that at least from the
Nawet z większą szansą na 6L fusingi nadal nie są spoko, bo to jest spamowanie jednego przycisku. To jest strasznie bez sensu. Ważne, czy klikniesz 200 razy, czy 1600, nadal naklikasz się jak głupi. I to moim zdaniem nie jest dobry design.
Next question. Path of Exile 2 is still free to play, right?
Of course. Yes. Of course.
Good. This is a fairly broad question, but it's gotten a lot of traction. Will PoE 2 be a lot slower than PoE 1?
Well, I mean, it's not the goal to make it slower, but ultimately we want to make it so that, fights with bosses are more engaging and fun and that kind of thing. So it's just really important. It's likely that the 95th percentile of speed will be a bit slower, and that's just once again to make it actually so that things are can actually make sense in boss fights and once again be engaging. But there's still kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, we like our crazy trigger gems and things that you saw the triple cast unleash and all that sort of stuff. There's just all that stuff sort of going on. So by end game, it will definitely be there's a lot of shit going on that you can do. But yes, it's not going to be quite the level of ridiculousness that PoE 1 does. I'm almost certain. We kind of we need to. It's not entirely 100% done, how the balance is at endgame. There's still more for us to do there, and we'll be talking about that more later. But ultimately, it's more about making it fun for us than a specific goal of retaining speed. So so long as it's fun, then we're doing a good job.
And I mean, so far we've approved cast on dodge, dodge roll.
Just now.
And I heard, and I know this is true, but it has been confirmed that we have passive points for speccing into dodge roll. So, I mean, you can see how we get to somewhere where it can become fast and chaotic still.
I mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
We can't help ourselves,
But it is certainly nice to not have to start the game from a point where bosses have to have 2-point-something billion life and all kinds of damage caps and people are doing overflows, damage over time, and all of that stuff. But it's all relative. But nowadays, when we have to add a boss to PoE 1, like a pinnacle boss, it's pretty much has some unquantifiable amount of life because of these things. But that is what we had to do because of where the numbers have gotten to. So bringing both scales down doesn't mean everything's much slower, but it certainly allows us to then have more room to add more pinnacle bosses with more life over another 10 years of content, right?
So we talked about leagues being ported forward into PoE 2. Is there any plan to port forward old bosses, like will Shaper be in PoE 2 in any capacity?
We'll see. Yeah, like we have to see what we.
There's room for it. We haven't decided exactly what to do with each of them at this point in time, but I mean, it would be great.
Yeah.
A lot of that is really awesome.
Może to było ciekawe, zobaczyć z bossami z PoE 1 w systemie PoE 2.
Filters still exist in PoE 2.
Yep. No reason to take them out.
Masakra, ale byłoby ciekawie.
Let me see. Div cards. That's the whole question. Will div cards exist in PoE 2?
We still need to work that out. I mean, I want them there. Like, I think they're cool. Like, they never quite exactly did the exact thing what we wanted them to do. But like, I'm hoping we can get it so that they do. And I mean, they're fun. Like, it's a really cool. It's just a nice little thing. So I would certainly hope we have them.
All right.
Po co mi
How will
div
acquiring
card
skill
staż
gems on
PoE
subsequent
2,
characters
jak
work
nie
with there
będzie
being no
kart?
skill gem vendors? Do you just have to build up a stock of uncut gems to have ready for leveling new
I
characters?
mean, you'll probably have access uncut gems, especially low-level ones. So yeah, it should be no issue to get.
Yeah, they're dropping in the place of skill gem drops, so you'll have them as you go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Rory, can the bear form dodge roll? I think we answered this.
Yes, the bear form can dodge roll. As expected, a bear is slightly slower to perform a full 360 rotation than a humanoid is. Does mean they have a larger period of the melee and projectile avoidance while they're doing the roll. Convenient. Cool. More fun to do like donuts as a bear because of the fact that you can change your direction quite easily.
It travels further as well.
Yeah, it travels further. So like it rolls at the same speed.
Yeah, same. It's always the same as your movement speed.
Yeah, but because it goes longer, the time of the roll is but yeah, it looks pretty ridiculous.
And because the bear is larger, it can also push a lot of enemies out of the way while you're rolling. So full bowling ball experience.
The much harder question for our animators is what wolf dodge roll looks like.
Oh yes.
That went through a few iterations.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Jak
You
niedźwiedź
can
się będzie
actually
kręcił.
turn into a bear outside of town and then enter. You can be a bear in town who rolls, which is the best thing.
So constant dodge roll
chcę to
with
zobaczyć.
bear rolling. That's what.
Now we're talking.
See, it's still going to be PoE. Do all the new classes have 3 ascendancies?
Yes.
None shared between different class variants?
No.
Okay. How are you going to manage the fragmentation of the player base and resources with PoE 2 now being a separate game?
Well, I guess that's a little bit hard to answer, but effectively, like we just do what we need to do. I mean, we've set up our incentives with the microtransactions to make sure that as a company, we need to dedicate resources to both games, and that's what we want to do. But effectively, like there will be some content sharing, I'm sure, just like not necessarily like, oh, we made this boss and here we put it in both games, but more like, hey, this model is useful. If we make a few changes, we can make something look different. I mean, we've already even been doing that. There's been stuff from PoE 2 that's come into PoE 1 already. You probably wouldn't even recognize it because, like that's easy. This fundamental stuff you can then just change a little bit and then you're good. So there'll be stuff like that. But fundamentally, like we believe we can do it. There shouldn't be an issue. Just dedicating resources to both games, and yeah, we're set up such that we can.
Good to hear. Are vendor recipes still a thing?
Yep.
Yes.
Sure.
O,
Excellent.
cudownie.
How are minions going to be made into a more active playstyle than they already are, if that's even the plan?
It is definitely the plan. There'll be new tools that minion characters have. We didn't want to focus on minions for ExileCon because we wanted to spend a lot of time getting them just right, getting the good experience. There is going to be more of a focus on temporary minions that you're constantly resummoning if that's how you're wanting to build your character. But also the fact is that you can also have a large number of passive minions thanks to the spirit system and investment in them as well. There's some cool stuff we're doing as well, like Ray's Spectre is now more of a capture a corpse.
Yeah, it's the Pokeball gem.
Stick it in a gem.
So you capture a monster with it. Yeah, you get this thing and then you capture a monster and then that gem is now that monster forevermore. So then you can use it. It's really cool.
And you must gemify them all.
Yeah, you've got to gem them all.
A true minion master.
Someone's going to have
Spectre do Pokebola.
every single
Pięknie.
Oh, that is scary though, because if there's a bug where you can gemify a boss, oh god. Sorry, QA brain. Are there campaign differences for each character? I mean, I guess there's different like voice lines. Like Monk has a line for entering an area as opposed to
there's different voices. I mean, so like on the sort of most fundamental like.
Przyciszyć, że trochę o tym gadali już wcześniej. Tu od Jakuba, nie wiem, ale kurwa powiem, mega mnie kupili PoE 2, nawet zamysł spowolnienia rozgrywki jest dla mnie ok, jedynie takie mech, ale to do zobaczenia na becie za rok, bo może się zmienić, to używanie X skillów. Mi się w ogóle wydaje, Jakub, że oni trochę tak na tych prezentacjach zrobili takie setupy postaci, które mają dużo tych skillów, żeby pokazać ich sporo, ale w rzeczywistości wydaje mi się, że będziesz korzystał z max 2 skillów na przykład na bossy, 2 skille do cleara, ale i tak będziesz miał osobne setupy broni pod bossing, pod clear, nie? Będziesz to sobie po prostu swapował, bo tak ci się będzie opłacać bardziej często. Albo w ogóle jakiś, nie wiem, 1 skill do clearu, 2 na bossy na przykład, nie? Więc wydaje mi się, że to będzie bardzo podobne do tego, co teraz mamy, tylko z taką możliwością lepszego swapowania, lepszego dostosowania tego swapu nawet tymi 2 osobnymi drzewkami. No, może być ciekawie. No tak, bo ty w sumie Soulsy lubisz. Ja właśnie nie jestem pewien, czy mi się spodoba, ale zobaczymy.
Yeah, exactly. She hates robots for some reason. Rory, is the passive tree as dense as it is in PoE 1?
Yes, we don't have masteries in the way that they are in PoE 1, but there is more passives in total, I believe, and maybe not if you cut out the sign. I'll have to do the math, but there's a lot more going on in the passive tree in terms of different forms of things that you can customize your character with, focusing specifically on taking out enemies on low life and potentially putting them in that situation more easily. So there's more variety for what's on the tree, and because of that, there's more options.
Jak to się nie robi dla streamerów no life'ów? To dla kogo się robi te gry?
Weapon-specific clusters. There's only one main cluster that is focused on axes, so you're focusing more on general melee mechanics, which also means that it's slightly more convenient with the weapon swap system as well.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Are there any major archetypes, such as traps, brands, slams, etc., that are being done away with in PoE 2?
Brands, I think, are
brands
are sort of merged with totems, really.
Yeah, I don't think any of the it's really the merge, more of a merge.
I don't know if this means you can stick a totem on a monster yet, but that's what support gems are for, right?
I hope it means that.
We've kind of unified traps and mines.
Yeah, the way that works, I suppose you probably explained it in the store. Basically, we've got a trap
it's just a base type that determines whether it's a trap or a mine.
So then any skill could be a trap or a mine, depending on the base type you're using.
But all your favorite trap or your favorite mine skills are probably going to exist if they can exist in PoE 2. Just now you choose whether they're a trap or a mine, right?
Okay. How will ascendancies be unlocked in PoE 2?
O, to jest ważne.
Well, we haven't announced specifically the way, but we have in each of the first 3 acts. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So for acts 2 to 4, there's a thing specific for that act that you will do for ascending, and we'll announce what those are later.
Cool.
It's not the labyrinth.
It's not the labyrinth.
Confirmed, at least not labyrinth. What do utility flasks look like in PoE 2?
So utility flasks are generally going to be more reactive to things. Like, for example, the flask might say, you become immune to burning if you use it while you're burning, which is similar to some of the mods that appear on flasks. So that is what the utility flask itself is going to do. So it's no longer just, flask piano, you have your buffs up kind of all the time. It's more of a, when something happens to you, you then use the flask in response to that.
All right.
We also have effectively a guard flask. Taking the place of
Co do rozkminy na temat tego, dla kogo się robi gry, to z reguły gry się robi dla casuali. Natomiast PoE jest grą dla hardkorowców i ono się z tym nie będzie kryło, bo właśnie oddana społeczność graczy hardkorowa utrzymuje tą firmę i w zamian dostają hardkorowy content, gdzie jest masa grindu, co gracze action RPG lubią. To jest taki gatunek gry. O, wanderzy.
Some of the wand inherent skills
are actually
effectively the wand skills. So, and there'll be ways, of course, because it's part of Exile, there'll be ways to focus on specifically your wand or your
Więcej
staff
wand skilli, PoE 1 też.
main damage spell somehow. There's always a way.
In those cases, though, have those skills been ported into being a spell themselves? Like a kinetic blast is now a spell on a wand, so it's not.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
But you still get to do
Yeah, you still.
Yes, it's still kinetic blast. It's just a spell instead of an attack.
It's just that it deals spell damage in a sense. But
will it be any easier to respec your build during the campaign in PoE 2?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Will it be any easier to respec your build in the course of the campaign in PoE 2?
I mean, I don't think we haven't really thought too much about it. I'd say it's probably similar.
Regrety są.
I mean, I guess at least with the skill gems, it's a bit easier to change those over due to the way that the uncut stuff works. But you know, as far as like passive goes, it's probably fairly similar. Like we'll give you some respec points.
Nie jest duży, ale w PoE nie liczy się to, że jest nieduży odsetek hardkorowych graczy. Gracze i tak chętnie płacą za darmową grę, bo jest po prostu dobra. Na tym się utrzymuje GGG.
Well, is there even fishing in PoE 1?
Zatem
I'm not at liberty to say.
ja wiem, że Elden Ring nie jest może jakąś super hardkorową grą dla wielu, przynajmniej fanów Soulsów, ale rynek graczy dobrze pokazuje, że można stworzyć hardkorową grę i dobrze na tym zarobić. Więc GGG trochę bazuje na tym niszowym rynku hardkorowych gier.
So every gem gets 2 supports as a starting point, and then you use Jeweler's orbs to increase it by 1. There are specific, like it's a lesser and a normal and a greater Jewelers. I don't remember the exact names, but there's 3 tiers of Jewelers basically, and then that takes you from 2 up to 5 sockets, which is equivalent to a 6-link. So effectively, like that's you know, like they don't drop with more. They don't need to. And you should have. It's likely that by the time you're getting later on, you'll probably have just a stack of the lesser Jeweler's orbs, so that you can increase it immediately as soon as you get it.
I can't recall if we've locked in whether they start with specific colours when you first cut them. Or if they did, you would see what they would be before you would cut
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But I believe it was locked in per skill. I believe that's what we had in the last discussion. But the thing is, they're easy to change now with the way that chromatics work. So like that's just easy to do.
I think as it currently stands, it generates random colors, and I know that because I was very worried it was going to generate colors that I couldn't use in the demo.
But I believe that the intent is that it's a fixed per skill as a starting point, and then later on you can change them.
A lot of these are repeats. Are channeling skills like Divine Ire coming to PoE 2?
Yes, we still have channeling skills. I mean, there's a few on the demo characters. A lot of them have a lot more specialness in them, that some have a minimum channeling time, some have more of a longer channeling time, but they also have the ability to change direction. You can always dodge roll out if you've made a mistake where you start it, and some have mobility built into them while you're channeling, some special ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play with a channeling skill in the demo, then pick the warrior. He's got the supercharged slam.
Widzisz, Łukasz, a ja myślę, że jakby moje konto PoE było samochodem, to mógłbym się nim przejechać po autostradzie, nie?
Are jewels still in the game? I mean, basic up to more complicated flavors?
Yes, they are.
They are.
Is the Quicksilver flask still in the game?
No.
Okay.
It's controversial.
Die, Quicksilver.
Nie. Buu. Dajcie mi Quicksilverkę.
We kind of touched on this earlier, but just to clarify, Magic Find in PoE 2 will still be a thing, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we talked about
and it'll be better than before. It'll help you find more currency now.
Yeah. And also more gold.
So
teraz to przesadzili.
What is the overall, that's a big question, but touch on it a bit. What is the overall design philosophy for mana costs and mana sustain in PoE 2?
I mean, I guess it would be hard to quantify easily, but now that you have a mana pool, because you're not reserving all the mana, like it means we can actually have some design here in terms of like some skills costing more and some costing less and that kind of stuff. So, you know, like, yeah, that's just a thing now. But yeah, like obviously, like you need to be able to build your character such that you can sustain yourself. Like you're going to need to get some mana regen and nodes and things like that. But also, you know, like I would hope that mana flasks are a thing. You know, you can actually use to make sustain a thing. You know, there's things like that will happen. But I mean, once again, it's sort of hard to quantify. It really comes down to sort of just playing and finding out what feels right.
Rory, you have the answer to this one. How does charge generation work in PoE 2, and are there any differences with charges, power, frenzy, endurance?
So charges no longer give inherent stat bonuses. They're there almost entirely as a thing to then spend on a very, very powerful effect. So the skills that were gaining charges, we started off with designing ones that were just every time you hit an enemy, gain a charge, but moved on to more of a design of when you see a situation open up where you can gain a charge, you should use the skill to gain a charge, to take advantage of the situation, and then you can unleash something incredibly devastating. The bonuses that skills that spend charges get are huge, and the support gems that cause the skill to consume charges will also give a huge damage bonus to that skill at the cost of preventing that skill being able to gain charges anymore. So while a skill is being used that spends charges, it can't gain charges, so you always have to be spending an effort to gain them rather than just expecting to be at full charges and being able to spend them at will. It's a real build-defining thing. An investment in charges is about you're focusing on the charge gainers and the charge spenders as part of your build.
Right. But it's not something we would expect every character to be engaging with necessarily. It's just like some characters are going to be doing that kind of thing, others not.
If you don't enjoy the playstyle, the monk's all got quite a few skills about power charges, but he's got quite a lot of skills that aren't about power charges as well.
Wiecie, jak będziemy się poruszać szybciej bez Quicksilverki?
And a lot of the charge spenders as well are perfectly good skills if you never touch the charge mechanic as well. You can still use Falling Thunder for its AoE, and you can still use Flicker Strike to close in on enemies.
Tak to
in fact,
będzie.
Flicker Strike has no cooldown anymore, so if you somehow get crazy amounts of attack.
Tak będzie robione przez kampanię.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
And we have time for one more question here.
Gachi roll.
Let's make it a good one, if I can find one here. We'll end on a party play one. Are item drops in PoE 2 instanced or shared with party members? I imagine it's the same method as PoE 1?
Same as PoE 1.
Yep. Though you should play free-for-all and steal things from each other. That was a quick one, so we actually do have time for one more. What system or item, this is a big one, were you most excited about being able to design into PoE 2 that you couldn't fit into PoE 1?
I've wanted to get Spirit in PoE 1 for years, and then when I pitched it for Jonathan for PoE 2, I was like, yes, that's finally, it's Spirit's time.
I mean, for me, it's just all about the melee combat improvements. I'm just like a huge fan of actually making sure the action combat feels good. So like, it's just all about those really fine details of just, like all the stuff around dodge cancel and like all of the, just like making sure you never lose control of your character and like the cancel windows for like different skills. Just all those really fine details. That's really kind of what makes me happy. I just want someone to be able to play our game like it. Just like if someone just like random person walks up and they start playing, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great action game, and then all the depth is just like an additional thing that they learn about later that gets them really into the game and becomes more of a thing later. But it's like your first impression of just like, this is a great action game. I just really want that to feel good.
Dalej płotka, dalej.
I think that's all our time, unless we've got any more comments you'd like to add, anyone?
I think for me, the most exciting thing was when we were able to add 6 more classes, because I've actually wanted a druidic archetype in the game for a while, and we finally got to do.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's very cool.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most exciting part for me.
And mine is definitely just being able to engage with monsters and bosses on a more meaningful level, which is part of that feel, even if I end up dying to them during very critical keynote presentations. That is what makes it satisfying, and that is what makes it enjoyable.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
All right. Thanks.
And we're gonna head off.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Znaczy, gracze czasami się pojawiały zdania, że gra powinna być trochę wolniejsza, ale bardziej mi się wydaje, że to devowie chcieli, żeby gra była odrobinę wolniejsza, bo jak cofniemy się do czasów Expedition, czy do czasów Ligi Sentinel, gdzie pojawił się Ark Nemesis i gra była troszeczkę zwalniana poprzez wzmacnianie po części mobków, czy osłabianie gracza, i zaczynała trochę zmniejszać swoje tempo odrobinę, no to już gracze zaczęli narzekać dosyć mocno. Znaczy akurat to, co się działo na Expedition, było totalnie źle wprowadzone, bo nagle dostaliśmy takiego po prostu bułę nerfa na twarz, no ale nie skończyło się to najlepiej, nie? Jak Ark Nemesis, moby z Ark Nemesisu też były turbo silne i spowalniały nam rozgrywkę i długo je biliśmy, graczom też się to nie podobało. Więc no tutaj akurat jest trochę o tyle inne podejście, że to jest wszystko zrebalansowane, zmienione w ogóle całkiem mechaniki, z nastawieniem, że ta gra będzie wolna, więc to też będzie wyglądało inaczej, że wejdziemy do nowego tytułu, który już domyślnie będzie wolny, nie? No ale zobaczymy, co z tego wyjdzie. Miałem o tej polskiej wersji coś wspomnieć. Co ja chciałem opowiedzieć o polskiej wersji? A nieważne. Jutro się czegoś w takim razie być może dowiemy z materiału Piotrka, skoro już zateaserował. A, wiem, co chciałem powiedzieć, że zrobiłem mały test co do tłumaczenia. Odpaliłem sobie wersję niemiecką z ciekawości. No i ludzie narzekają, że no, ale jak będzie wyglądało na przykład wyszukiwanie itemów, czy szukanie informacji gdzieś tam, jak będziesz miał przetłumaczone nazwy uników, przetłumaczone nazwy itemów, nawet nie będziesz mógł mapy wyszukać na tradzie. Słuchajcie, jak się wejdzie do gry i wciśnie się Alt i najedzie na przykład na nazwę mapy przetłumaczoną w tym przypadku po niemiecku, to nagle tam pojawia się oryginalna nazwa mapy po angielsku. Więc wszystkie tłumaczenia są zrobione na tej zasadzie, że wciskając Alt możesz zobaczyć oryginalną nazwę przedmiotu oraz oryginalną nazwę bazy, więc naprawdę to tłumaczenie jest dobrze zrobione. Jeżeli miałoby to pomóc w tym, żeby część graczy spróbowała grać w PoE, bo jest duża część graczy w Polsce, która jest starsza i nie miała języka angielskiego w szkołach, albo młodsza, która jeszcze nie umie angielskiego, no to na pewno otwiera to drogę do całkiem sporego rynku, bo my w Polsce naprawdę my Polacy jesteśmy naprawdę całkiem sporym rynkiem wbrew pozorom. Może nie tak dużym jak rynek chiński, czy nawet, nie wiem, ogólnie jakieś rynki azjatyckie, które bardzo lubią gry właśnie, gry usługi, gry MMO, gry online, ale nadal jesteśmy bardzo dużym rynkiem, tym bardziej, że społeczność graczy u nas wychowywała się na grach Action RPG. Więc wydaje mi się, że stworzenie polskiej wersji sprawi, że wyszukując itemów na tradzie będziemy częściej widzieć polską flagę. Wiecie, wyszukajmy sobie na przykład coś takiego. Nie wiem. Patrzcie, ile mamy na przykład Francuzów, nie? Jest jeden Francuz, tutaj jest kilku Rusków, może tak. Tu jest jakiś jeden Niemiec. Tak to widać tylko flagi angielskie i rosyjskie, nie? I wydaje mi się, że u nas będzie bardzo podobny przykład, przepraszam, że zrobię takie porównanie, jak u Rosjan, że będzie dużo Polaków, Rosjan i ludzi z oryginalnym klientem angielskim. Tak mi się wydaje, że to będzie wyglądało w przypadku polskiego Path of Exile. A co będzie z polskim PoE, to może się coś dowiemy jutro od Piotrka. No ale co nie zmienia faktu, że dostęp do informacji może być utrudniony, bo faktycznie wiki nie będzie przetłumaczone, no pewnie część osób będzie oczekiwało poradników w języku polskim, też pewnie buildy, no ciężej się będzie tym ludziom składać, jeżeli będą mieli nazwy po angielsku, no ale przynajmniej po angielsku będą mogli sobie wyszukać jakoś gdzieś tam poprzez trade, jakoś sobie dadzą może radę. Z angielskim jest tak, że totalnie nieużywany umiera. Ale czy tak nie uważasz, że GG powinno udostępnić moderom funkcję, aby stworzyć tłumaczenia? To byłoby mega... Kurde, no byłoby dobre, tylko ktoś to musi moderować, nie? Bo tak to przyjdzie jeden z drugim, napisze jakieś głupoty i... No i przypał. No to też nie jest o tyle łatwo wprowadzić takie mody, że masz kilka platform, w tym platformy PlayStation, Xbox, też konsolowe, nie? Okej, gameplay godzinny. No, może być super albo tragicznie, bo Creep na ostatnim ExileConie no nie zagrał najlepszego gameplayu swojego życia.
ExileCon many years back, but that was still one. It was part of the Path of Exile 1 client, I guess we're calling it. So I haven't played this at all, even though it's the second day of ExileCon. I've been busy. I had maybe a small chance to play at the end of the day yesterday, and Rania kind of held me back. It's like, oh no, that would tarnish the experience of your first playthrough. So yes, absolutely, she was right. And we are going to check it out here. I actually really wanted to try the Huntress, because the Huntress is kind of like the first intro that I saw to Path of Exile 2, so I was quite interested to get my hands and try it. So now I finally get to do that. And normally when I play, a lot of the keybinds are quite different than the ones that I'm sure are default here.
Huntress I wygląda na drugi.
So this might be a little bit of a different experience.
True gamer.
Okay, sure. Let's see how this works. Walking around. I have been told that the feel for the game takes a little bit of getting used to, because playing feels a little bit different than Path of Exile 1. And I've also been told that generally the hardest characters to complete their kind of 45-minute campaign run or so. We're getting quests here. Defeat the Sun Clan of Hyenas.
Animacja całkiem okej, bo trzyma gidę, ma małą tarczę przed sobą, trzyma gardę.
Oh, let's see what we actually are using. Rapid Assault.
Tam się jej głowa rusza na boki.
Okay, what's that? Whirling Slash. Oh, so that just kind of stays on there. 11 mana. Extra lightning damage. Do we get lightning damage from the skill? Oh, we have the lightning damage from the weapon. Chance to maim. And we have chance to deflect. Oh, I was reading Reddit about this. I think deflect is kind of like spell suppression, but for non-spell hits, for melee, I guess. I guess that would be it. Whirling Slash, perform a circular slash. Okay. It seems to last a couple seconds.
W jest chyba bardzo ciekawe, że jak rzucisz W, to masz chyba... A nie, bo to jest chyba to pole z gidami. To był taki ognisty atak fajny na prezentacji w 2021.
Yeah, Path of Exile 2, the only hands-on experience that we get is kind of this demo, and this demo is tuned to be very difficult. So I can dodge out of it, which is pretty nice. I can spam that, right? So do that dodge. I mean, I guess it takes some time because the dodge roll does take a little bit to work. The jab does seem pretty powerful. Okay, one skill at a time. Hits stun enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Looks like it has a good damage multiplier because that lightning damage is getting doubles by about 200%. Where are my gems actually? Okay, so S is gems. Okay, why don't we actually check out the skills this way? So Rapid Assault is actually not all that rapid in terms of attack speed modifier, but I guess it does a lot of hits. It does seem to do quite a bit of damage, though. Final Strike does 288. Oh, I see. I see. That's why it has that. So that's pretty good, actually. The Whirling Slash, slowing enemies and blinding them in its area. Oh, I see. So you're going to get that accuracy bonus. Might be good to use for the damage.
O, jak się stakuje Whirling Slash, to się jakieś stage nabijają.
Oh, I see. Using an attack in the storm as one stage, the maximum of 3 stages. So you want to put this up, do some combat in it, and then run out. But that's a little bit counterintuitive because usually you want to open up with AoE to get rid of the weaker monsters in the area. Okay. Spear Field. I like that.
Fine.
Okay, what did that do? Stab the ground, causing multiple spears. To burst.
Ciekawy dla mnie wygląda ten Chieftain. Ale zaczynam rozważać, czy nie zacząć teorii craftować buildu pod Chieftaina na start. Naprawdę wygląda mega dobrze. Flickeroro. O kurde, no w sumie.
Herald of Thunder grants a buff. Oh, so we should
Tylko tam jak coś, to notka na redukcję do zera
Oh, that's all my spirits.
Resów nie będzie działać na flickerze raczej.
Convert 100%
Ale
physical
będzie
to
tak.
lightning. Interesting. Is that all of my skills? No, that's just the damage from the Herald of Thunder. You don't want to take things for granted. I mean, I haven't never played before. Killing shocked enemies is kind of the same. Okay, that's good. I actually quite like the heralds in the regular game. Storm Spear converts physical lightning, 6 extra projectiles. Spears cannot split. Okay. Modifiers the number of projectiles instead applied to the maximum number of lightning bolts fired. That is slow. Okay. That's quite a wind-up time. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies. That seems very nice. And we have puncture. Do we have puncture? Oh, that's the cue. Okay. Lunge forward, melee damage, more powerful, it requires a spear, causes bleeding, 200% more damage based on the distance traveled, hits stun as though dealing 50% more. That's probably really good for a single target. And impale, jump back from the target, dealing melee damage and attempting to immobilize them cannot be performed without targeting an enemy. Immobilize as though dealing more damage. I guess the immobilize effect is based on the damage. A lot of the effects seem to be based on the damage. Let's just try some of the skills here. So puncture. Okay, well, it still died in one hit. That's pretty good. Let's see how these work. Is that like getting hit? Oh, I see, yeah. So as it's walking towards me, it's getting hit by the spears. It's not a lot of damage, but it does add up. For one attack, it probably adds up to quite a lot. Let's try Storm Spear.
Storm Spear wygląda super.
Storm Spear does quite a bit, I like that. Okay.
Panie Kriparian, ruszamy do przodu, bo chciałem więcej gameplayu zobaczyć. No nie, no to jest sztos. Huntress będzie ogrywana, ewidentnie.
The character is like no movement speed right now, so I gotta be pretty careful. So far I'm digging the lightning skill quite a lot.
A mi się właśnie strasznie ten fajerowy spear podobał, że rzucasz speara, jak rzucisz drugi raz, to się tak rozprzestrzenia ogień na boki. Wygląda to kozacko.
Alright, I'll just keep using that for now. Once we get to harder targets, I'll probably try to mix it up a little bit. But normally these playthroughs are about 45 minutes. You can play above 45 minutes. It like logs you up, you can log back in if you really want to play some more. But my goal is to try to finish the playthrough with the Huntress and then move on and play the Warrior, which is the Act 4 one, which I have been told is the hardest one. Generally, the difficulty seems to be with the overall amount of time it takes to cast skills, and the Warrior is unfortunately very slow at that, and of course that's just for the demo.
Ale hiena.
Man, I really like this lightning skill. It just feels really satisfying to use. You have to aim it, but you don't have to try that hard to aim it.
No, chyba nie ma druida w tym demie.
And you have like this kind of
widocznie wiesz, nie mają pokończonych różnych asetów, animacji, może jest właśnie to, co będą kończyć przez rok najbliższy.
What is this stone thing? Okay.
Tak zgaduję.
Let's just try some of the other skills. I think I had a Herald of Thunder proc on that one.
Bo z gameplay, które oni chyba mają dostępne, no to jest akt pierwszy, gdzie jest chyba łuczniczka po prostu, w sensie rangerka. Akt drugi, gdzie jest właśnie Huntress z Dzidą. Akt trzeci, w którym masz Sorceress, w sensie, jak już mówiąc bardziej poprawnie. I w akcie czwartym jest Warrior. I są tylko 4 akty jakby. Według tego, co zrozumiałem z tego, co mówili. Kurde, jakiś Król Lew vibe tutaj był. Z tymi hienami. Ale tam coś, one były ustawione w kółku, tam coś czuję, że może być jakiś boss. O, chyba coś jest. Nie, to po prostu mopki. A jednak. A jednak. Aha, tu jest kilku bossów jako jeden boss, okej. Bez kitu, król, a nie, dobra. Ten białe to jest boss.
Robes. dodge roll is quite slow.
O kurde, ten skill
But
jest...
I believe the dodge roll is based on your overall movement speed.
Czym on robi ten taki odskok? To jest shifty dodge roll, czy jakoś łączy z kół? Oni tam mówili, że dużo skilli ma jakby możliwość, ma jakieś mechaniki związane z shiftem. No ten boss się wydaje dość prosty niby, na razie. Trzeba uważać na tych włóczników góry. O kurde, jaki spam! Nie! No i rip. No, Hakuna Matata.
Sure how to react when I am getting like surrounded like that. Okay. We got a humbling experience there. That is not even close to being better. Okay, all my gear sucks actually. Okay, so we want to not get surrounded, and probably if we do get surrounded, we want to kind of be. Let me see if I can actually hit these. No, it doesn't look like I can.
Parian sypia. A ja się a mi się podoba. Nie no, mogę wejść na ten.
Za chuj.
Halo.
Znaczy, no cześć, Dareczku.
Hehe. Co to za obrażanko? Proszę tak nie obrażać brzydko.
Nie no, wyłącz dźwięku Clipariana i nawet da się to oglądać, nie? Jak tam ci podoba aktualnie? Jak wrażenia?
No powiem ci, że spodziewałem się, że dzisiaj będzie mniej ciekawych informacji, a są nawet ciekawe informacje podane.
Fajnie pokazali, nie?
No, fajnie zrobili.
Te bossy, o!
Nie no, bossy to jest cudowne.
To w ogóle mega dobrze
Kurde, ten ostatni boss, co pokazali, ten kapitan, co tam sobie kręcił kołem fortuny na karku. Tak się podobał ten motyw.
Ale ten aktualny boss jest ciekawy, co?
To był tego creepa.
Jakby mechanika, że ona przeżyła tyle tych psów.
Oj, coś pięknego. Dobrze, że dali mu godzinę. Nie no, fajnie. Kurde, pograłbym w to. Ale...
No dobrze to wygląda.
No, dalej wychodzę z założenia, że bardziej będę grał w PoE 1 niż w PoE 2, ale no pewnie będę sobie do PoE 2 co jakiś czas zasiadał, nie? Raczej będę...
Wydaje, że to będzie tak czasowo rozłożone, że nawet znów będziemy grali to PoE 2. Nie wydaje mi się, żeby to było tak znów, że będziemy zmuszeni do tego. To będzie po prostu przyjemny experience do grania. No. Inaczej, wychodzę z teorią, czat, że PoE 2 będzie dla nas tym, czym powinien być dla nas Diablo 4.
No, znaczy coś bardzo możliwe, że wiesz, przez to, że będzie, jak już kiedyś będzie PoE 2, o ile dożyjemy, to zamiast iść sobie na Last Epocha, to będziemy sobie do PoE 2 siadać na przykład, nie? Pytanie, jak będą też nastawieni do wprowadzenia mechanik ligowych w PoE 2 stricte, nie? Bo
No, Piotrek napisał coś takiego na tym, po tym wywiadzie z Chrisem Wilsonem i z tam ekipą, że ligi w PoE 2 będą przechodziły potem do PoE 1, tylko że zmienione.
Okej.
Czyli będziemy jedną ligę do tyłu, tak jakby w PoE 1 za PoE 2.
Znaczy coś
tylko,
tam
że to będzie zmienione jakby na rzeczywistość PoE. Ale przerąbane są te moby.
No, ale teraz rozkminił, ładnie im uciekł. Nie uciekł, używa teraz tego Whirlwinda.
Ale porobił.
Nie, strasznie ciekawy jest ten design tych bossów. Czy on się wyleczył do fulla? Nie możesz opuścić tej areny, bo on się leczy do fulla chyba. XD. Kriwi jak zawsze gra, jakby się w piwnicy był na ofie. W dupie ma, że cały świat patrzy.
Oho, hieny wsiczają. Nie no, to jedno tylko. Czy da radę zrobić sanktum flickerem? Da radę. Tylko nie trzeba robić flickerem.
Flickerem się da zrobić wszystko. W Delwie się fajnie biega, ekscytująco. Tylko nie możesz za długo prawego przytrzymać.
Możesz.
Resetowanie bossów mi się mega nie podoba. Znaczy resetowanie bossów masz, jeżeli uciekniesz z lokacji inaczej niż przez portal scroll, albo zginiesz. To jest takie, moim zdaniem, bardzo fajny system. Jednak chcesz wygrać tą walkę ciągiem, nie? Czy możesz uciec tym portal scrollem i wtedy mobek się nie resetuje, ale portal scroll też jest trudno użyć w walce czasami.
Close beta 7 czerwca za rok. Zapewne PoE 2 na koniec przyszłego roku, mi się wydaje. To jest taka według mnie data, która powinna się pojawić.
No. Nie no, da się flickerem w Delwie. Nie pojawisz się 100 metrów ciemności. Tylko musisz klikać, a nie trzymać.
Zależy jaki flicker jest. Ma za dużo tak speeda, jak cię wypierdol.
Każdy, po prostu krócej klikasz wtedy. To się nazywa samokontrola. Kurde, powiem ci, że nie wiem, czy wytrzymam do 7 rano.
Ja wiem, że nie wytrzymam.
A najbardziej mi zależy na tym rejsie chyba.
Ja rejsy to oglądam off-stream, ocenię 15 minut, odpalam. Żeby obejrzeć. Oho, dymy.
Ale zabił go chyba już, nie?
No zabił go, tylko wkurwił całą resztę.
Nie, on już tego nie wyjdzie. Musi wyjść.
Może wyjdzie.
Dobra, ale jak zabił to. Jeszcze się czaiły przy respie. Skubane.
O której rejs? O chyba 6 rano.
5:30. 5:30 do 7.
Do którego oni momentu się ścigają? 5 aktów?
Wydaje mi się, że chyba tak. W godzinę z hakiem, no w godzinę zakładam, bo no to chyba 5 aktów, nie? Chyba nie robią jeszcze, nie, robią już 10 w godzinę?
Nie. Chyba nie, kurwa.
Ten taj przyjdzie i przez przypadek się zagalopuje, nie?
No, ja jestem bardzo ciekawy. Taja.
A to Chris Wilson tak naprawdę był ten czarny koń. Ja się nie dziwię, jak oni tak giną, jak oni mają 15 RS-ów. Co ma być?
Brak resów, brak linek.
O, Zarka.
Zarka. Tam się Creeparian otworzyło po lewej stronie. Creeparian, proszę cię, dziadzia! Dziadzia po lewej. Drzwi się otworzyły, zabiłeś bossa, zrobiłeś quest. Dziadzia!
Tak, że mu na czacie nie napiszesz, to. O, może teraz?
Dziadzia do studni próbuje wejść. Jeden raz więcej. Upgrade.
O, zauważył.
O! Nie.
No, powiedział, że to jest karawana. Sobie vendorów szukał teraz. Portal zajebisty, jak czarna dziura.
Jaka graficzka.
A to jest ten wózek.
Shambrin.
No, ładne są te itemy w ogóle. Nie, to
Śliczne są.
oglądałeś ten o itemach?
Tak, oglądaliśmy.
Cudowne. Tam zjarany ziomo opowiadał.
No, byli lekko pod wpływem. Tak jak Melyna. Tutaj się źrenice nie zmieniały, a miała światło na oczy. Nie wiem, czy zauważyłeś.
Tak, zauważyłem. Ale...
Miała ogromne źrenice.
Ja myślę, że to było ze stresu. Bardziej.
Ona cały czas przyszpali niedozwolone substancje on stream.
A.
Się przed streamem, ale no przychodzi totalnie
Baked.
upalono.
Flaszki mają tragiczną grafikę. No flaszki trochę oldschoolowo wyglądają, to prawda.
To flaszki to jest, właśnie nie wiem o co chodzi. Co za flaszki są góry?
Live i mana.
Ona nie pali leczniczą? Tak, ale mieszają z mefedronem. Teraz wracam.
O, to jest jak w akcie drugim. Nie możesz przejść do pałacu. W akcie drugim w Diablo 2 w sensie. O, to znamy z gameplayów z 2019. Będzie fajny bossik z zapadającym się sufitem.
O, dobra, jestem.
Spoko.
Co tam jest? Podziemia. One były już pokazywane.
No, na tym
Na
2019.
tej pustyni. Mhm.
W ogóle ta
Jezu, a patrz,
Huntress...
widzisz światło? Co się dzieje?
No, tak, tak.
O,
O, ten Aleksander robił światło. Aleksander Spokoziom.
Czy dałeś mu suba?
Jak suba?
A, czyli ty nie jesteś
Nie wiem.
Team Aleksander.
A.
No bo Aleksander mówił na streamie, że ma kanał na YouTubie, ale jest niszowy, bo on tam mówi o renderze. I widzowie odnaleźli jego kanał i daliśmy mu suby.
O, to ja też chcę kanał Aleksandra.
Podać
Bo jest zajawionym spoko świrem. Jest renderowym świrem.
On jest renderowym świrem totalnie.
Ale tak dobrze się tego słuchało, bo takim uśmiechem na twarzy, taką zajawką, po prostu
on był
błyskiem
tak
wokół.
Ale w ogóle, jak patrzysz na nich wszystkich,
No to widać,
to
że...
widać kurwa zajawę, nie?
No. To chyba...
I to jest zajebiste, bo jak, nie wiem czy oglądałeś ten Diablo Fireplace.
No tak, to widziałem.
To było jakby oni tam przyszli za karę. Ten jeden był kurwa tak smutny.
No, że na Divine Orba by się nadawał po prostu.
No naprawdę, to na to się smutnie się na to kurwa patrzyło. A ci rzeczywiście żartują. Główny deweloper sobie gra w gierkę w ogóle na streamie. W sensie jeden z głównych deweloperów. Wie dokładnie o czym mówi, bo gra jest graczem tej gry też. Nie wiem czy słyszałeś o tym reflekcie.
No tak, tak.
Że strzelił poza ekran, zabił się, wkurwił się i to usunął z gry. To jest cudowne.
Najlepiej. W ogóle która postać ci się jak na razie najbardziej podobała z tych, które są prezentowane na gameplayach?
Ja jestem fanem tego Spira.
No właśnie, ja też, bo jakkolwiek on dobrze, w sensie wygląda smooth. W sensie i ma jakieś takie skille bardziej obszarowe i taki bardziej mobilny a to wszystko pozostałe, ten Warrior, to jest po prostu, jak usłyszałem, że Creep chce po gameplayu Huntress zagrać Warriorem, to nie wiem, czy ja chcę to widzieć, nie? Matil grał Warriorem, Preach Gaming grał Warriorem, no wszyscy grali prawie Warriorem. O, tu jest ten boss z sufitem.
Rattle Cage.
Sufitowy boss. Monk. No Monk jeszcze też był fajny. Monk top 2 jak dla mnie.
Mi się nie podoba, ja czekam jakby na inne te klasy. No i jestem ciekawy Ascendancy bardzo.
No.
Bo to będzie duży game changer.
Oj tak, no tam
W sensie
36
Sorceress ma trochę średnie te Ascendancy. Chyba, że to zmienili. Ale miał mieć, każda Ascendancy miała być od innego elementu.
No pytanie, czy to Sorceress, czy to Witchka, nie? Bo to masz Pytanie, czy ascendencji z PoE 1 przechodzą do PoE 2, czy to są całkowicie nowe ascendencji do PoE
Zupełnie
2?
nowe ascendencje wszystkie.
No to mogło być szliczka albo ten. A będzie labirynt? Powiedzieli, że jest, nie zapowiedzieli jeszcze, jak się będzie zdobywać ascendencji, ale będzie to powiązane jakoś z aktem 2, 3 i 4.
Tak, tak mówili?
Tak, wspomnieli to na Q&A.
Okay.
No i właśnie, nie wiemy jak ten druid wygląda, to prawda.
No drut też może ciekawy. Chyba, że ponad rok trzeba będzie czekać na close beta, a potem jeszcze... Znaczy mniej niż rok tam close beta. No patrzę, jaki pas miałem ją. Nie jest, może NCS. Jakieś to wychodziły. Jeszcze nie pasuje do Klipariana.
O, dobrze, tu napisałeś, Laury. Lepiej czekać rok na PoE 2 niż 10 sezonów D4. No. A ja też cały czas powtarzam, że wolę poczekać nawet 3 lata, żeby to PoE 2 wyszło i dostać dobrą grę, a nie Diablo 4. Nie? Niedokończone. Nie chciałbym, żeby PoE 2 było przytyczkiem w nos dla D4. Tak powiem. O.
Niech PoE 2.
Ale jakie AOE w ogóle. Za późno, panie Crips. O, jeszcze lód mu zniknął. No i co teraz? On nie zebrał chyba tego itemu.
On się pojawił przy portalu, przy waypoincie.
A, okej, to nie zauważyłem. Tyle dobrze.
Alright, we're gonna be an auto attack Andy here, guys. Well, it's not auto attack, it's the rapid assault.
No, closed beta zapewne będzie dostępna dla posiadaczy supporter packa, być może część osób będzie losowana po prostu.
Pewnie sobie tak jak kiedyś robili. Co 3 minuty wysyłało się automatyczne zaproszenie i ludzie, którzy wydali na PoE przynajmniej $500, mieli dostęp do bety, plus były supporter packi, które dały dostęp do bety.
Czyli nadal za free będzie szansa, ale no to będzie bardziej chyba losowe, o ile tak zrobią, nie?
No tak, bo nie wiadomo jaki będzie zrobione.
Ale też możliwe, że po closed becie może zrobią też jakąś open betę. Kto wie, nie? No to jednak jest całkiem
Nie
dobrze.
było nigdy open bety.
No ja wiem, że nigdy nie było open bety.
No ale czy nie wiadomo właśnie co się wydarzy, ale też jest taka akcja, że oni potem zmniejszali, pojechały co pół minuty było rozdawane zaproszenie. Że chcieli tak bardzo powoli puszczać ludzi tam sobie. Jak ci podobała historia o dywanach? Słyszałeś? Jak to wygląda, o mój Boże.
Właśnie to chyba mnie ominęło coś o tych dywanach, bo przegapiłem. Dzięki Chudy za info.
O to co Piotr napisał w wywiadzie?
Bardzo mi miło.
Co zaciemnęło?
Jeszcze raz, sorry, to? Jeszcze raz, jakoś mógł? Bo...
To co Piotr zapisał tam w wywiadzie, co było.
A, to nie doczytałem chyba.
Nie odczytałeś?
Chyba nie.
No to ci tak opowiem, ja z tego będę TikToka kurwa robił, na pewno. Jakoś tylko muszę to ładnie ubrać. Bo pytał się Rorego o Diablo. Czy się przestraszyli trochę.
No tak, no.
I Rory mówi, no, że gra mu się nie podobał, to takie MMO i w ogóle.
No.
I to nie jest dla niego i tym podobne. I dodaje, no i generalnie z Diablo to mi się strasznie te dywany podobały, że dywany były tak zajebiście zrenderowane, że on chce wiedzieć jak oni je zrobili. Że tak mu się to podoba. Więc Rory całe Diablo 4 spłycił kurwa do dywanu.
Do fajnych dywanów.
I
teraz ty wchodzisz cały na biało.
Ja już puszczałem muzykę Gigachada przed tym. Przed tą odpowiedzią.
Wejdź cały
O,
na
tak,
białej.
że ja... Okej, no tak.
Ja ci zrobię dywan. Tu.
Śmieszny ten motyw, że trzeba karawany przepuścić przez te bramy. W ogóle to ciągną ludzie, nie wiem czy zauważyłeś, do karawany.
A faktycznie, no. Widzę tam w boczku. No ale dobrze, że kuszy nie ma tutaj w tym gameplayu. Bo tam w 2019 było ta zmiana trybu. Tam było Armor Piercing Bolt.
O tak, nie, to było straszne.
Armor Piercing Bolt, Incendiary. Masku.
Masku tutaj ocenową dyskusję miał z panem twórcą Diablo 4.
Z jakim? Zaczyna się na M, czy zaczyna się na inną literkę?
Na jedną literkę. Tam bardzo ten pan streamer bardzo dało się z złej strony pokazał.
Możesz przybliżyć Masku, bo ja trochę nie w temacie chyba.
Mask wie o co chodzi?
Okej. Sazak, to jest taki głąb. Zero merytoryki. Okej. Rozumiem.
Tak, jakaś dobra dyskusja, bo aż mi widzowie screeny kurwa wysyłali. Nie mogę znaleźć tego komentarza nigdzie.
No to nieźle, nieźle. Mnie te bitwy o Diablo 4 trochę ominęły. Ale nie żałuję. Ja nie żałuję. A teraz trochę szpileczek powbijam, bo czuję się wygranym, bo że nie mam Diablo 4 kupionego. Ale tak to. Ja to już szukam, zaraz tam zdać, spoko. Możesz gdzieś na Discordzie wysłać, jak u nas na Discordzie jest.
Jak masz całą dzisiejszą rozmowę Masku, to właśnie weź na Discordzie podrzuć jakieś screenki z tego.
Nie wiem, na memy możesz wrzucić, jak to.
Nie no, może nie mamy, kurwa. Jakby nie promujmy tej, ale jestem ciekawy co tam się działo dokładnie, bo te screeny, które ja dostałem były chujowate.
Limda Impaler.
Świetnie to wygląda, jak on tworzy tą arenę.
No, a widziałeś tą babę na miotle?
O, zajebista była.
To baba na miotle była sztos. No to taka Alira 2.0 mam wrażenie. A tam nastakowane. Filming z tytułem Dlaczego pierwszy sezon Diablo 4 mi się nie podoba, jednak nadal gram. Okej. Zapisuję to i będę szukał później. Dziękuję za słupkę.
Chyba o to chodzi Masku, bo ja zobaczyłem tylko twój nick i wiedziałem, że tam będzie kurwa śmieszne.
Pytanie czy... To jest tam, gdzie jest 12 odpowiedzi?
Już szukam.
No ja już mam.
O, mam to.
Tylko jakiś inny nick masz w porównaniu do tego, co jest u mnie na YouTubie.
Bo to jest jego nick taki główny.
A, może, no. Okay. Dobra, ja to sobie później przeczytam. To na razie gameplay. Ale niech Pidzam potwierdzi, czy to jest.
Tak było. To jest to.
Weź Pidzam, to przeczytaj na głos. Robimy roleplay.
Robimy lore?
Robimy lore.
Nie, bo ja się wygłupiam, jeśli miałbym coś czytać. Będę czytał taki...
On mnie nie zna, to może mnie znienawidzić, ja mogę wziąć to na siebie.
A Piotr, czy chcecie taki content? RP robimy, z komentarzy. Nie, czekaj, to mam mniej do czytania. Ksazak. Chuj, czytam Ksazak.
No dobrze. To ja jestem w takim razie Mask.
A to jest roleplay.
Dobra, to będzie gigachat głos będzie w takim razie. Dzisiejszy dzień będzie zapamiętany jako data śmierci D4. Zasłużenie.
A dlaczego dzisiejszy? Nie, dobra, nie. A dlaczego dzisiejszy? Taka sama śmierć jak Blizzarda, czy WoWa, czy innych? Jakieś sensowne argumenty? Bo mi się nie wydaje, że Diablo będzie się... Bo mi się wydaje, że Diablo będzie się miało dobrze.
Masz kolejną kwestię teraz.
Co? No teraz w Masku.
A to u mnie, to ja widzę, że jest Asmon. Asmon nie jest żadnym fanatykiem.
A to ja widzę, no myślę, że prezentacja PoE 2. To jest odpowiedź na ten
A,
komentarz.
to nie wiem, czemu nie widzę tego.
Nic takiego debilnego.
No nie, właśnie ja mam te dwie wiadomości Xeroxa jedną po drugą.
A, to ja ci wyślę na PM-ku.
No, to wyślij na PM-ku, to wtedy zrobimy porządny roleplay. Jeszcze raz.
To jest odpowiedź na ten komentarz.
Aha, dobra. No, myślę, że po prezentacji PoE 2 99% content creatorów odwróci się od D4. Śmierć gry moim zdaniem określa ilość ruchu w internecie i na serwerach IFC. No, dobra. Proporcjonalnie. OFC.
Powinno być.
Tak. Czekaj, muszę sobie
Proporcjonalnie
do potencjału firmy i rozpoznawalności marki gry. Blizz leciał ostatnie lata na tym, że olewa D3, bo wylewa poty przy D4 i to im pomagało szminkować trupa. Kurde, grubo.
O kurwa.
O ironio, nawet D3 miało swoje 5 minut, gdyż dowieźli obiecany poziom trudności i on maskował resztę niedoskonałości. Myślę, że po dzisiejszym pokazie D4 autentycznie przestanie się liczyć na rynku jak ludzie, którzy na Twitch PoE zajrzą z ciekawości, zobaczą jak inne gry tego typu wyglądają. Nie zrozum mnie źle. Ja wiem, że taka sytuacja opluje twój kanał YouTube, ale Diablo ludzie pokochali za D2, które miało 530 plus unique itemów 23 lata temu. 10 razy tyle co D4 za 400 zł. Już nawet fanatycy Diablo typu Asmongold robią quity, nie wiem, czy guilty przeczytałem. Robią quity.
Asmon nie jest żadnym fanatykiem, a PoE to nisza i niszą pozostanie. Na mój kanał płynie tylko lepiej, bo zgarnę z premiery co trzeba, a płaczki sobie pójdą. A nie czekaj, zostaną, bo ich gra będzie tak zajebista, że będą siedzieć na live'ach z Diablo i gadać, że PoE lepsze. XD.
To niezła nisza, jak w PoE gra o wiele więcej ludzi niż grało w D3 w ostatnich latach XD. Fajna ta nisza, taka nieniszowa.
Nadal to nisza XD.
Siła argumentu godna fana Diablo 4. To dodałem od siebie.
Nie chcę się wdawać w rozmowę z zaślepionym fanatykiem, bo sprawiają swoją podstawą jedynie, że mi się odechciała w to PoE grać, a bardzo bym chciał. Zamknięty nawias.
Jeżeli opinia pojedynczej osoby w necie wpływa na to, czy zagrasz w daną grę, to naprawdę grubo.
Tam jeszcze XD jest na końcu.
XD.
Nie jesteś sam w swojej przekazie PoE lepsze XD. Jakby było takie mega super, to by nie trzeba było tego pisać od 10 lat XD, ale swoją drogą też trzeba być nieźle stukniętym, żeby się obozować po jakiejś stronie i jej fanatycznie bronić.
Ale gdzie tu fanatyzm? PoE ma więcej kontentu? Ma. PoE 1 ma więcej graczy niż D3 jeszcze daleko, nim wyszło D4? Ma. Fakty to fanatyzm?
No i zajebiście, ale kto pytał? Znak zapytania XD.
No przecież ty spytałeś XD. Już zapomniałeś, co piszesz parę komentarzy wyżej?
Cisza.
Dziękujemy. Dziękujemy za ten wspaniałe przedstawienie. Mam nadzieję, że bawiliście się dobrze.
To był roleplay Masku kontra twórca Xazax.
Tak. Cudowne. Cudowne zwroty akcji. Niesamowita fabułka.
Niesamowite.
Tak.
Podobało mi się. Muszę z tego shota zrobić takiego dłuższego czatu.
Pasta.
No to pewnie się tak zmieści mniej więcej. Dzień dopisali pod jednym z filmów Xazaxa, nie powiem wam którym. Poklikajcie po każdym. Bo jak tak obejrzycie po sekundzie, to dobrze wpływa na kanał. Czy coś.
Oj, ty skurwielu, zły. Zły człowieku. Ej, nie mów tak, bo jeszcze nam będą klikać. Nie róbcie tego, nam.
Jak z banami, no jeszcze trochę muszę się wyprowadzić. Ice Spear.
Nie wiem, o co chodzi. Okej, czytaliśmy właśnie komentarze z podziałem na rolę. No, także dzięki Wasku za dobry content i
Content był
dobrej
wyborny.
nocy.
Travel to Cat. To jest... Wszystko dzieje się w ogóle na pustyni Pastiri. To jest północny wschód od Oriatu. Nie od Oriatu, od Highgate'u. Jestem ciekawy, jak daleko my zajedziemy tam w ogóle. Ja to pokażę, gdzie to jest dokładnie.
Strasznie fajny jest ten motyw w czwartym akcie, że wybierasz sobie sam, które lokacje chcesz robić w jakiej kolejności i tam ponoć ma być cała animacja przepływania statkiem z jednego.
A tak samo masz z tym. Tak samo masz z tym jeżdżącym. I też sytuacja, sam już wybierał, gdzie chcesz jechać. Potem. Bo to tu się dzieje czat w ogóle, Vasily Plains. W takim razie jedziemy do Maraketu?
Tak, była rozmowa Maska z takim jednym streamerem Diablo 4.
Ale Wixa. To miejsce na aktach, cała mapa PoE ma jakiekolwiek odliczenie do realności? Jest to wzorowane na czymś? Nie. Wydaje mi się, że Tartarus, znaczy to nie jest Tartarus, tylko to jest... Jeżeli mówimy o tym tutaj, to jest Trartus. On jest podobny do Tartarusu z... Gdzie był Tartarus?
Titan Quest. Strzela.
A nie, bo Tartarus to jest ogólnie mitologia grecka.
No tak, dlatego wrzuciłem Titan Quest.
I ono właśnie, mi się wydaje, że tak mniej więcej wyglądał Tartarus, gdzieś to na grafikę jakiś kiedyś.
Śmieszny skill w ogóle. Jakoś tak. Ten Ice Spear, nazwijmy to.
Może co już tam? Kurwa, przepiłem. Ale ściągam mobów, ale lur.
Nie wiem, czy to jest Ice Spear, czy to po prostu jest... Chociaż w sumie Glacial Cascade jest atakiem teraz, więc...
No wybucha śmiesznie. Nie, znaczy ogólnie całość PoE jest na mitologii nowozelandzkiej utrzymana. Sam ród Karui przypomina tych o tatuaże na twarzy. Nie pamiętam jak się nazywali.
No i ono gdzieś tam zahacza o jakieś tam motywy azteckie też częściowo.
No nie, no ogólnie jest bardzo dużo z takich naleciałości z jakiejś mitologii i tym podobnych rzeczy. Jakby oni się też z tym nie kryją, bo nawet pokazują na przykład Abyssus Chat, to jest normalny hełm, który jest real life wciśnięty.
Maorysi.
Maorysi byli, tak? No. Okay.
Tak, dzięki. Już.
No i właśnie to Karol cały jest tam wizerowany.
Znaczy, pierwszy rare dopiero, no w sobie. No ale to oni tam mówili, że rarów będzie leciało mało, a najważniejsze będzie, że właśnie podnoszenie białych przedmiotów i samemu craftowanie ich. Korzystanie z vendorów jako itemizacja,
No,
nie?
bo Kuba powiedział po tym newsie, że PoE 2 to gówno. Jak to na to, że nie będzie już brand?
No właśnie ten, jak do mnie, PoE 2 super, zajarałem się, po czym powiedzieli, że nie ma brandu. Dobra, nienawidzę PoE 2. O, będzie Bosix chyba zaraz.
No, mamut na pewno.
No, to jest z Summonerem.
Ta czaszka mówi wiele. O, ten mobek wygląda jak z Diablo 4.
No, kurde, ale on nie zdąży, bo ma minutę. No i nie będzie bossa. Jak to jest, że grafiki w loading screenach są takie ładne, kolorowe i radosne, po czym jesteśmy tutaj? Nawet jak grasz Delirium, czasami musisz je wyłączyć, żeby nie dostać depresji, więc jest taki counter graficzny.
O! Okej, bardzo ciekawe.
To.
Zrobię screena tego, żeby nie kliknął gdzie tam mój dom jest. Ale patrzcie czat, to jest mapa Nowej Zelandii. To jest wschodnia strona. A tutaj macie mapę PoE i to co mówiłem z tym Trartusem. No to jest 1 do 1 wyciągnięte. Nawet to jest takie samo.
Mi się wydawało, że oni coś wspominali chyba o tym, że gdzieś tam lekko bazowane na realnych lokacjach jest, ale no nie do końca, nie? W sensie...
To przypadek? Te wejścia te są takie same.
No ale w ogóle jakby PoE ma taki vibe właśnie, pomijając oczywiście cały ten ród Karui, to właściwie ma dużo takich motywów nowozelandzkich, że dużo osób, które były na ExileConie w 2019 i zwiedzały sobie Nową Zelandię, to potem opowiadały, że mieli wrażenie, jakby chodzili po prostu po PoE w realu.
Kto to robi rok za ladą?
Sprzedaje.
Właśnie tu jest ten jeszcze motyw tych karagali. To też jest dość ciekawe. Jakby lorowo.
To jest jakby ich wyspa, nie? Czy tam...
Nie no, oni przypłynęli w Riklas, żeby go podbić. Karagale, tam w tym środku. Ja właśnie mało znam ten lore. Jakby to jest dla mnie jeden z takich tych lorów, których pytę mało znam. Zobacz 40 minut halo, nie ma 12 minut do drugiej w nocy. 18 sierpnia.
Potem mamy Gachiro. Czy ja mam to? A, to ta przegląda. Potem jest sound design z Kamilkiem.
Po tym, nie?
Mhm.
Jechał kończę po tym.
Po Kamilku, czy teraz?
No chyba po Kamilku. Nie no, jakby... Powiedzmy jakiś animation interview. Gameplay showcase.
No, Steel Mage z Markiem. No i ten road table jest niby o 4, kurde.
Kurwa, no właśnie road table mnie ciekawi dość.
Nie na prison, nie na prison. O, dobrze. Poszedł przynajmniej na inną lokację niż wszyscy pozostali w 4. akcie.
Fajny był ten prison.
Prison był fajny, ale jak Batil tam zraszował w pewnym momencie, co tak go goniły takie hordy mobów, on w pewnym momencie został przyciągnięty przez ścianę, przez kraty, przyciągnięty po prostu na drugą stronę. To tak rozwaliło. Ale tam
taka animacja schodzenia. Bardzo fajna ta animacja, bardzo mi się to podoba. No. Że jakieś dźwignia, rzeczywiście ciągniesz dźwignię.
Tak, ale tak mi się ten Warrior nie podoba. W sensie, może setup skilli mają, wybrali taki po prostu dziwny, ale... jakiś taki jest strasznie... mech. Panie Creep, możesz to przytrzymać jeszcze dłużej. O właśnie.
Ciś tego guziczka.
Wolny mały ręcz, no właśnie. To ataki mają jakieś strasznie małe ręcze, że tam coś na jednym gameplayu mówili, że używanie z shiftem powoduje te problemy, że tam czasami nie trafiasz przeciwników.
Jak ci podoba walka pana Azjaty z bossem?
Była emocjonująca. Tak, bardzo kibicowałem. Ja się czułem zestresowany pewnie bardziej niż on w tej całej sytuacji. Ale właśnie on używał shifta, ponoć tam mówił, że widać pamięć mięśniową gracza PoE w Exile, bo
No
cały
tak.
czas używał shifta i nie mógł trafić.
To teraz klikamy sobie na tą klasę? Nie. PoE jest dalej PoE. Dalej możesz być maruderem z łukiem, który strzela fireballami. Jakby nic się nie zmieniło, nie?
No, różnica jest tylko taka, że teraz nie idziesz do vendora i nie kupujesz sobie wszystkich gemów, tylko musisz je odblokować najpierw chyba na innej klasie i potem dopiero jakby masz możliwość wyboru ich z dropionego uncut gemu.
Podoba mi się, że creep zaczął lurować moby,
Tak, no.
a nie gra jak wszyscy.
Inaczej, widać, że po ExileConie w 2019 wrócił do gry.
Tak.
Bo on chyba miał przerwę przed ExileConem, nie?
Misiek, Żul, dzięki ślicznie za wszystkie miesiąc.
I ze wszystkich osób, które grały tym wojownikiem, warriorem, pierwszy raz widzę, że ktoś dobrze używał Infernal Cry'a.
Tak.
Dobra. Creep, ty możesz grać warriorem.
Nie no, to lure jest odprowadzany dość jakby w typowego
Pięknie.
MMO-sa grał.
Tu jakiś wielki skurczybyk, a on go one-shotuje, bo dobrze korzysta z umiejętności. O kurde, ale kamulce.
O kurwa, rolniaki. Kitowcy.
Żuczki gnojarze. Tego flickera by pokazali, a nie? A to by wolne było bez power charge. Dobrej generacji power charge.
A co z tym, że teraz charge są po prostu spenderami do niektórych skilli?
W sumie
Już chyba nie dają tak statystyki, jak dawał wcześniej.
w tym designie skilli w PoE 2 w sumie why not?
Czy ci jakieś dropy? Nie, możesz się tylko oblokować jeszcze portale. Jak wczoraj to nie zrobiłeś, ale jak piszesz, oblokowałeś już wszystko.
Ale raszuje.
Dobrze.
Dobrze, dobrze, bo mu mało czasu zostało. No Lip Slam build, gościu. To mi się podoba.
Jest więcej ciekawych wymian. Ja się trochę boję to otwierać.
Co?
Bo ja mam niewyparzony język.
Ajajajajaj.
Panie Kliporian.
Dał na ring i zaraz go zniszczyli. To można przerwać animację wchodzenia drabiną rolem. Nice.
Za gold? Taki gold do vendorów.
Kaniszu. Te gobliny Beskitu brzmią jak te fetysze z aktu 3 w Diablo 2. Frenzy nie power? Power charge, białe. Flicker Strike w PoE 2 używa power charge. W sumie to chyba nie mówili nic, czy będą frenzy charge albo ten endurance, nie?
Jeszcze raz?
Nie mówili, że będą frenzy charge albo endurance, nie? Nic nie było mówione chyba.
Nie, chyba zostają. Tylko spendery.
To może po prostu
Widzicie
inna
mopki z bębnami? Jak zajebiście kroczyły?
Ale jakoś przeoczyłem? Może
Były
będą
mopki
jeszcze
z
jakieś?
bębnami, tak super chodziły.
A jest, no.
Imprezkę robiły.
Jak on tam, jak bębnią, bębniarz bębni, gościu.
Nie bębniesz jest kurwa...
Ja chcę bęben, jako ni bębenie.
Jumping's fun, guys. Good cardio.
No, kręć się do tych bossów, mało czasu.
Yes, the checkpoint.
Nie ma żadnych efektów aur pokazanych w lewym górnym rogu. No on ma tylko Herald of Asha włączonego w sumie.
A to jest arena z tym... Bo to są...
White Beast, nie? Czy tam Blind
Tak,
Beast. Blind Beast.
Bo to są te ziomeczki.
Gobliny, no. To już nazwy bossów zaczynam kojarzyć. Jest źle. Już się wkręciłem. I w ogóle tam w tym prizonie, nie wiem czy słyszałeś, jak opowiadali o tym bossie, co tam był z tymi łańcuchami związany, że jak strzelisz w niego katapultą, znaczy balistą, to i trafisz go przeszyje w ten strzał, to on potem wyciąga tą strzałę i używa jej jako broni.
Ona potem mu rękę urywa
Tak.
i zaczyna używać Blood Magic nagle.
Zarobiste.
Maybe I should be trying to use like the range attacks a bit more. Ranged-ish. They use so much mana though.
Oj.
Ale hypując muzykę leciała czat.
A co do... Wiesz, tam w ogóle dużo osób dane z tamtego środowiska. O, będzie rip? Nie. Z tamtego środowiska diablowego uważa, że PoE 2 jest pay to win, bo możesz sobie na Allegro kupić rzeczy, to znaczy już możesz, cudzysłów.
No nie, no kurwa.
Masakra. Dobra, to musiało być skryptowane, no, żeby tak zakończyć gameplay.
I think my little segment here only has another minute or so, so I think I will call it there. It's been pretty fun. I have to say, if you guys are at ExileCon, give it a try. Maybe you'll have a little bit better luck with Warrior than I did, but I certainly had a lot of fun with the Huntress. Speed is the name of the game in the demo, but for the game it will be a while longer. I think in terms of the show, there is...
Dobra, poczytałem trochę czat. Komentarze tam, nie opłacało się.
Developer talk with sound design and music of Path of Exile 2, and that's with Kane and Camille. And that's coming out pretty soon.
Ale zmęczy mnie ten ExileCon strasznie.
No też. Rzeczy już trochę się chyba przestawiłem, bo mi zmęczenie trochę uciekło, ale do 7 z drugiej strony jeszcze daleko.
Ja w ogóle nie spałem prawie dzisiaj. Wczoraj też prawie w ogóle nie spałem.
No ale ci powiem, że chyba spałem tyle co ty, a u mnie to nie jest to dobrze. Ja wstałem o 11.
Jeszcze nie zasłoniłem sobie okna.
Ja też, to był błąd.
Więc takie przyjemne, spocone plecy mnie obudziły, przyklejone do prześcieradła.
Łuna światła prosto w mordę, no.
A no to tak, to też byłem cały oświetlony, bo mam okna od wschodu. PoE 2 na PL nie.
Ale Camille.
Wiecie w ogóle co powiedzieli, kurwa, czemu nie będzie PoE 2 po polsku? Nie wiem, czy czytaliście to? Bo Polacy zbyt dobrze znają angielski. Elo?
No w porównaniu do Japończyków, to tak.
O, Kamil!
Camille.
So yeah, we'll get underway with that.
So what better place to start than the sound of combat? So for PoE 2, there's a lot of lessons we've learned from PoE 1 and things that we want to try to do with the sound of combat in PoE 2. Obviously, things can get pretty hectic, you may have noticed, with sound, with attack speed and all that kind of thing. So we're trying to sort of control that, not control it, you still want a bit of the chaos, that's what makes it fun, but in little ways control things that can pop out more in the mix. And also making the sound in general more of a player-centric sound design, so you're always hearing what you're doing and the skills you're doing. So the sort of one thing that was a huge job that we've done is completely overhauling the sound of weapons in PoE 2. In PoE 1, there was sort of shared sound sets between the weapon-based types, so a sword might sound the same as an axe and things like that. But we wanted to completely redo all of that and find the fun in every weapon. So one poor soul on our sound team, Dominic, had the task of designing sounds for every weapon type in the game. So a sound set for us is the swing, the on-hit sound of the weapon hitting a monster, and also the drop sound of a weapon, and equipping the weapon. So now when you equip a sword, you'll have a nice, satisfying unsheathing sound. But I just want to give you a little clip here of how that is all sounding.
Gladiator.
To jest za fura. No, sorry.
Czy to nunchako?
Nunchako.
Also, elemental on hits completely redone. There's Dominic on his first day, young whippersnapper. And here he is when he first started the combat rework, and oh my goodness, only 1 year later. Yes, it's a rough time, but he did very well. Oh, and then he also still had to mix them all. So it was, we thank him for that, it was very good. This is just a clip of how the weapons are working in inventory and drops. So there's like a satisfying sort of sound on equip, which I think is, you know, pretty cool.
Diablo 2.
And you'll also see here metal versions of base types sound different than wooden. So just little details, you know, it just makes weapons a bit cooler, have their own identity. So dynamic mixing is how we're trying to control some of what you can hear at any given moment. So monsters are split into groups. This is just for us. You know, we have like low tier fodder monsters that you're just killing all the time. A notable monster is something that might be spawning less, and then obviously bosses, and then the player stuff. So all of that has a hierarchical sort of mixing setup. So each of those things can slightly dip the volume of something beneath it. So it's a priority order, really. So that means players always on the top and the boss. So no matter what's happening, you should be able to hear the telegraphing of what's about to come. So here's a clip showing some of that. You'll always hear what the boss is up to.
Deep. I ci wszyscy ludzie, którzy wyłączają muzykę, żeby mieć więcej FPS-ów.
chcę po prostu milczę.
Yeah. So yeah, just when the boss is using a skill or anything, even though there's a lot of monsters on screen, you're always going to hear that. So you may have seen yesterday 600 monsters, 100 bosses. It's kind of like a dream for a sound design team, but also a bit of a nightmare. It's like the dream is, oh my God, we get to work on so many monsters. And the nightmare is, oh my God, we have to deliver so many monsters. And but Chris and Jonathan are really cool, and they support, us in the endeavor to make every monster unique with its sound set and give you a sort of fresh experience as you progress through the game. So we have a studio at the office now where we've recorded hundreds of hours of monsters, and everyone on the sound team is a qualified monster now, you might say. So there's a vocal performance on every monster in the game, which is to the animation, and it gives them a lot more life and variety. So I just want to give you an example here of a before and after for a monster. So this is before processing on this bloater here. And then after some basic processing.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was just me and my face in this gross bowl of water and a banana skin. So yeah, we get up to some pretty weird stuff. And in that vein, I'm just going to give you some clips of our whole sound team getting up to some pretty weird shit in the booth. But
just looking in the mirror.
We even have guests sometimes.
7 sets. Oh my God, look, it's working, it's sick.
What a powerful voice.
Uwielbiam taki content.
No i widzę, że
Out of focus, it's weird.
to jest zajebista robota. Co jest, kurwa?
To Rakaliszu.
Get the sound. Look at his mouth.
A, bo to... Okej.
Unfortunate camera angle. So it's interesting how all those sort of very out of context, weird recordings end up sounding quite cool in the game. The next clip's really just to show off, because it'll be cool on the sound system to hear some of the sound design we've done on the bosses that are in the current demo. So.
To też jest sick.
Tembo w ogóle.
Przerobiony. Buba content.
Teraz nie patrzcie. Zasłaniajcie oczy. Kakli.
Yes, it's pretty full on, but cool. Also a bit of, oh, thank you. Also a bit of Druid in there, if you would have seen. Yes, and so monsters and bosses with dialogue, you know, they're talking a little bit. Something we did with Heist, I'm sure you would have noticed, that was quite a talky league, to say the least. Obviously that in the context of the league is cool. We don't want that much talking through the entire campaign and the whole game, so obviously it's scattered and there's cooldowns upon cooldowns and play chants and that kind of thing. But it's just this little thing on monsters that sort of injects a bit of atmosphere and personality in the area that you're in, like, you know, just very occasionally hearing a monster yell something at you is pretty fun. So this is a carver area.
Co, jeszcze raz?
Kiedy to jest pewnie pokazali.
So yeah, just little bits now and then. It's almost almost indistinguishable from just regular combat.
Obraz się popsuł, myślę, że go
Just helps
pobili
make it
nagle.
feel like a unique
Myślałem, że to tylko u mnie.
experience. And also player characters talk a bit more, which you may have noticed in the teasers that we did for the Summer Games Fest. You will have seen they were commenting on more things than usual. So that's really quite fun. Jonathan was super keen to get some more outside of the box moments. So how do we do that? You know, like quirky one-off things that they might say during a boss fight. But, you know, once again, controlling how often that happens and not having it all the time. So each character will have something they might say in one moment and not another character in that same moment. So it just adds to the variety. But we have some super cool voice actors here, so I just want to show you a bit of those.
Eve, she calls to me. She has been dead for years.
Come to join, my beloved. You will join them.
Znowu buba.
How dare you use her voice? I will tear it out of your throat.
Perhaps the Kanały will visit this place once more. This doesn't look good.
Genialnie to brzmi.
Yeah, so pretty fun, I think, like little scatterings around. And the last thing I want to just touch on before we pass to Camille is environments and ambiences. So in Path of Exile 1, ambiences were pretty dense, you might say, and loud and tonal, right? Yeah, they kind of got in the way of music quite often. That's really Camille's job, to worry about tonality. So for us this time, it's about finding more cinematic sort of ways of making a place feel real.
Dobra,
There's still going to be some tonal
dobranoc.
elements where it's like necessary, but it's more working with Camille than against him
Dobry pomysł.
to make that work. So I'm just going to show you some of the really lush and beautiful sounding areas we have.
Jak w Kołobrzegu się poczułem.
Jakby zaraz mi jakąś rybę za 100 zł opierdolić.
Demo gry za 400.
So you would have heard the reverb change
Go
when
właśnie
you
to
leave the
sztuka.
cave, which is pretty fun.
Bagdo.
Tam babą się leje.
Lutujesz rybkę z panierki za kilka eks. Normalnie.
Some New Zealand native birds, tuis you can hear there.
To super wygląda, bardzo mi się to
So
podoba.
yeah, just a lot of effort has gone into making each place feel dynamic and alive. So yeah, thank you very much. I am super keen to hear anyone's feedback. So if you see anyone with a sound shirt on, I'm sure they'll feel the same way after you've played the demo. If you have any thoughts, please let us know. And thank you very much.
Polska górą normalnie.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Hello
Kamil, powiedz
again.
cześć.
Let's talk about music for Path of Exile 2. So, what is the best inspiration for music? At least for me, it's a video game itself. There are 4 aspects, the most influential. First one is environment, then we have a culture, we have characters, NPCs and bosses, and events. We're not going to talk about events today because we want to avoid major spoilers. We also have 3
Nie
distinct
oduczył się tego
civilizations.
mlaskania.
Vastiri in Act 2, Val in Act 3, and Karui in Act 4. Considering those 4 aspects, we'll talk about all those 3 civilizations and music.
Sądzę, ja takie
Let's start with
mlasknięcie
Vastiri.
głośne.
Tak jak pamiętam, jak prowadziłeś z nim
So
wywiad,
here
to tak
we have the
mlaskał
very
skubaniec
first aspect, the environment.
co chwilę.
So I was thinking how I can depict desolation and vastness. I used some synth sounds, mostly long pads with a lot of reverb to match that vastness. I also used some ethnic instruments, which I will talk about later. We also have another element of environment, which is day and night. So if, let's say, specific area has daylight, we can expect brighter tones. And other way around, if there's a night, using some drones, anything which can make more hostile character, maybe something sneaky. Then we have weather. Weather works kind of similar to the day and night. If there's rain, music can have some more depressive tones. I have a first example here. Let's take a listen.
Ale schiza.
Mi wchodzi do duszy.
Okay.
So, working with concept art, this is something which always gives me a lot of advantage because I can start at the very beginning of the process. Here we have an example. This is the lost city of Cat. And here's another aspect of architecture. So as we can see on this picture, it gives some ideas about instruments which we can use. Some Middle Eastern stuff like duduk, maybe some ethnic guitars like oud.
Duduk?
Now let's talk about bosses in Act 2. So the goal was to achieve a bold, aggressive, and terrifying character. For that, I used some guitars, some industrial elements, some ethnic instruments again. But I also used some tricks from the electronic dance music, like sidechain, to make the score more modern. And speaking of bosses, pretty much every boss in Path of Exile 2 is unique, so music has to match this concept. I've got an example from the Act 2. It's Fight with the Perennial King. Let's take a listen.
No, ładnie, ale...
Tak wszystko pachnie wieśkiem.
Wieśkiem?
Nie, że Polak.
Now let's talk about Val and Act 3. One thing which is always tricky is finding the right pace for music. Instead of trying to catch up with density of monsters, music in Path of Exile 2 is tailored for the specific environment. And in this case, we have a lush jungle, very much alive environment. So that gives some ideas about maybe we can use some complex patterns of percussion. We have also culture as influential aspect here. And since Val is partially inspired by civilizations like Aztec and Mayans, I use some ethnic woodwinds. Since Path of Exile is a fantasy universe, we mix a lot of stuff. So in this specific case, I use some Japanese taiko drums for jungle environment. Let's take a listen to the example.
Whoa.
Ja bym sobie pospacerował po takiej dżungli. PoE 2.
Val Empire is also about temples. So we have three aspects here. Culture, we have some sacrificial rituals, so that gives some ideas about, like we can use some horror elements. We have architecture, because Val temples are full of mechanisms, so music can benefit from some industrial elements, perhaps something which sounds strictly mechanical. And then we have environment, because many of those temples are overgrown. So I used some ethnic woodwinds, which are also used for the jungle environment. And here's an example from one of the temples, from Machinarium.
O, Machinarium będzie wyglądać.
Tak, czy to jest Doriani Machinarium, czy...
No.
Było pytanie, czy będzie Dorian i Machinarium w PoE 2. Nie chcieli spoilować.
No to co Alwa cię prowadziła i ten boss. Ma właśnie tej Doriani. I wyszedłeś do premiery?
Sometimes
Grać
better idea than using more tonal instruments is to use some sound design in music to match the environment better. Here's an example from the Snake Pits, where you can hear some ghost-like sounds, something brushing. Let's take a listen. And now the fun part, bosses, which you saw yesterday in the Val Temple. So here, character, ancient, terrifying. So I used for terrifying, for something horror-like, I use orchestra, some synth, some high strings, also some organic synths, and something more signature-sounding, death whistle, which has that eerie sound, and it's almost like a scream. I've got a clip of two bosses, which yesterday you could see during the keynote.
Filmik przerażony na twarzy.
Dużo. No, to mi tłumaczy, czemu odkąd czerwoną rakietę. Za rok beta testy.
You probably recognize both of them after yesterday.
Dokładnie, Polak
Last
potrafi.
but not least, Karui. So this is like a perfect example of how culture influences musical choices. I was thinking about what's the right tool, but the answer was pretty much obvious, which is human voice. Expert helped us to develop a unique language for the battle phrases. Instead of just recording tailored content for specific tracks, we recorded the full toolkit, like chants, battle phrases, textures, shouts, and other sound effects. So we have plenty of content for future Karui-related music.
No,
we recorded that at Kenneth Mayer's Center here in Auckland, which is actually not far from here. Let's take a look at a clip from the recording.
Okay.
That's in context. There's quite a bit of difference between recording and in context. as you could hear, I also use other instruments, like large percussion group, organic synths, some brass section, but also a lot of ethnic woodwind instruments like seashells. I distorted them a lot to make them sound more aggressive and bigger and live.
Żeby krzyczały.
Tutaj brakuje,
And
żeby
now
tam stała
let's talk
kurwa
about
orkiestra
town
i
music, my
dyrygent
favorite section.
i zagrała to kurwa na żywo.
This is a
To by
place where we
taki
spend a lot of time.
rozpierdol
We
zrobiło.
trade, we
To byłoby
chat,
tak
we
cudowne.
build our characters. So the
Zupełnie
music has to
rozumiem tego,
stand the
żeśmy
test of
zrobili.
time. It also has to be memorable. We have four aspects, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Environment, culture, we have characters, because we have all NPCs, and we have events, because we get quests from those NPCs. And all those four aspects together gives us a lot of inspiration for musical choices.
Koncert Kamilka i
As the last slide,
a Chris powinien z
I have,
sufitu na linię
music clip
zjechać.
from the King's March, which is town in Act
To
4.
było coś.
It's a little bit nostalgic. There's also a live recording there of violin. Let's take a look.
Kurwa.
Thank you very much for
Tak mi
attention.
graj.
Prawie przystałem.
It's the Q&A time.
Ale cudowne to było.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jin. I am one of Kane's minions
Jin
in the
Kazama.
audio team, and I will be asking some questions today. As you can see, there is a QR code on the screen here. If you just scan that and send in questions, I can vet them and then answer as we go. We've actually already got some questions here. I'll just get this going. Kane, what is the weirdest thing you've ever personally done to get the sound?
Oh my God. This is an R16 thing, right? No. Well, I mean, the banana skin was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of, to get like the real wet-sounding monsters, you kind of almost half waterboard yourself. So that's pretty weird. I've also had, I don't know if you know the, is it the boss with the drowning orbs? So when you get into one of those orbs, you actually hear the sound of your character drowning, and there's a male and female character. So I drowned myself and my wife, and had a hydrophone in the sink, the kitchen sink, which is an underwater mic, so you can hear us, drowning. I mean, we're acting, but yeah, it's pretty weird.
Great. A question for Camille. Is the music in PoE 2 dynamic? Will it change from a more intense combat version to a more calm version once you aren't in combat any longer?
Well, it's not really dynamic in terms of following the density of monsters, or it's more. There's more of small elements for music narration, like intro, stingers, outro. Sometimes some extra phrases for some different music cues for different phases of boss fights.
And you're not out of combat very long, so
No. You always have something to do.
There's a lot of questions coming
It's also
in.
quite an old school solution.
And bosses all have their own music, so
Yes.
that's changing. Yeah.
Alrighty, another question for Kane. Have there been any sounds that you've conceptualized, but after implementation, you've decided, nah, I hate it, back to square one?
Yes. All the time. We iterate all the time, just like any other department, I guess. Like you get it in, and suddenly it's not right, and you need to re-record it or try something totally different. Because you're also trying to balance the fact that there's a lot of different monsters in the area, and sometimes by accident something might sound a little bit similar to something else. So we're always trying to make an area feel fresh and unique with the different composition of monsters and sounds in the area.
Cool. Another question for Camille. What was your favorite League theme to compose?
Sorry, again?
What was your favorite League theme to compose?
I think the easiest one was Legion.
Wiadomo, to było, że Legion
It was quite natural. Sometimes it takes a long of time and efforts and starting over and over again. But this one, I don't know, like just came very quickly.
Wonderful.
Mam nadzieję, że Kamil na końcu powie, jak nie. Polska górą!
They're all his babies.
Yes. I mean, this one is quite decent.
Yeah. Do you ever find any problems trying to combine the music and the sounds to the game?
That's both of us, I guess.
We're a pretty good team these days, aren't we?
Yeah, we collaborate a lot, especially, as you mentioned,
the ambience.
And,
yeah, it's like a long period of time where maybe things weren't sort of working as well together. Like ambience were just very tonal and drony. But yeah, now we talk all the time, every day about what we're doing, and
especially now when it comes to bosses.
Yeah.
You presented one of the boss fights with Siren.
Yeah, that's true. The Siren fight, where she comes up in the center during the petrification phase, where she can turn you to stone. That whole thing is sort of a combo of us working together. How do we cue the sound effect of her singing at the same time as music, and making it like a really unique moment for us to sort of stick out a bit. It was pretty fun to work on that together. Oh, every time she does that, she'll have a different vocal melody.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Side note.
Cool. Does the music you create have crossover over with what you listen to in your downtime?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Although I really, I listen to a lot of soundtracks. Sometimes I listen to some older stuff like Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, and you might hear some influence for sure. Yeah, but mostly soundtracks, because soundtracks include like all possible genres of music.
Cool. Another question for Kane. How do you balance the volume of the different audio elements you've shown, music, ambience, effects, with the audio volume sliders players having access to it in the settings? Are you targeting a particular volume for these elements? Are you resting with a variety of different volumes?
Yes. So the sliders in game in PoE 1, they're all in the middle, which is kind of weird. Like, they should be all full, and then you can only ever turn things down. So that's what we're doing in PoE 2, because it makes more sense. You can not get any weirdness with reverb sends and things. So balancing volume in areas is hard, and that's something, a lot of my job is just making sure every area is consistent and sounds good. But that's the dynamic mixing I was talking about. We do a lot more of that now. So there's also parameter-based stuff, you know, how many monsters are on screen. If there's a lot, we'll turn down the basic monsters so that the other ones can come through more and the player skills come through more. It's it's a lot of work that goes into mixing every area. But we still support players changing sliders and things. You know, hopefully everyone will play with the sound on. Start with.
At least once.
Yeah.
Great. Will there be anything to prevent certain player sounds from getting too repetitive? For example, detonate mines, charges.
Charges is still something we're figuring out, because I know in PoE 1 they can be pretty oppressive, like you know, all the time. So yeah, that's something we'll figure out. Not having the sound on monsters is good, and yeah, you want to know when you've got one. But these are questions we're still figuring out. Our main goal right now is getting through the whole game and getting monsters right, ambiences and everything, and then those integral mechanical things are things that will change probably over time as we get a better idea of it. But it's definitely things on our radar for importance.
Aleksiej ma wielkie kieszenie.
For both of you, was there a particular boss or area that either of you found extra challenging to work on? If so, what was it?
That's a good question. I think the main challenge is how many of them are.
Yeah. They all present their own challenges. But one challenge for us is just keeping up with iteration. Like the departments are working on this stuff all the time, and we need to sort of pivot to make sure we do the right thing for gameplay. So I guess they all have their own quirks and challenges, but bosses are always just harder because there's so much going on to mix and balance. And it's really important to us in our team that we telegraph things at the right moment. Like there's a lot of work goes into dialogue, making sure some things always trigger a dialogue line from a boss so that you're about to die, or some things might have a play chance, and some effects will always be loud, things like that. Those are challenging to get right, but important.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to boss fights, to make everything very interesting, when you have a really long boss fight, like sometimes 5, 6, 7 minutes, and you have multiple phases, so that can be sometimes challenging. And then I think when it comes to regular areas, to make sure that the intensity is there, but at the same time, there's plenty of space for sound effects.
Cool. Are there any old songs or sounds you'd like to go back and remaster in PoE 1?
We tried that once. Shatter sound, anyone? Yeah. No. I mean, that I don't mind talking about that for a second. It was a well-intentioned change, but it actually illuminated something to us, which I think is important, and that's, a lot of these sounds are so, like embedded in people's heads that it's probably got a direct link to your dopamine receptor or something. So that when you hear it, it's like, oh, good. There's a whole screen gone. So us trying to change that, don't mess with that, don't touch it. And that sound is actually kind of funny because it's only one sound, and it has it'll only play it once within a certain amount of time. So whenever you hear the whole screen just go clink, it's like it's weird from a sound design perspective. Like, we'd want different sounds of things, but in reality, in game, that's what works, and it's cool, and it's been that way for a long time. So don't touch it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. That's what we learned. Sorry.
I guess I would gladly remaster trailer music and make some sort of compilation. Maybe mystery box music as well.
Great. We have a question. What is actually the sound of the occultist's explosion ability, Profane Bloom?
I don't know. Something badass. Like a lot of these things are just done, heat of the moment with what we have at the time. I can't tell you offhand what's that's comprised of. Sorry. I can look when I get back to work.
Lepiej odpowiedzieć tak niż. No generalnie my z
Would
Żodo.
it be possible to have additional dialogue options for resources like mana being low?
Słyszałeś kiedyś
Is there an option to turn these off?
I like how you added that at the end of the question. So we don't want that to become an oppressive thing. And we have some more variety in that. Like, it won't just be one line that they say. There'll be a pool of options. And we also have pretty cool tech now to know whether the player's in combat when they're saying that stuff. So if you're out of combat, they'll say it more chill. Like, oh, I've got no mana. Or if they're in combat, I've got no mana. So it'll be, it'll be reactive to what's actually happening in the time. But yeah, we'll probably have we haven't figured out how it'll work over the course of the game, because obviously at end game, you don't need your character screaming at you all the time. So we'll figure that out, and there likely will be an option to just disable it, but I don't know yet. Don't quote me on that. We'll see what happens. But the idea is the whole player character dialogue system will be more immersive through the campaign. That's the goal.
Great, and this is going to be our last question for tonight. Will there be dynamic sounds added for weapon strikes based on material being hit? For example, like flesh or stone from a golem?
Yeah, so part of Dominic's painstaking work was every single hit for every single weapon has, well, every weapon type, I should say, is baked in with the sound of the armor that you're hitting. So flesh, mud, wood, water, you know, like some of them share, mud and water are the same, but yeah, every single one has to be baked in because we don't want to play too many sounds at once unless we have to. So yeah, that is a thing. And also crit sounds are also baked. So we've redone how crit sound by making more of that armor layer come out when you hit it to know that you've crit, rather than just having a massive explosive sound. It's still satisfying, that's the goal. Every on-hit sound should be satisfying, so yeah.
Cool. Well, that's all the time we have today. Please give another round of applause for these two.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dobra. Ja myślę, że w ogóle z Kamilem będzie podcast, czat, spotkamy się z nim, pogadamy sobie. Co, Dareczku?
Ulala.
No to pewnie jakąś ekipą się spotkamy z nim. Ja to jakoś dogadam, żeby było. Nie, właśnie, dobra, ja się już Dareczku mutuję i cię żegnam.
Spoczko, żegnam też, ciepło.
No. Buziaczki.
Buziaczki, takie tam, cześć.
No.
Dobra, ile mamy czasu? Kurde, sporo mamy czasu chyba. Do Animation Interview zostało z 12 minut. Ciekawe, czy wspomnę, jak spieprzili animację biegu, animację gibania głowy. Dobra, ja idę szybko w takim razie na krótką przerwę. Skoro mamy aż 12 minut, wam też polecam. No i zaraz... Już myślałem, że się zaczyna. No i zaraz animacje. Dobra, to by ryby. Słyszymy się za chwilkę. Okej, jestem. Chodź kot, hop. No chodź, hop. Chodź tu do ludzi. Jest i kot. Animation Interview. Trochę o animacjach już posłuchaliśmy, więc nie wiem, czy to będzie jakiś bardzo ciekawy dla nas panel. Kot, nie ocieraj się. Nie ocieraj się o mikrofon. Nie o mikrofon. No dawaj, tutaj do mikrofonu daj. Audio do mikrofonu poproszę. Dla widza. Dla widza, audio do mikrofonu. No chodź. Chodź tu. Tu dla widza masz. Tu. No dla widza. Dla widza. No nie chcę, wstydzi się. Tu masz mikrofon. Proszę. O, nie wiem, czy było słychać. Wstydliwe te koty. Właśnie, mogę wam teraz w sumie, skoro mamy chwilę, to nawet można powiedzieć, że pół godziny, bo nie wiem, czy będzie coś bardzo ciekawego na tym panelu. Czy możemy to jakoś odtwarzać w oknie? Zgaduję, że nie będzie... Kurde, nie ma tej nakładki. Bym musiał na chyba innej przeglądarce. O, tak to mogę zrobić. Żebym sobie puścić w ten sposób. I mogę wam pokazać, czym mniej więcej planuję grać Ligę 3.22. Przynajmniej na razie jaki jest plan. Tylko dam to może tutaj na lewo. Coś takiego. Chodź, złaś. Złaś. Dupę pokazujesz widzom. Tylko która to była postać? Czcigodny. Ogólnie planuję grać Inkwizytorem na Armageddon Brandzie. No i jako mechaniki, no to tak jak wspominałem, będzie Expedition, będą Rogue Exile z duchami. I ogólnie build jest oparty na Radhpit Globe. Czyli właśnie stakujemy nasze maksymalne życie, aby zwiększyć nasze obrażenia. No i kastując spele, zużywamy nasze życie. To całkiem potężnie, więc tutaj potrzebny jest u nas regen. Sam build jest na notce, którą się bardzo rzadko gra. Blood Magic. Więc jest to całkiem ciekawy build, że to tak ujmę. Ciekawy mechanicznie, bym powiedział. Przypomnę sobie jakąś mapę, może nie T7, bo ten build nie ma za dużo, kurde. Nie mamy za bardzo... nie jest dociągnięty. Weźmy jakiś Mood Gazer.
Sam and Ed from
Może
the
być.
animation team, and that's what we're going to be asking about today. And these are the people that make all the animation look amazing. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks very much for having us. This is great. Well,
Mogę to jakoś podgłośnić? Kurde, zamknąłem to. Shit. Gachi roll. Gdzie jest stream? Tu jest.
We started just before Fall of Arieth, and we've sort of been here ever since, and sort of really started to put our feet down, you know. bit of the furniture. He's been here even longer. Yeah, I've been here 8 years. I started, I think the week of release for Act 4 was, so I started a pretty hectic time.
Wow.
Laguje.
There's certainly a lot of work that's gone in before since then.
Że jest audio.
You know, there was a small period where I was the single animator.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's
then
a lot to do.
yeah. There was 2 guys when I started, and then they both left, leaving me behind. And I was just like this junior, being like, how do I do this?
A lot of overtime then.
Yeah.
And so, how much have you been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2? Now that like both are being worked on.
Well, I'm full-time PoE 2 now. There was a bit of like crossover, but yeah, now it's just strictly
Czy na streamie też laguje, czy
for myself, it's sort of like I have a combination of all of it really.
tylko mi na podglądzie?
I take care of all the bosses and monsters in PoE 2, but obviously
To wygląda u was na streamie?
PoE 1, which is still needing to be maintained, and we have a lot of microtransactions and that kind of stuff that also needs maintained. So, you know, it's sort of split across all really.
Jest git, to dobrze.
So, Sam, what's the favorite thing you've like designed so far?
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of content to go through, but I have to say, creating the PoE 2 bosses has been my absolute favorite. We've had a chance to create, much more character in all of the performances from all of them. We've really tried to really hone in on who a character is, where he comes from. Where does his magic come from? How is it created? Is it, is it from the gods? Is it from the earth? Is it from his catalyst? It doesn't matter where it's from. But we have to know that, and I think people really start to get the idea after seeing some of the boss fights that they're experiencing some of the boss fights.
Ich streama to u mnie też laguje właśnie. Przez to, że mam to w okienku na ekranie tutaj, to niestety jest też przylagowane. No, ale build ogólnie wygląda mniej więcej w ten sposób. Nie jest taki wolny, patrząc na to, że tu nie mam faster attacks do shield charge'a.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that they feel punchy and flow, and I think my favorite at the moment is the monk, but also the warrior. I like the slams. Yep. Yeah.
And you were telling me for PoE 1, you designed like pretty much all the animations on Katava.
Yeah. Yep. I was all on Katava. That took me about 3 months to animate. He was crazy complicated. Yeah. And at the time, it was something that was completely unique. I had never animated something the size of a building. Before. And that took a long time to wrap my head around, like just how fast that thing should move or how slow it should move, and there was a lot of iteration that went on trying to get him feeling right.
I can't even imagine. So, walk us through the process a little bit. Like, where do you start? Do you get an outline of everything? I'm guessing like the model is mostly finished when you start doing the animations. Can you walk us through that?
I mean, sometimes it's actually all the way back, and actually more often it's actually all the way back at concept stage.
Wow.
So the drawings come in, and you get to see them, and you're like, it's really, really messy at the top or down the bottom, and we're just like, can we balance this out a little bit here? And it's sort of like, this would be the biggest shape that we want to make use of. But our concept team over the years have just gotten so good. They understand what the product is. We actually have, a top-down camera, which is quite difficult at times to animate to. The silhouette gets foreshortened all the way down, and so actually that's sometimes our biggest battle, is making sure that silhouettes are clean and that kind of stuff. And the concept artists are so good at doing that. But at the same time, the monsters are crazy these days. The level of detail on them is crazy. So, there's only so much limitation that you get. But after that, then it goes to modeling and stuff, and we'll get at that stage. There can often be this balance of like, sometimes the craziness of a monster, it's like, well, that's going to make it difficult to special, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, and like animation has been going on for a long time in PoE right now, and you've been working there for so long. Can you tell me a little bit about how things have changed from all the way 7 years ago, and like technological changes and stuff like that today?
Well, I think Ed touched a little bit on it in his talk yesterday, which was quite funny. It's just like the rigs for the character side of things.
To ich streama jakoś chyba laguje, chyba że to coś u mnie, może odświeżę. Zobaczymy. Aż dziwne. Nie mogę odciszyć streama.
Feel like they're, if they're a zombie and they're sort of like coming after you, or if they're a big and tough person, they feel that way. A lot of that for me, I really concentrate probably the most important thing for me that I start with is the walk or the run. Once you've established how this thing moves, it really helps you sort of gauge how fast something should attack after that, how crazy it is it manic, is it slow and heavy, are they proud and standing tall? It's balancing it all over the place, really.
I think also on the tech side of things, when I started, we didn't have a rigging department. The animators were doing the rigging.
Saviors.
And I didn't know how to rig, so I was kind of learning on the fly. But yeah, now we have very talented riggers who can support us with extra things behind the scenes that make our job a lot easier.
So what does the rigging do?
The rigging is adding in it's basically adding the skeleton, defining the points of deformation around joints, and also adding controls, so the things that we can actually select. So in my talk yesterday, I mentioned that we were animating on the skeleton. The problem with that is that the skeleton's underneath the skin. So you would either have to have the character in some kind of transparent mode, so you can't really see them properly, or have an X-ray. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sometimes they also create little systems for us. So like if you've got a lot of controls, they may give us a global controller that might be able to, instead of having to on an extremely high level control every single control, we might have a lower level control that we can control all of that with. So we only actually have to animate one thing, or they make systems for us and that kind of stuff, like be able to throw sine waves through things to be able to give the overlapping actions and stuff like that.
So especially with character models and stuff, do you ever use like real life people to have them like wear suits to try to make sure everything looks super authentic, or is it just all done in a program?
We sometimes we video ourselves.
Yeah, reference is huge. And in fact, I think that's probably one of the biggest changes that we've had from PoE 1 to PoE 2. With most of the guys, from the monster side of things, we take them, we go into the animation room, we make lots of like weird noises and growls, and smash stuff, break swords. We have a lot of temporary swords, which is hardened plastic and that kind of stuff. So you can actually stand in pose, look at your body, take video of it, and then you can be like, oh, really? He does that? Like one of the things that I remember figuring out actually at just before the last ExileCon was when someone's sliding their sword around, you may think that it's actually going to go straight through, and it just cuts straight through. It's generally we have a pose here and a pose here, and then we jump through. But there's a point where the weight actually from the blade goes through to the end of the sword, and it travels down to the end of it, and it actually keeps you, while it rotates, for a still frame in the middle, and then it continues on. And it actually gives you that sensation of sort of the weight actually going through, and it gives it a little bit of extra chunk. But you'd never figure that out. If you just looked at it just normally, you'd never almost know that it's there. Wow. But you take video footage of it, and all of a sudden you've got levels of detail that you didn't think were present.
Yeah, because I'd imagine animation is something you really notice, like you ideally don't notice if it's done well, right? It just feels good, it feels right, but you really notice when it's done wrong. What would be like the single hardest thing to animate?
I find very subtle things hard to animate.
Yeah.
Like big flippy actions are great because there's so much going on.
High contrast.
Yeah, you can't tell when something's gone wrong.
Yeah, like sorry.
Just quickly, one of the animations I did on PoE 2 was plugging a gem into a generator, and the character kneels down and plugs the thing up and then stands up. Doing the stand-up, I was just like, how does this happen? How do you stand up from a kneel?
I think another thing for me is like really human-based walks. They're slow. Everyone knows how a human moves, whether they know they do or they don't. Everyone has observed everyone their entire lives, and as soon as something's not exactly right, they're like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
They're like, why'd you do that? That's wrong. And it's like, oh, I tried. We don't use any motion capture. Every single thing that's in the game, maybe there is 0.5% of something that has been motion captured. We've tried a few different technologies over the years and stuff, and we've always reverted back to acting and hand creating and handcrafting everything. So there is absolutely nothing that every boss and monster that we have at the moment, it's just all from hand and reference.
That's very impressive because you've seen such a level up in all the animations and everything. Like everything looks so much more smooth, realistic, the running and everything.
As you're pulling my strings, man.
Very, very well done. What I want to ask you about next is animation canceling is a really big thing in Path of Exile. And I really want to wonder, especially now that we're having things like a incorporated dodge roll, how does that work if you're like mid-swing and your player wants to animation cancel? Does that make your job a lot harder?
So far, no. That was one of the things that I was worried about when it was first mentioned to me. But seeing it in game and testing it out for myself, it's just kind of worked.
No i przez te wasze głowy i korpus wtedy PoE w 2026, no.
Instances where it does end up looking ridiculous, then we can stop that. But yeah, so far it's been fine.
On the monster side of things, we sometimes have very fast characters or slow characters, and the slow characters are a little bit easier because you kind of want them to hit the ground and wait, and you kind of got that telegraph and timing when you know when you can attack them again. But if you have like a multiple attack animation, maybe they slash, once across and then come back again or something, you might not want to actually make that monster wait until he's finished his second attack. And so we can actually put animation canceling events in the timeline, and we can say, look, you've got to be here until this moment, but if the character is no longer in proximity at this point, actually you can go and chase him again. And so that keeps a mob really hungry and sort of fiending after you, and especially with the fast-paced stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about next. Obviously, in Path of Exile, a lot of people like to stack both attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. How does that interact with the animations you have to make? Do you just speed everything up with a linear timeline, or do you have to make different animations for different thresholds?
Yeah, so the characters have the ability to now to switch animations as their attack speed increases. Basically, I just try and find a threshold where the animation starts looking ridiculous, and then I have another one where usually I cut a bit off the head and tails so that the actual slash itself stays the same. It's
awesome. And obviously, there's a lot of teams that are running your games. I imagine you guys have to work very closely with sound, visual effects. Can you talk a little bit about how does it work to collaborate with other teams, back and forth, and if things need to be changed afterwards?
I think that's probably my favorite part of the whole job.
ExileCon.
You get to talk with everyone, everything in the whole pipeline. It's very linear. First of all, you have the concept stage, and then you have modeling, and then you have rigging, you've got animation, you've got VFX, and then you've got audio. And it's all one big collaborative thing. So quite often, because it's linear, we come in, we'll do a pass, we'll maybe get it up to about 80% somewhere, we hope, around about 80%. We then send it off to a VFX, they'll do it, and then sometimes I'll come back and they'll be like, hey, I was really trying to make this lightning ball up, and then I wanted to explode at a certain time. Can you give me just like half a second more, just so that they can form the effect, and then we'll go back and adjust it for them, and then they can do their effects to it. Audio, they're at the end of the pipeline, so they kind of just wait and pause. They might put some sort of dummy stuff in, and they'll just wait until we're completely polished, and then they'll do their pass afterwards.
But it's really cool to make an action and then pass it on and just kind of see what another artist does with it.
It's like different sets of the puzzle, right? It's very cool.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't expect what they do.
You're just like, oh, I didn't intend for that, but cool.
That makes it look way better.
That's awesome. So with cohesion between skills and microtransactions, does that how much things does the actual look of something factor into the animation?
In terms of microtransactions?
And skins in general.
Right. I mean, sometimes I think we're kind of bound with microtransactions specifically because we don't really create. The microtransaction itself may have a unique animation, but it's usually getting played on top of something which isn't unique. And so we don't really go ahead and create new character animations for those microtransactions, especially in PoE 1. I can't really tell you what's going to happen in PoE 2, but in PoE 1 we have a predefined, we have the characters there, they have certain rigs. Because they didn't share at that particular point in time, it made it very difficult to go and customize anything. Whereas we have a lot more options, I feel like, coming up in PoE 2, where we actually could potentially do some certain things. And
although there was the exception of there was a supporter pack or something recently where there was the armor set that when you got it you floated.
That's right.
That was probably the first thing we've added to the characters in ages.
That's my favorite thing. I wish you could have that on just once you've unlocked that MTX, I wish you could have it on everything. I love floating. So cool.
Well, we added it to the Mana Tempest on the Info too.
It'll float well. And we got a 10-minute warning here, and I've been asked kindly to remind everybody that we have a PoE 2 gameplay showcase with Anugi and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So that'll be coming up after our segment here. But as the next one, I wanted to ask, do you have any pet peeves when it comes to animating? Something that comes up that bugs you, annoys you, that's maybe a hard thing to solve?
I don't know if it's pet peeves in the
Coś się chyba
overall
zmieniło.
animation itself, or maybe just the process and making sure that the workflow is correct, making sure that animation isn't too noisy, I guess. I don't know if it's more of a pet peeve, it's just something that we really
Zdziwieni, że
concentrate
Streamage'a
on.
nie będzie.
The only thing that really comes to mind is being asked to do something quicker than it can possibly be done.
Timing-wise?
Yeah. Like, you know, we want this big epic thing to happen and we want it in half a second. It's like, well...
Yeah, takes time.
It's definitely one of the most difficult things in PoE, is that everything is so fast.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get a lot of time to create this massive thing. You have to try and get that feeling across, but in a really tiny period of time. But that's part of the territory. It's not really, I don't know if I'd call it a peeve. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And that brings me to my next question about visual clarity. It's obviously super important in ARPGs, and I want to really ask you about the differences in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 there, and yeah, how does visual clarity factor into everything?
I mean, for me with monsters, it's just making sure that the animations are clean, like really clean. The flow is really important. You can't have something that's just going to run really fast and then attack really slow. You can't have animations that are coming this way and then suddenly just bounce out and go the opposite way. Rather than matching a particular pose, which we often do with bosses and with monsters, it's more about matching the flow of something, especially with like wings and things like that. They have a certain action that they're doing. If you suddenly just change that and go the opposite way, it's going to pop. Even if the pose is exactly the same, the flow of the motion is too different, and you'll get a knock. And then when people are seeing it, they won't know what they're doing, but they'll feel it. They'll feel this, and it will become that when you've got packs and packs of monsters. It's like click, 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 click all over the screen, you know? You're just like, no, what's going on there? That's wrong. You know, that's bad.
Yeah, reducing visual noise is a big thing I focus on. When I'm making character skills, I'll often just run around an area and just kill lots of monsters with that skill and just make sure that I'm seeing it from all different angles and just trying to catch any like weird little pops and also using it alongside other abilities as well. So I'm not just focusing on it being spammed, but also how does it work with everything else in your toolkit.
Awesome. And obviously bosses are particularly important to be telegraphed. And when you're designing the animations for a boss, are you just given a list of like, these are the moves that we need? Like we need 1 slam or 2 slams and like...
That's a really interesting question. So that kind of happens in many different ways. Sometimes we have a design to begin with. We're like, oh, we really need this to happen. It needs to have circle, circle, rectangle damage. Or, you know, maybe other times they will just get a boss and we have a look at it and we have a look at the biggest shapes that it has, what kind of character it is.
O, halo. Mam nadzieję, że stream działa.
The lore of the magic or
działa.
whatever is coming through.
Yeah.
Coś
And
się
do you ever get
zwiesiło.
given a boss and you see it and you're like, I want this boss to do this. Like this would be a really cool move to put in.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And what about, do you ever have like, does it happen often that you have an animation, you've like finished it and you're like, no, it's just not right, and you just scrap it entirely?
Yep. A big part of my process is if something's not working, just don't try and force it to be good. A lot of the times it's good just to delete it and start again.
Yeah, rework it, you know, like from scratch. There's nothing wrong with throwing away stuff that's not working. And in fact, I implore it for all of our animators. It's like, because the clarity when you're creating an animation from scratch is either there or it's not. And you may just fundamentally have that animation just not working.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Zaruś do
And there might
rana,
be a lot of people
wariacie.
watching at home,
No,
on Twitch, etc.
no to wygląda.
And that want to do what you guys do. What would be your advice and like things
No
to
to
study
wygląda,
in
teraz
university
staram się trochę
for still
złapać
students,
energii
etc.?
przed najbliższymi panelami. Chociaż mózg mi nie pracuje. O, jest straszne zmęczenie. Teraz sobie na drugim ekranie przeglądam Voidborn Supporter Pack, bo w sumie z donejcików już mnie stać, żeby zakupić upgrade. I właśnie przeglądam, co tam ciekawego jest w ramach tego supportera. Mamy zagwozdkę, fan z brodą, już wszystko jest tak dalej. Może on tak biega, jemu może się nic nie giba, jak biegnie.
locally to whoever it is around the world. That's obviously important. And I'd say the last thing is just don't give up. You're not going to be great straight away.
Może jemu się podoba po prostu.
I would say just animate.
Yeah.
Just animate a lot. I mean, artists will do the same thing with drawing, like just draw a lot. It's the same thing. Animate, just animate a lot.
Yeah.
And get critique. Get other people to look at your work.
Very much so.
That's the most important.
And I mean, even at a professional level, that's the same thing. Like you can create an animation. I can come up to Ed and I'm like, Ed, help me. What's wrong? And he's just like, oh, it's this. And it's like, oh, what? Oh, it's that? Oh, okay. And you just need points of reference. And, don't have anything and hold it too close to your heart. It's like if someone says it's wrong, I generally run by the rule of threes. Ask 3 people. If 2 people say that it's wrong, you know what? No matter what your pride is, it's probably wrong. And then just redo it. And don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be perfect first time.
And how much of this is like solo work, and how often do you end up working with like 2 people in one animation or more people?
Well, Ed's been solo on characters for the entirety of PoE 2 production. For us, we started off with having.
Przepraszam, że wam tu wyciszam, ale jak się zacząłem zastanawiać, nie? Jak mamy ten supporter pack,
you actually kind of need to sometimes break people down into teams too, and so they'll work together on something.
Mamy animację, że postać zaczyna nam latać. To jak będzie wyglądało w PoE 2, jak ja założę tą mikrotransakcję i wcisnę spację? Co się wydarzy wtedy? Czy ja zrobię fikoła w powietrzu, czy jak to będzie wyglądać?
How often do you go back and rework something that's been in the game for a while, like maybe a new technology came out and that you can upgrade something, or is it like hard to go back?
I think it's quite rare to go back. I think the only time we've gone back and really changed stuff is when we started.
Zależy, czy jeszcze będzie latający niedźwiedź. Czajcie to? Latający druid niedźwiedź.
As you're going, I mean, like constantly evolving on the learning side. It's quite expensive to go back and
robiący fikoły w mieście.
From those mistakes, the next time you go around it, and you're really concentrating on making sure that you don't make that same mistake again.
Well, we're getting towards the end here, but this must have been a huge relief getting everything off your chest. What's the general vibe of just seeing everyone?
Awesome.
How they're reacting to everything?
It's amazing. Yeah. The fans that have come in all this way to come out and see here, I get goosebumps thinking about people. People say that they appreciate something. You're like, oh, you noticed that? That's amazing. It's like sometimes you just don't really know if people are picking up what you're putting down, and that's like. It's a huge sigh of relief to actually see that people do appreciate the effort that you put in, because it's definitely a product of passion. We absolutely love what we do. We're very lucky. The whole team of animators are extremely talented, and it's truly a privilege to get to work with them on it, and then to get to appreciate it from everyone else is it's awesome.
I mean, usually the stuff we see online is like about, how the game plays and the I don't know, I guess more game mechanic relevant stuff. Yeah. So it's nice to have people come up and actually say they appreciate the animations and I compliment that stuff.
People are quite often quite willing to turn around and tell you what's wrong with something, but to have so many people come over and tell you what's right with something, it's just like, oh, sweet, they did get it, like.
Yeah, is there anything small that you feel like it's overlooked that you are really proud of?
I think we were talking earlier with Ed, I think he hit the note quite on. It's just sort of like we've tried so hard in PoE 1 specifically. Animation quality's been getting better and better, and but the people sort of have this thing. It's like, oh, things look a bit janky, so I'm not really looking at animation. But I think a lot of the stuff that's there is actually a lot, is really good. But there's some stuff that's dated that we sort of gets mixed and blurs in with it,
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Thank you, Sam and Ed, and everybody watching. Really appreciate it. Grinding Games for setting everything up. And remember, right up next, we have the PoE 2 gameplay showcase with Nguyen and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So thanks so much. Hope you guys all enjoyed watching. And my name is Cesarine, and try to die less than I do. Thanks so much.
Pierwszy akt albo czwarty, jak już tym Warriorem, to przynajmniej inną lokację niż reszta. Dlaczego Nugi? Co się stało? Co się wydarzyło? To właśnie, jesteś Jamis jeszcze? W sumie nie pamiętałem, jakie ty miałeś zdanie na temat PoE 2. Czy głód, czy mech? Ciekaw jestem, czy zeszli gdzieś daleko w tym delwie. Tej ich grze wewnętrznej. James już chyba poszedł spanko. Albo siedzi rozwalony na łóżku czy coś i już nie wstaje. Pierdzielę cię, Dedras. Nie będę ci odpowiadał, bo musiałem wstać. Abym sobie pojechał na taki ExileCon. Obawem. W sensie z ExileCon to jedno, bardzo bym chciał w sumie, powiem wam, zwiedzić Nową Zelandię. Wydaje mi się, że to naprawdę byłaby podróż życia. Bo jak tam widziałem te wszystkie właśnie materiały, jak streamerzy byli na ExileConie w 2019 roku i pokazywali jakieś swoje doświadczenia ze zwiedzania lokacji różnych, ciekawych, no to wyglądało to dobrze, nie? Piękny kraj. Zresztą z Nowej Zelandii pochodzi ta słynna tapeta chyba z Windowsa. Znaczy nie wiem, czy to była... Wydaje mi się, że to była chyba Nowa Zelandia. Ta taka z łąką. Klasyczna tapeta Windowsowska. Albo nowa... Kurde, teraz nie jestem pewien, czy to nie była jakaś Finlandia na przykład, czy coś. Czy jakiś kraj skandynawski. Ale nie, no chyba NZ. Ale dywany potężne. To chyba te diablowskie dywany tam były. Wszędzie są dywany, co jest? To co? Zaczynajmy. Ale powiem wam, że chyba nie usiedzę do tego rejsa niestety. Chyba zrobimy tak, że faktycznie obejrzymy teraz te dwa najbliższe panele i chyba pójdę spać, bo z Kalifornii jest tamta tapeta. A to może po prostu ktoś znalazł bardzo podobną lokację w Nowej Zelandii, bo widziałem prawie że identyczne.
Hello and welcome. I am Nugi, or Nugian, and I am here with Mark/Neon, or as you might know him with his gamer tag that you might have seen upstage, Ruckus. We're going to have a bit of a gameplay session here where I'll be playing and he will be adding commentary or just general feedback to whatever I'll experience in game.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What are you going to play?
I am playing a warrior.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
You said you played the rest.
Yes, I have played a bit.
Monk jest w fakcie pierwszym.
Really enjoyed all the different characters. But yeah, now we're going to try out warrior. I've heard from other people that it's really difficult. So hopefully I'll manage to get through maybe some new zones. I don't know.
It is pretty rough, but it is also the highest act we're demoing here.
Right. Okay, let's see here.
King's March.
I really will say, since I've been playing this for a while, like 3 playthroughs, well, 2.5, all the audio design has been like really good.
Oh, yeah. It is on point. The audio team are incredible.
Find out more about the metal the Kalgurans use.
Okay, I'm just gonna check out the different.
Logowanie
What do
jest
you got?
dopasione.
Armor breaker.
Got armor breaker here. I've heard that you're supposed to swing this on things.
That's
3
kind
times.
of, yeah, you kind of start with that.
Right.
Especially tougher enemies.
Okay.
Debuff icon will appear below their life bar once they have broken armor, which means they have no armor, and then there are the other skills that benefit from it or interact with it. So in that case, Leap Slam and Sunder being those 2.
Okay, so those are the ones that benefit from armor breaker.
So yeah, the main combo, which you'll try and get the rhythm of, ideally would be kind of armor break until they've got no armor. Then either Leap Slam in for a heavy stun, or if it's too dangerous to get in, then Sunder from a distance.
Okay.
If you land a heavy stun, then often it's good to do a
So you're looking for a ship?
Infernal Cry straight into a max-powered supercharged slam.
Okay.
Lots of steps to remember there. Good luck. But if you land that, you can probably take off a good third of a boss's life all in one big go.
Okay. Right.
Maybe a quarter, sometimes more.
Okay, we'll see. Set sail. And I'm going.
Shrike Island.
Where am I?
Where are you going to pick? You've got a number of islands. This act is in particular very different
Shrike
because,
Island
as opposed to a kind of, there is a linear progression to it, but we really start the player off just going, where are you going to sail? Which island you're going to go to?
Oh, okay.
And each is a, like, there's a kind of consistent Karui theming amongst kind of this whole area as you're in the kind of Karui archipelago.
Okay.
But each island has its own theming
Wybrał
and
coś, czego nie
biome
było
and monsters and
wcześniej.
everything. And I actually
całe
like this act the
szczęście.
most
Oh,
as a result of this. Yeah, it's my favorite act by far.
Yeah?
Just because it's not, and this isn't necessarily bad, but it's certainly not my preference, where you have like kind of Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters, and they're all different, but they're all kind of got that same correlation, whereas here it's like go to island 1, you've got birds, the other island's got goblins, the other one's got undead, like ghost piratey, nautical themed things.
Right.
And so you've gone with Shrike Island here.
Risk death for these eggs?
Oh,
I understand the risk.
So lots of birds.
That is quite a swing. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, that one's channeled. The longer you hold it, the stronger it'll be. So you want to seize opportunities that present themselves, especially on bosses during heavy stuns.
Ta szory w sumie kojarzę z traileru,
Fun fact about
pierwszego
shrikes,
traileru
which,
chyba.
that's named this island is a bird that this island is named after. They like to take rodents and impale them on thorns or branches to eat them. And you can see there are humans that have been impaled on spikes around this island to
I see. Yeah.
match that.
Oh. So is that the thing they would like? Is it from the real world? Like, would they do it?
Yes, they do that. And the shrikes do that in real world.
Oh shit!
Kind of a bit savage, those birds.
Oh yeah.
In this case, it's mostly Karui because the Karui come here to take the eggs of the very large birds for both food and for kind of trophy hunting and proof of. Proof of warrior kind of, the strong vibe. Not sure what the right word is, it's slipping my mind. Yeah, lots of species of birds here. You've got, including the ones you're fighting right now, are kind of more towards, they're kind of bipedal even. So a little bit of evolution that's going on here. Or corruption, whatever caused it.
It's so odd because like as someone who play a lot, I have all these ideas where my key should be, and this is like all.
Change it if you want to.
I'll just need to get used to it.
I'm the same situation. I don't play. I'm a move-only left-click player for sure. I don't use middle mouse, and on that keynote, I had so many skills to use that I had pretty much every single keybind taken, and it takes a serious amount of muscle memory breaking to be able to do that. So
yeah, it really does. I do like all the. I like the weight of the of all the attacks, but it's such a different experience from. Maybe that's lucky. It's such a different experience from what we're used to in PoE 1, where everything is. I mean, it's not as involved. You just kind of like fire away and it works. Here, you really have to think about how does the wind-up times, the area that the skill will be, the direction.
Yeah, for sure. You're probably on the low end of attack speed on this character.
Oh yeah.
Not that it's able to be changed in this current build, but it does cause you to have like what we can do now, especially with this kind of pacing, is think about how every single attack really feels, and you can hear it, like the bass coming from these slams is satisfying.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't get that level of satisfaction, at least not to the same way, when you're thinking about like, you know, how many tens of sunders can I have on my screen at once, or how many tens of ground slams, but it's you really just get to feel everything. The satisfaction is so much higher.
Właśnie, bardzo żałuję, że nie da się zrobić buildu za bardzo na Sander, w którym się będzie przyjemnie grało w PoE 1.
That you can actually like just change it as you're rolling through. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I heard you could also like let's say if I'm sundering, can I like sunder?
Mi się bardzo marzy taki build, w którym Sander uderzając będzie zadawał fajne obrażenia. Będzie się tym grało przyjemnie, że uderzasz raz i idziesz po prostu przed siebie za tą falą. Znalazłem tylko build jakiś, który opiera się na, tylko że on jest związany z Cruciblem, który opiera się na Poisonie i wygląda całkiem spoko, ale jest dosyć drogi i nie zadaje jakichś super obrażeń, no ale jest na Sander, nie? No tylko, że Crucibla nie mamy w tej lidze, więc no cóż.
Sometimes those things that you can't see make it feel so much better, and you can't even necessarily understand why.
So I'm noticing leap slam here. Is it possible to get like a fully movement leap slam going like we could in PoE 1?
Certainly won't be as fast.
Okay.
But you might find that there is a way to make that feel like it's alright. I wouldn't say we're far enough along for that to be a certainty, yes or no, at this point.
Ooh, a chaos.
No mana.
Which happens to work differently now, that chaos.
I've heard that. Let's just check it out. So, remove random modifier and augments a rare with a new random modifier. Ooh.
Doesn't reroll the entire item, so the intention there is that you find a nearly perfect item and you take the gamble to get it to be perfect, as opposed to just simulating another random item drop on the ground.
Okay. I was talking to one of the devs, Hirishi.
Już Woj z two-handed będzie bazował na większości umiejętności na one-shot, big punchach, czy raczej będzie różnorodność? Pewnie wszystko zależy od zbudowania tej postaci, nie? Niby statystyki na two-handach wskazują na to, że chcesz mieć te duże uderzenia, bo masz mały attack speed i dużo damage'u w porównaniu do innych typów broni, przynajmniej na mace'ach. No, ale mam jeszcze dwuręczne miecze, dwuręczne topory, więc ten gameplay będzie troszeczkę się różnił. No w razie czego do jakichś szybszych akcji zawsze możesz zrobić sobie swap broni z osobnym drzewkiem, nie? To jest na pewno duże ułatwienie, więc duże ułatwienie i uprzyjemnienie rozgrywki.
What certainly means like the importance of base types finding normal rarity items goes up, right? Like, which is something that's interesting about item drops.
Pewnie umiejętności z dual buildingu będą inne, chyba że na dwóch mace'ach, nie? Ale to i tak może być dosyć wolne, ale no pewnie szybsze niż z two-handem. No ciekaw jestem, jak będą się zachowywały inne typy.
Did you get stunned out of that?
Oh, maybe I did.
inne setupy broni, nie? I przy różnych umiejętnościach.
Oh, it died. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, I'm liking it. I played slams when they first came out, and
Znaczy,
they
no...
felt.
Uff, co się wydarzyło?
Oh, frenzy on hit, of course. And they gave me.
Na pewno będą jakieś różne archetypy, no bo tak jak ja nieraz powtarzam, no graczy PoE nie da się zatrzymać z kreatywnością. Tym bardziej, że dostaniemy 36 różnych ascendencji, nie? Więc na pewno te ascendencje pójdą w różnym kierunku. A będzie można je zbudować w różnym kierunku. No ja na przykład, wiecie, w PoE 1, no wiadomo, wiemy jak wygląda PoE 1. No ale tam też by mogło się wydawać, że nie ma sensu na przykład robić witchki na mele, nie? A ja ostatnio zrobiłem witchkę, znaczy nie powiem, że to był jakiś super build, nie? Pewno był niedociągnięty, ale to była witchka, która biła mele, znaczy ze static strike'a i podpalała wszystko, nie? To był po prostu ignite build na mele. Więc na pewno takie szalone, głupie rzeczy będzie się dało robić w PoE 2. Drzewko ma mieć 1500 nodek, więc no, będzie chyba podobnej wielkości jak to w PoE 1. Nie wiem ile w PoE 1 jest w sumie nodek w tym momencie. I też wspominali, że masterki będą bardziej rozbudowane niż w PoE 1. Więc wszystko jest możliwe. No i to drzewko wydaje się być bardziej zbite, że start wszystkich ascendencji jest bardziej w środku drzewka i ono się gdzieś tam rozchodzi rozchodzi się po prostu na boki, ale no jakby łatwiej jest obkrążyć drzewko niż teraz. Nie, raczej każda klasa powinna móc korzystać z dual wieldingu, nie? Może tak być, że wiesz, na przykład jakiś monk faktycznie może się bardziej specjalizować w staffach, nie? Ale to wcale też nie oznacza, że pozostałe notki nie będą na przykład sprawiały, że jednak będzie się dało specjalizować go w inny typ broni. W sensie wykorzystując inne właściwości jego ascendencji. Więc samo to, że będzie można odblokować jakby gemę innych klas postaci i zakładać je bez problemu na innych klasach postaci, to też daje nam to poczucie wolności i dlatego wydaje mi się, że nie powinno być raczej problemów z różnorodnością buildów. Miejmy nadzieję przynajmniej, bo nie mogę być tego pewny, nie?
Other games that have a similar mechanic, it gives you a burst of speed somehow. Like you get extra movement out of it. But here it's you maintain the same speed, but because PoE
you don't maintain the same speed.
Distance.
Over the total time, you travel the same amount of distance. Yes, but you do travel the first part of it faster and the second part of it slower. We just didn't want it to be that you were traversing zones, literally holding spamming spacebar the entire time. But yes, it does feel a bit different as a result. Like I do notice your playstyle here, and it is not to critique it, because it is the exact same thing that I see almost everyone do at the start. Is that it is a matter of like keep pulling large and large and large packs.
Oh yeah.
Such a quick way to get yourself in trouble now. But it is exactly what everyone does at the start, because it is exactly what you do.
I forget I need to armor break these. Hold on, so...
Yeah, it's left click.
Yes. And then I sunder them.
Yeah. Sunder will always crit with a lot more damage.
Ooh,
it's interesting because it turns Sunder both from a very
Nie,
powerful
masz
AoE
dziwić, że ściągają.
into a single target skill as well.
Oh, did you see? Wait, 47, what level am I? 45, okay, I need to XP.
If you have to keep re-clearing this level, you'll get there possibly by the end of this stream.
People do call me a bit washed up, so maybe there's something to it.
Trafiał, tylko że Lipslam i Thunder zadają większe obrażenia na przeciwnikach, którzy byli armor break. Wręcz krytowało tak jakby na takich przeciwnikach. Więc po prostu tamten małek był dosyć twardy. Lipslam jest... Panie Niugi.
go to a different island?
You can, yes. If you just talk to the same person you spoke to before,
right.
you'll be able to select a different island.
Yeah. Let's try. Let's just. I'm the type of person I don't like
No,
giving
Journey
up,
End był
but I
trudny.
also want to just show more.
Yeah, understood.
Do you know there's apparently a Goblin Island?
Yeah, Isle of Kin is that.
Let's try that.
I like this island.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Well, I like them all, I suppose, but...
Any themes going on here?
What do we got here? It's a kind of... It's an island, it's kind of meant to be like White Island, and it is very much...
so with sulfur
and yep.
W ogóle w Nowej Zelandii właśnie jest takie specjalne jezioro, które jest chyba jakieś... Ma chyba jakieś siarczane gejzery, czy coś ten deseń. Nie dokładnie jak to wygląda tam. O co tam chodzi, ale właśnie nad całym jeziorem unosi się mgła siarkowa jakimiś siarczadami i ponoć tak wali tam zgniłym jajem, że ciężko jest tam wytrzymać na początku. I właśnie kolor wody był, to jest bardzo chyba stylizowane właśnie na tym jeziorze, bo tam kolor wody też był taki właśnie lazurowy, ale taki kurde podejrzany. O, tu macie jeziorko.
Hard to, I mean, you pretty much will never see one even living here, and I mean the bird, not the people.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a critter version of them made just to very, very, very rarely, hopefully, by very select players, be found in that tropical island area.
Oh.
No need to keep it a secret, because it's going to be hard enough to find them. Hopefully as hard as it is in real life.
Very cool. Oh, no, I don't want to die.
Gdzie jest tukan? Ale tukan has arrived.
It's so hard to think of questions on the fly.
No, I know. What do we got on this area? We've got all the goblins. You got them. They like to tame beasts. So I talked about this a little bit in my boss monster talk. But you'll find these occasional big beasts, and they're riding on top of them, and they go to other islands and kind of take beasts back. Oh, there you got one on the left there, and you see the guys jumping off of them.
Okay.
One thing that isn't implemented on that beast is I really want it to be that if you kill the beast while those guys are still riding on it, that he can fall on top of them and squish them.
Oh!
Have a big
I love
blood
that.
pop out the side, just to be a bit graphic with it. But yeah, I like these. I just like the audio and the sound effects they make as well.
Yeah. So do you have, within the monster designs, do you have specific, like within the species, do some flee, run away, charge you more?
Oh yeah, well there's a type on this that is just the drummers. You can see them kind of up there just playing the drums, but they're running around and they don't even pursue you. They cause all, I'll let you just start this boss fight and then we'll talk about that after. Got the blind beast.
Okay.
Can be done damageless, I have done it before.
Okay.
Tam zapalił za niebieski znak, nie wiem czy to nie jest checkpoint.
Should be 3 armor breaks to broken armor.
Nie tyle waypoint, co checkpoint.
Yeah, that's a heavy stun right there. So this boss can actually be heavy stunned twice as frequently, or twice as easily.
Okay.
But it has only 3-second duration, which sounds like a lot, but it's a lot less than the base duration or what a lot of other bosses have for heavy stun. So what you can do to utilize the heavy stuns is Infernal Cry after landing one.
Okay.
And then once you see the heavy stun go off, and then do a full power channeled ground slam, or the supercharged slam.
Oh, no, don't use that.
I wouldn't do it now, yeah. So
No.
Yeah. I know it's hard to think of it, but remember, Sunder's a good single target too.
I'm trying.
Got to wait for that armor break.
Okay.
Walk away.
And Sunder here.
That was a heavy stun on him.
Jeszcze bardziej
Yeah,
przytrzymać.
if you can get a full powered one of those going, it can be a little bit difficult, but slam. I liked this boss fight. Hopefully you don't lose too much concentration me having a rant here, but once the boss dies, all those goblins, they're so shocked that you were able to kill this untamable, ferocious beast.
Of course.
That they just flee. They all just jump over the sides and completely get out of there.
I like the dodge on this fight a lot.
Yeah. You can quite perfectly get armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge. The rhythm is just like so nice. Nice.
Oh, that does hurt.
Yeah, you were just on the edge there.
Can
Not too bad. Oh, good timing. If he hit you there, you get interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
Portals have a 2.5 or 3 second
PoE?
cast
No
time
dawaj.
during boss fights.
Get to the well.
PoE 2 już
I do like
teraz.
the well. I know a lot of players probably don't,
No,
but
byłoby to
there's
quality
like
of
a
life na
natural
pewno.
feel of I am filling up my, and it's
Chociaż
not, so the portal distance is
w teorii się to nie opłaca, jeżeli grasz na trade lidze. Taniej wymienisz u graczy niż wymienisz u NPC-a, no ale faktycznie byłoby to wygodne.
Okay, that's good. Oh, get up.
Nice. You got this. Not a problem. That's a heavy stone. Yeah. Careful. Nice.
Nie no, Yugi Pro. Coś tam pograł chyba. Te gierki komputerowe.
Kind of rhythm in PoE.
Yes, for sure. But once you do it, or at least for me, I find it so satisfying.
Oh yeah,
Really enjoy
Oh, this
it.
is really fun.
Ooh.
Well, I got spare health potions, so we can utilize that. Ooh. Maybe not. Good throw here.
Just gotta hope he doesn't crit. Crits do a lot more damage now.
Okay, don't throw. Just kill him, kill him, kill him. Yeah.
Nice. Good job. You'll notice he dropped a consumable. It should give 5 all attribute.
5 all rest.
There's
What do we
7.
have? Breaks armor on critical hit. Oh, a new base. I like it. I guess
Nice.
all the different weapons are somewhat new. Oh, this also crushes. Interesting. Huh. Okay, where are we going now?
Crush won't be as important for you if you're doing your armor break, but it will work on
Oh,
Crush.
right. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
So yeah, you'll notice the stadium was empty afterwards, but
oh, you're right. I just see it now.
they all just fled. You don't really look at it because you're normally looking where the loot is, so it all kind of happens in your peripheral vision.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, the drummers in this level, you can see one on the left there. He's just drumming along and sending out little war cry effects. He doesn't actually chase you. He just runs around playing the drums, and that increases the aggro range, or it kind of calls in all nearby goblins to come in to chase onto you.
I like that.
And it just knocks you back, and they can be kind of annoying when they're rare and you're trying to kill them and they're just spamming knockbacks. And
To akurat PoE 1 też przypomina PoE 1 trochę,
this is
nie?
also a
Diablo.
It's kind of I guess more their home, not where they're mining so much.
PoE 1 no to jest jakby
You get the underlit kind of lava going on.
duchowy spadkobierca Diablo 2, nie? Więc te rzeczy są do siebie podobne, nie? I w jednej części, i w drugiej. Faktycznie tutaj trochę przypomina to bardziej Diablowato, przez to, że ten HUD jest dosyć jasny.
We're going to have it that because a lot of the projectiles fired by monsters, not these, because these got put back
Chyba niestety nie zdąży dojść do następnego bossa, a tu chyba jest ten wtedy duży taki ziomek.
So there's a skill called like mortars is what we call them. I guess like magma orb kind of has that, where
Ten co tupie.
with enemies, it would always go to where you're targeting.
Okay.
But for our monsters, we don't want it to feel like, again, projectiles are just ephemeral, kind of phasing through you, like it should collide with
No,
you. if
dźwięki
they're
też
aimed. So we're
zrobili
going
takie
with more
trochę
of like
diablowate,
monster,
to
projectile
prawda.
ballistic system.
Właśnie jak
And in areas
pokazywali
like this, it
tam
can be
zakładanie i
really cool,
ściąganie
because the
części
projectiles
ekwipunku
will
na
then,
przykład, no to totalnie mi to jak Diablo brzmiało. Mi akurat bardziej to Diablo 2 przypominało, ale no, różnice pewnie są zbliżone.
Over top of the gaps in the level, and if you kill them above, they will also fall down and fall straight into the lava as well.
Dobra, idę się jeszcze przewietrzyć przed tym roundtable'em. Mam mało czasu, także zaraz do was wracam.
All these, you really have to be very careful with all the different monster types. There's definitely, I encountered one of them with the Huntress. It reminded me of everyone's favorite boss, the guy before Eater Worlds. I forget his name.
I know the internal. Is it the Infinite Hunger?
Yes, Infinite Hunger. And he has the belly, or the where he does the out. And I pretty much just got one shot by that one, so that was fun.
Sorry about that. I actually like this mod combination on this drummer. I find quite appealing because I can foresee the nuisance if you can get to it.
This is totally one of my favorite mods ever in the game.
Thing is, this guy's just going to constantly knock you back into the...
Are you serious?
Thing is, you'll be trying to melee him and he's just going to be constantly
mana
pushing.
with a drummer, okay. Neon, come on.
It's randomness, it wasn't my fault. Blame the random number generator.
Oh jeez, okay. I guess we know we're in it now.
What else is there going on with some of these? We have an interesting thing with monster behavior now, where we have what's called like secondary AI files.
Okay.
So normally an AI file is just, it comes with a list of skills, with weights, with conditions, and where they can use them. And we can have second ones that tick now, ones that are constantly ticking in the background, so that a monster can better react to what you are doing. And it can even interrupt its skills, so we're going to even have monsters dodge rolling to avoid your stuff as well.
Oh wow!
We're not quite there yet, but
I think as a warrior, I would really hate that.
But there's anti-ranged ones as well. It's more of an anti-ranged mechanic, to be honest.
Okay, okay.
We'll have them, like for dodge rolling, it's more of a dodge projectiles kind of thing.
Right, okay.
One example we have is it was in the keynote, there were these kind of ghosts that are going around kind of half invisible. And they do that when a projectile is flying at them. So they'll interrupt whatever ability they're doing unless you're close to them. If you're close to them, they won't do it.
Oh.
So it is an example of how we can make it better for melee.
Right. So we're getting pretty close to like the end of our gameplay through here. Is there anything that you've been particularly proud of with all the monster design and everything?
Oh, it's always bosses. Everyone who asks me what I'm most proud of is always bosses. I love them. I love designing them. I love making them. I love seeing them come together. The process of working with animators, audio, effects artists, concept artists, everything, modeling the whole way through. It involves all of it, and it's such a cool process just going through all that.
Quicksilver to taki core game. No core game w PoE 1. PoE 2 już niekoniecznie. Znaczy powiem wam, że zacząłem się przyzwyczajać do wizualnego, do phase'u tej gry trochę, jak tak oglądam ten gameplay. Bo to wygląda, że da się grać to szybciej niż grali to na pierwszych prezentacjach, nie? Właśnie to ściąganie mobów, mimo że jest bardzo deadly. To jakoś wygląda ten phase akceptowalnie mimo wszystko. Zacząłem się przyzwyczajać naprawdę do tego, co widzimy. Ale no na pewno jak się będzie przeskakiwało z PoE 1 do PoE 2, to będziesz czuł takie... Może nie tyle drewno to jest złe słowo. Bo jednak gra będzie bardziej płynna w swoich animacjach, we wszystkim, poza głową i tułowiem, hehehe. ale... Ale no... Okej. Już? Halo? Cóż za niezręczna cisza?
Okay, I guess we're live. Welcome everyone to the ARPG Roundtable. This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys. It is one that you can participate in. We have a code on the screen if you want to submit some questions. That's been the case for a lot of the other roundtables and events, as you know. Hopefully you know how to use it by now.
Dobra, tu się zamykam, ważny
This
panel.
is a really amazing lineup. We only have about an hour, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I have to cut anyone off. Ideally, we'd want this around 10 hours, but you know, we couldn't really make that happen today. So let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPG scene. If you have enjoyed an ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So I'm Crip, and we can go around. Perhaps with David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games for 30-something years now, long time. Made all sorts of ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2, Marvel Heroes. We made Hellgate London, and I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC, to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So that's me in a nutshell.
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together way back in the day. But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go, the Diablos, Hellgate London, and then we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series. And currently I am making an unannounced game as a VP of games at Zynga, and it will not be a mobile game. So. Well, it will be mobile. It'll be mobile and cross-platform.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I think those are the highlights of my career. Retired for a little bit, but then I'm dragged back in. I've got a new indie studio called Moonbeast. You guys could look it up, moonbeast.com, though we have nothing interesting to say yet, so. Just had to get a little pitch out there. Sorry, Chris.
I'm Travis Baldry. The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which is now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned, and now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels, because I guess I'm just a flip-flopper.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. My first game was Path of Exile, and I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olofsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile. And a year and a half, I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Realm. So, new, very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here. I want you guys to feel free to maybe add in or, develop a conversation. I'm sure everyone will love to hear your different perspectives on things. So the first question that I thought was really interesting from the audience here: how do you feel about the current trend of having every attack be telegraphed by red marks on the ground? Oh, Max,
we were just fighting over this the other week.
Exactly. We've been fighting about this. I don't like it. I like to have the tell be the animation and the action and not some large piece of geometry on the ground. Sometimes you have to do it, and it should be subtle. I don't generally like it, though. I think it's a bad trend.
What do you think, David?
I disagree because I'm a systems person, but I kind of understand it. So we've, I think that I think that making it a little bit less visible is acceptable.
We've literally had this argument in the last month repeatedly.
I've never used it myself, but it's a valid tool. I like it in some games.
I like the intuitive feeling of distances and feeling like I've gotten a handle on things and having that innate knowledge without a helper, if I can get it.
Yeah, we've tried really hard in Path of Exile to have things be visible on the screen as a real scene. Like, we don't do damage numbers and that kind of stuff because we want you to actually feel the visceralness of combat. And telegraphing is a lot like that, where while I don't work on fights that have telegraphed attacks myself because I do items and stuff, my understanding is the team will telegraph through animation before they telegraph through effects where possible.
Yeah. I would say that it's best to avoid it as much as possible and as long as possible. And there's a way to teach the players about dangerous attacks coming. So say, in a level, you can have small monsters do an attack that's similar compared to the boss attack that is. So you can kind of teach the player earlier about it, and that's kind of the good way of doing it, but it's also a very slow way that requires a lot of planning, so it is kind of understandable that you would use the red mark sometimes.
And don't do red is kind of my thing. Like, you can see things that are telegraphed, and it could be a subtle, in-universe color. Yeah.
Now, everyone here has a lot of experience with the ARPGs in general. A lot of the questions we're getting have to do with what started it. Why is it that you have all tried to perfect the ARPG genre in your own different ways? How did it start?
Started from playing a lot of games. Oh boy, this is really going to date me.
How much time do we have?
No, maybe it was high school, early college, I started playing a game called Rogue, where the term roguelike comes from. And then moved on to some other versions. People made similar kind of games. Moria, Umoria, Angband, NetHack, things like that, which were ASCII games where you were like the @ symbol attacking the letter K. And they had random levels and random items and stuff like that, and you leveled up, and I played that to death. And then so when we got together and we made our own studio, then we want to kind of take that gameplay that I had played for so long and kind of update it, make it a real, put graphics on it, make it kind of pop, and so that, but still keep a lot of the core, which was the random levels and the random items and all the different monsters that can show up and stuff like that. And so that's really, I think, where it mainly comes from.
Yeah, and I think for some of us, we were kids playing Dungeons and Dragons with, some level of ADHD where we just wanted to get to the killing, And at the time, computer RPGs tended to be kind of story heavy and stat heavy, and you'd roll your characters, and it would be an hour before you got to kill your first skeleton. And we thought, we should be killing a skeleton within a minute or two, And so that was kind of one of our goals too, is just get to the action. There's plenty of time for storytelling, but you don't have to front load it so much. And then I think, Eric, you can talk about how we got the camera angle and the way we look at an ARPG.
I'm going to skip that. I don't have to listen to my brother's question.
This is what I live with.
For me, why I just keep making the same game in a sense is, for me, when we killed our first skeleton and the first shield or whatever popped out, all I can ever do is just iterate on that. I just think, okay, let's kill the next monster, let's get the next piece of loot, and my mind is just kind of hardwired to constantly follow that pattern, and I just find it enjoyable to do and enjoyable to play. So that's my ARPG story.
I think my first, as close to an ARPG as I could get, apart from NetHack, was Telengard on the C64. Avalon Hill put it out, and it had an infinite, randomly generated, deterministic dungeon. So it was the same every single time, but it went on forever. And this was running on a real piece of crap. And I was just kind of amazed by it. And it also just had a very weird sense of humor. Like you would come across an elf and it would say, the elf likes your body and gives you a sword +1. It was, I still have incredibly fond memories of this game. I remade this game, I liked it so much. And then later on, when I encountered Diablo 1, you know, I was hooked.
Yep, it started with Diablo, and thank you guys, by the way, for that. Seriously. Yeah, that needs applause. I played Diablo 1 obsessively until Diablo 2 was announced, and then I remember getting in trouble at high school for watching Diablo 2 trailers on the school computers where I wasn't supposed to be at lunchtime, and I tried to get the teacher who was throwing me out interested in it, but no, he wanted me to get out of there. And so, yeah, when Diablo 2 was released, I played it obsessively for a very long time. My friends will understand the degree of that obsession, and I took the game apart to learn exactly how it works, and approached Eric, who I met playing it, and Jonathan, who I knew from school, and said, we need to make a game like this. It's perfect, and you know, there's no sequel on the horizon, and there's millions and millions of players out there who want something just like this, and let's try to understand its essence as best we can, and you know, do our best service to the genre, and try to make some kind of spiritual successor. So it all started with your product.
Oh. And thank you, by the way, for taking up the mantle so we can go on to other things.
Yeah, I think Eric said most of it. It's just something special about clicking a monster, an item pops out, so that, and you equip that, so you can click a slightly harder monster, and then everything sort of just goes from there. And there's something with the UI as well, where you just have the top-down camera, and everything is kind of simple and viewable, and just cut straight to the addiction, I guess.
Well, once the monsters die and they drop their shields, the next step becomes, well, maybe trading it. We have a few questions about that, and I kind of wanted to tie in what I was still thinking. What do you guys think about gold and or trading in ARPGs?
Well, I like trading. I think Chris and I have a little different views on this. We've talked about this quite a bit. I think that the easier it is to trade the item, the more you need something that restricts trading. So you can make that some sort of binding system, or the item can only be traded a few times, or whatever system you want, but the easier you make that, then the game loses a little bit about what it's about. So if you can get everything by just trading, then you lose kind of the point of the moment-to-moment combat. So it's important to have trading, I think, but if you make trading difficult, then it doesn't happen as often, and kind of is reserved for the players that are already really deeply into the game and can then use that trading, and they're getting enjoyment out of it in many other ways. So I think that I like trading, but you have to be really careful with it because it is kind of the opposite of the whole point of playing the game. Yep. As for gold, I think gold is important, but oftentimes people don't find uses for gold. So as long as you keep gold as an active resource that you can use, I think I like picking it up.
Yeah. Now my feeling on trading is that these are co-op games for the most part, and you're there with your friends playing, and you should pretty much be able to trade unbridled with them. But when you have a huge community of hundreds of thousands or millions of gamers even, and you have some sort of global marketplace for it, you get item gluts, and it devalues it, and you lose the experience, like you're saying, of the accomplishment of killing bosses and stuff. So yeah, with your friends, trade away. But once you have like an auction house, say, it can degenerate.
Yeah, I like collectability is a lot of fun. That's part of the loot game, and I love loot. So I think, and the collectability is enhanced by trading. It's not that cool just to have your own stuff. You want to be able to send it back and forth. But you know, I think that a lot of people would agree that like the Diablo 3 auction house sort of destroyed half the fun of the game when it becomes that's your way to get to your loot. That's not the fun way to get to loot. The fun way to get to loot is through the random rolls out there in the field. But, so, I'm mixed on it.
I don't know if anybody will like my answer. I really don't like trading at all. I like action RPGs as just, part of the joy of the randomization is just dealing with whatever the hell you were dealt.
Yep.
You know, what are the monsters, what is the layout, and what's the items that I get, and then just making the best of it. I love that sort of like, that essential essence to it. As far as gold goes, even if it's not relevant, I just like the ongoing dopamine hit of picking up gold. It's like Pac-Man eating pellets in the maze. I don't know, I just like it. It's like clearing the fog of war too.
Yeah.
It speaks to me at a deep level.
Yeah, picking up money, you would never get sick of picking up money.
I'm never tired of picking up money.
Well, you know our views on trading, of course. You've read the manifesto and you've heard all of the explanation for why we're experimenting with gold and Path of Exile 2, but I'll touch on a subject here where we deeply feel that trade is critical from the point of view of being able to have an item where you say, this is mine, and it's valuable, and you want it, and I could give it to you, but I'm not going to, because I could absolutely hand it over, but it's mine, and you have to give me something of value. We want that feeling of the thing you've got could be tradable. And to touch on what Travis said, there is something special about playing a game on your own merit, the solo self-found approach, and that's why, and I personally prefer playing solo self-found than playing with trade, but I would never make Path of Exile an entirely solo self-found game. And that's why the way we structured it is if you opt into solo self-found mode, you can opt out yourself or some of your items. So you can play and see how far you can get by yourself, and then when you find a mirror, you're like, time to trade, and then cut out your whole character. So we've got that compromise there where you can play without trade, but the game does have trade.
Yeah, I'll just add a small thematic point about gold, where it's obviously good to have gold in the game because everyone knows what gold means. Like, it's something you want more of, and there's like all this history and everything attached to it. So it's perfect like that. You just need to make sure it's actually a little hard to get and you don't get too much of it.
So a big part of trading just happens to get the high quality loot. And one of the questions we have has to do with how do you balance quantity versus quality, where they point out that both extremes seem pretty poor, but how do you land in the middle, and where should you?
I think that for me, if quantity at some level becomes useless, like meaningless. And so if you have a lot of quantity, you're going to end up in a situation where you're just like leaving things on the ground all the time, and you start to, lose hope. Because as the things drop and it's yet another, whatever low level, just green or white or whatever your kind of lowest tiers are, it's just like, okay, that's not really helping me anymore. And then, and then you're just praying for that orange. I would rather get something where it's like dropping less often and having higher quality. Dropping less items and having higher quality ones show up every now and then than the other way around. Just a litter of items are meaningless. So there is a delicate balance there, because you also have to assume that people, especially at the beginning, that they don't have a lot of items and stuff like that. So, and then there may be systems that make it so that those items, the white ones or the green ones or the low level ones, that there's ways to craft them up or do things with them. Then they start to have some value. So it all depends on your systems and how it works. But overall, I prefer to keep the kind of item stuff down, even though that's opposite of what I did in Marvel Heroes, which was loot pinatas.
Or Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is like all sorts of showers of items. But yeah, that was, so I think that keeping it down is kind of more my modern thinking.
I kind of disagree. I kind of
nice.
I think it's really tricky. It's a delicate balance. There can be too much stuff, but we tried at times toning down in Diablo 2 even. Let's stop dropping the whites and the grays and stuff. Yeah. Or even, toning it back might be appropriate. But when you don't drop them at all, and all you're dropping is the greens or the blues or the yellows, it doesn't really make any sense. Why not then make them just all one color?
Yeah, make the white ones better.
Yeah, just make the white ones better if you're not going to have the different tiers. And so it kind of, the higher tiers lose their meaning if you're not dropping the lower tiers. I think with Torchlight, I did some pretty good work of making the mid-level magic stuff still appropriate. I kind of hope, I'm still working on it and I don't have a plan yet, but I'm hoping that we can make the low-level stuff still relevant as more than just trash items for sale or for breaking down. But I don't know. I think it's just tricky, and you just got to kind of play with it in the game to see where you find a good balance.
It's hard to give a precise answer on it because it's really, really very feel-based. You just actually have to play the game and feel how it feels. Do things feel relevant or not? Do I have enough garbage so that there's proper contrast with the interesting stuff? Otherwise, I don't know. It's so feel-based.
Yeah, because if you make it like some mechanic where you take all the white items and get a crafting resource out of them by breaking them down, it can become kind of a chore then. Like it's like, oh god, I got
pets.
Huh? But yeah, like I agree with you though. It's individual per game, and you just got to go with what feels good. And there's no perfect answer. I feel like we have a tradition now of leaving the white items on the ground after a little while. So sure. Yeah.
There's an aspect of Diablo 2's itemization that I had missed when we initially did Path of Exile. And this is partly because we were trying to streamline things that we felt were unnecessary, which in almost all cases was a mistake. And it's related to when you actually look at the items that drop. Okay, for a start, a bunch of what you get on the ground is gold, right? We thought unnecessary, don't need that. And then you got potions, and we thought, aha, don't need those either. We've got flask charges, so that's all that gone as well. But they've also got ammo, like bolts and arrows. And we said, nah, just unlimited ammo. Who wants to go and buy more of these, right? So far we've eliminated like 40% of actual item drops by accident. Then you've got other stuff. Like you've got fulminating gas potions and exploding things and things you can throw and random spears and stuff that have quantity on them. And there's all this stuff, like literally exploding potions, which you're never seriously going to use, but they do represent some non-zero percentage of drops. And then you've got gems, for example, which are relatively common and get consumed in the hierarchy of stuff there. And you get to the point where when you include gold drops and stuff, like 60% of the items that hit the ground are not ones that you would actually classify as equipment. And we literally got rid of all of that. And so that means in order for Path of Exile to then feel like you're actually finding stuff in the regular non-ruthless mode, it kind of has to all be equipment. And I wish we had realized this from the start, because now we're facing the problem where players are trained that unless the screen is full of, an armory dropped on the ground for every group of monsters, that it's not enough items. So this isn't on the quantity versus quality spectrum. You kind of know our views on that, but it is an observation where I wish we had paid more attention to that rather than saying, we can do better.
Yeah, it's a tricky conundrum that in the beginning of the game, you want to have very simple items that obviously become trash later on. But there's also part of the player progression to say that, okay, well, my character is a lot better now, and I don't care about these bad items. Like, that's a sign that you became better. So that's something that you want to keep. But then, of course, when you play the same game for 8 years, then you might not care about that initial sort of character development part of the first few hours. So then you have to introduce complicated solutions to solve that.
I guess it never bugged me to leave a bunch of stuff there, so I was probably responsible for the fields of junk more than almost anybody. I remember Blizzard South guys at the time, Alan Adam in particular, who was the head up down there, was like, he has to physically bring every item back to town and sell it for for whatever he can get. And so he was always like pretty pissed at me. I was like, we gotta drop less stuff. It's just no fun to just walk out of town and walk right back in and sell the junk. And so it was a philosophical problem. I kind of figure it worked out in the in the long run, so I don't worry too much about it.
But it's all interrelated with other systems, like the size of your inventory and stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's a tough little mix there of systems.
Yeah, that's certainly a difficult one to balance. We have a question, a different kind of balance. How do you find a balance between action and storytelling? And perhaps we can start with Travis, and you can inspire some thoughts in what at least I think, because I just skip all the dialogue.
So I'm a dialogue skipper, and on the development, Fate had, the story was 1 page of text, which I got somebody to read. And then in Torchlight and Torchlight 2, I was always like, man, we got to cut this dialogue down. You guys in your lore, just set it to the side. I just want to be beating the crap out of things. Now I write books, and I don't really know how to reconcile those two things because it doesn't make any sense at all. But I was always very much you can't require me to read the lore to play. And I talked to some designers who also did tabletop. And they're always trying to make you read like the micro fiction in order to consume the data that you're trying to get out of the rule book. And there's always that pushback, like, I don't want to read the micro fiction, just tell me what the number is. And that's where I fall on the spectrum.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember we cut down our dialogues in the Diablos, and eventually at one point we were like, just bold the important words.
Make them yellow text. I was notorious for yellow text. Everybody always gave me crap about yellow text because I just wanted to highlight all the important nouns so you could ignore everything that the writer had written.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a dialogue skipper, except for the passages in Diablo 1, like the Sin War, where like you just have to like listen to it and that epic voice acting. It was so good. Was that Bill Rover? I can't remember.
Yeah, Roper did some. I suspect it was mostly the Blizzard film department guys coming up with the actual that. But I think it was very sparing in Diablo 1. We never hit you over the head. There was just a few incidents of it, so that was what made it bearable.
And it was nice. It was a break. You know, the cinematics were a break from the action and gives you a sense of progressing on to the next thing. So I like those. I just don't like it while I'm playing. You know, I don't want to get up to a boss and have him start into a long monologue, you know, before I have to kill him. Just let me kill him. Yeah.
But just development-wise, too, we made the Diablos and the Torchlights with almost no story at all. The story was kind of added in later. So the world building, the lore, that was deliberate, kind of the back stuff. But the story and the text were really not part of the development at all. So I often don't know what the hell's going on in my own games. People ask me questions, and I'm like,
It's all about the vibes. It's about the vibes.
Yeah, vibes, not text. How about?
I'm interested in Eric's perspective here.
Well, when it comes to dialogue specifically, we actually discussed this a little bit backstage early on, so I guess it's important to all of us here. But it's more is not necessarily better, and it's a lot about condensing it down because everyone wants to get back to clicking the monsters to see what pops out of them. So it's kind of about trying to get as much as possible into something as short as possible, and then even working with things like the tone of voice of the NPC and like what type of greeting words they make, and try to get as much as possible out of those small things.
And, you know, to some extent, you're the story. You know, your path through it and the things you do and the items you find and the build you make, that's the story, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to write it too much for the player.
Right.
Right.
So it should be in their head.
We have over time cultivated an audience of players that want as much deep depth and stuff to discover in the dialogue, and will play to seek out the Easter eggs and find it. And we make sure that in addition to making sure the dialogue is as skippable as possible for like 70% of players, we have lots of stuff for the other 30%. And so we try to give our dialogue team the resources they need.
And you can do storytelling with the environment that you're passing through and the things that you see and stuff. It doesn't have to be a dialogue that plays out really slowly when you're trying to get back to clicking. I played some Diablo 4 and said, I'm going to watch all of this cinematics and listen to all the dialogue just to see what kind of storytelling they do. And again, I really enjoyed playing it, but I was about 10 minutes before I was just escaping through the...
I used to always think about adding like a sum it up for me button when people were doing dialogue, and then they would just interrupt and say, okay, let me just sum this up. And then I would get like the digest. In character. It's perfect.
Well, maybe we'll kind of transition here with an answer of my own. One of my favorite parts of dialogue is when the boss is talking to me. I think my favorite bit of dialogue is the first time I opened the seals in Diablo 2 and Chaos Sanctuary, and Diablo tells me that not even death will save you from me. That's the dialogue I like.
Yeah.
And with that in mind,
quick and to the point, though. You know?
Yeah. With that in mind, why don't we just go around and you guys can maybe talk about your favorite boss in any ARPG with the consideration of dialogue as well.
I'll give a quick start here, because it kind of inspired my own thing, inspired myself, and that was the butcher in Diablo 1.
Damn it.
It just, I wanted to get
what everybody was going to say.
I'm grabbing it. But, and again, the real short dialogue, just the fresh meat, he says, or something, he's coming after you.
That was great storytelling.
That was good storytelling. But, you know, it set a tone. It set a tone of scariness, that bad things are going to happen here. So that it inspired me to because there was no such thing as an ARPG boss. He was sort of the first ARPG boss, I guess. So got to develop bosses from there. I almost think we almost never hit the high of that.
No, you can't. You can never
honestly
remake a butcher encounter that had the same emotional impact, and we have tried many times, and it's just hopeless.
We tried really hard in Path of Exile, of course, to do it with Brutus. But.
Right. Well, it's funny too, though, is because now you almost can't really do a boss that kills you that bad that early in a game anymore, because there's people there'd be an outcry against it. I think we luckily got him in before people had expectations.
Challenge accepted.
I remember just recently I went, God, it wasn't recently now. How long ago did I give that 20th anniversary Diablo speech? That was at GDC. Whenever that was, I got the CD, we had a CD demo of Diablo 1 that we sent out that was like part of PC Gamer magazine or something like that. And I got the demo running, which is not a very easy thing to do anymore because it was so old and stuff. But I had it's randomly generated, so like I go down the steps, and the very first room I encountered was the butcher. I opened up the door, he came out, whack, whack, I was dead. I was like, oh my God, is this somebody's first experience playing an ARPG? They walk down the steps and open the door, and there's the butcher.
I'm going to take a different approach, a boss that's not good for its storytelling or immersion necessarily, but I'm going to pick Pendleskin because it's like an A level 86 treasure class. It's like 40-second run cycle from town, so anyway.
All right, I'm going to bring up Telengard again because it was in the early days, they really did not have like level bands set up for the creatures that could show up in the dungeon. So you could start Telengard, walk 1 square away from the entryway, and a level 30 dragon could appear and breathe fire on you. And that was and you immediately died. And there is no save, you just restart, you re-roll, and that's it. And that's your first experience playing the game, is dying in the very first move. And that reminded me somewhat of the Butcher.
Out-butchered the Butcher.
Well, when it comes to boss and getting their loot, an interesting part of it is the magic find attribute that's showed up, I would say, quite successfully in most of the games that you have made. What is your take on magic find as a stat or an attribute in an ARPG?
I loved it just as a bit of a counterbalance, kind of I'm going to take the magic find, but it's a trade-off from important stats and other things. It was simpler back when I was playing with that in the Diablo 2 days. I know you guys working with that, do all kind. I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Yeah. 100%, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's an affix, usually, so it comes at the expense of something else, so it's a trade-off.
I mean, it seems it's great for late game play when you've kind of done the game a bunch of times and, hey, let me take it. It's a little more of a challenge, but a little better loot seems to be a great thing for people to keep playing the game forever.
Yeah. When you're down to hunting items in a game, it really feels like a fun one to get.
Yeah, I just really liked Magic Find back in the Diablo 2 days because you made
you made a trade-off between absolute killing speed and sort of toughness with Magic Find, and then with the goal, of course, being to get as much wealth as possible at the speediest speed.
One of the things I liked about it, too, is you really just have to take it on faith, because I don't know how many people are writing down their drops and seeing, did I really get a 3% increase in Magic Find?
How well is this really working?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I made a database for Diablo 2 to make sure that it was working. Those diminishing returns calculations, which are well documented, formed the basis of Path of Exile's diminishing returns calculations for Magic Find. And they are important because your absolute character power has many axes before they diminish, whereas Magic Find diminishes with just one value. So you do have to make sure you manage the math with that, and there are trade-offs.
Right.
All right. A different angle on this one. So what is the smallest addition or change that you have made to a game that gave you the most amount of joy? Maybe you can start this one, David.
Jeez. Changing Diablo from turn-based to real-time.
That was a good idea. So I have a good example of that. It was in the Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion. Like at the very last moment, we said, hey, you know what would be cool? Throw a couple of, we had hirelings, but just throw a couple of soldiers out there fighting the monsters before you get out there. And it just felt so cool to go out and see, like, hey, I'm not alone out here fighting. You know, because a lot of times, like, what is everyone else doing? You know. And like, you know, finally, it was a sense. Okay, there actually are some other people out here helping out the cause. You know?
Right. They still don't give you a break in the store, though. Yeah, you're saving us, but I'm going to charge you for this weapon.
I don't think it's not that little a change, but I think Dave's brother Pete back in the day suggested the socketable item.
Yeah.
Let's put a gem into an item. And that kind of, you know, that expanded things in a big way. I mean, went a lot of systems on top of that, but I think that was the first great little brainstorm.
Right.
For me, it's probably a toss-up between letting you send your pack animal back to town to sell all your shit and adding a fishing mini game.
To też były moje ulubione rzeczy w
I was going to
Torchlightie.
joke fishing as well, but in Fate, that was not actually a joke. There is a mature fishing game that's actually very cool. My smallest change that I think we made that brought me personally the most joy was the hardcore death notifications in global chat. And the story behind that is a user during the closed beta said, hello, I will purchase the $250 gold supporter pack if you add this feature. And we were desperate enough for money that I said to Jonathan, hello, how many hours will it take for you to get this deployed? Like, is it plus EV? And he said, absolutely, it's 10 minutes. And so we made $250 for 10 minutes work.
Nice.
Yeah, the one change that popped up into my head I'm not really sure why, really, but this was super early on in Path of Exile, where we discovered that the ratio between rare items and magic items was completely off, way different than in the Diablo games. And then we fixed it, and then it just felt so much better playing afterwards.
That's awesome, thank you. How do you feel about community tools? Should the game be moddable, or should the game just give you everything you need? And I think I would maybe add on to that, at least hopefully some website guide support into the mix.
I like being able to create mods. I think that builds a stronger game and long-term commitment to a community and to the game. But it's pretty difficult in a game that is kind of a live game. They've done it in World of Warcraft, and there are other games that have examples of this. Hopefully, the game does deliver all that you need, but sometimes it doesn't, and so it's nice when the community can do something like that. It's just kind of, you have to be real careful about what you expose through those tools and what information they can garner, because you're going to end up in a situation where people get big advantages from using particular mods and stuff, and then you kind of get, I don't know, a community that can have some toxicity with, hey, you aren't using this mod, then you're not elite, and all of these kind of things. So there's definitely a balance you have to reach.
I mean, the big balance is between secure items and characters, and mods make that pretty hard. I mean, there's a limited amount of mods that don't ruin the security of the items and characters. So
yeah, it's sort of inversely proportional to how important it is that everyone's on a level playing field.
Yeah. So I like mods, and the current game I'm making is very moddable, but that's kind of almost experimentally super moddable. So right now I'm leaning into it, but I can see it both ways.
But purely selfishly, I love modability because I spent so much time tearing apart other games and using other mod kits and seeing how things worked, and that was just like a real source of joy for me. So when we made Torchlight and Torchlight 2, we released all the mod tools, and it was definitely complicated for Torchlight 2, and it's nowhere near the complexity, and it doesn't have to deal with the issues that you're bringing up about long-term balance on a game that's a live service. Torchlight 2 was multiplayer, but it was just peer-to-peer, and we knew going in that that was just going to be one of the limitations. And, but again, purely selfishly, I love to tear things apart.
I love the idea of moddable action RPGs. Like, I would love to make a single-player, very moddable one. I don't know if the business proposition is as easy as the live service one. We have to deal daily with customers that are upset because they lost their items due to various things involving third-party programs, right? Like, if the modding ecosystem for online games means that to have the best gameplay experience, you've got to install stuff, which could potentially steal your credentials, and people fork these and insert bad software, and it's really sad when we have to tell users, we're really sorry, we can't do anything, that was your fault for installing the virus. And so we would rather that the modding ecosystem didn't involve people pasting their PHP session IDs into arbitrary websites or downloading executables they run on their work computers and stuff, but gamers want every advantage they can get.
I'm a huge fan of modding, as most game developers probably are. And one point here is that when we got a job application at GGG, and they have, like, you look at modding experience before, like, academic credentials, basically. So get into modding, I guess, if you want to get into the games industry.
That's probably great advice. How do you deal with every character being the one true hero in a multiplayer scenario?
You don't.
Yes. Suspension of disbelief.
Yeah. Kind of an example of that, not exactly, but we ran into an issue in the end of Diablo 1, you jam this gem into your head, right? And you're...
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Best moment in gaming.
And it's a long story, I won't get into it, but that was sort of thrust upon us by the Blizzard film department in the day, who sent us the movie of that's how your game ends. And we didn't really have enough time to change it. And we grew to love it, actually, but at first we were kind of shocked. Wait, that's not... But in any case, what I was getting to is, when we were started Diablo 2, for some reason, the Blizzard South guys thought that everybody should start the game with a gem in their head, like we were continuing from Diablo 1. So that's like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, everybody you run across was the guy that killed Diablo, so that's exactly the kind of problem you're bringing up. So like Dave says, we just ignored it and just moved on.
Yeah, there's only one universe, and that's the one that you're playing. Right?
That Soulstone moment, though, at the end of Diablo 1 was the point when I realized that media can have a twist at the end. Like, it was impactful.
Oh, yeah. We loved it in the end.
Yeah. All right. If you had to play one game for your entire life, what would it be? And to specify, you can mention a specific league or patch cycle in it.
I mean, for me, it's not an ARPG at all. I play Civ 6 just relentlessly. So I'm happy with it as is. I would just go with that for the rest of my life, and I'd be okay.
For me, it would be Minecraft. Honestly, I just make myself a nice little castle and look at the sunset.
I actually think Minecraft is a Diablo game. We've got random areas, we've got random items, we've got pretty good combat, we have relatively secure server-side stuff within a community. I mean, what really is it missing, right? And it's moddable and, possibly the best game ever.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Max stole my answer.
Sorry.
No, I can't say Minecraft.
It's ridiculously hard.
We can all say Minecraft.
Okay, let's go start a Minecraft server.
Who's in? That are words with friends. I can play Scrabble forever.
No, Robotron, that's my answer.
Robotron?
Robotron,
All
yes.
right.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably play Diablo 2. I wonder if it's 1.11 or something before Whirlwind got nerfed.
Oh. Ice Blink Whirlwind with a lance.
Ah, yes. Exactly. You know the build. Yeah.
I do. So one of the
Dla Minecrafta
game
to nie
genres that
pocisk.
has been coming up, it's kind of the Survivor series. We've got a lot of questions from you guys about your thoughts on Vampire Survivor genre. There's a number of games. I don't know which one really defines it, but these games have similar elements to an ARPG, but they're not quite exactly like it. What do you think?
David made a blend between Diablo and
a survival game, yeah. I made a game called It Lurks Below. It's on Steam. It's fun. Made it by myself. But I think that Vampire Survivors, though, is like, you know, all the things are coming at you from all over, and you level up your character really quickly. And so I do really like that game a lot. I played quite a few hours of it. And it does share a lot of things, but it reminds me more almost of like a card game, because when you know, in like a card battler, when you defeat a monster, it's like, hey, here's your choice of, well, it reminds me a little of the card game we're playing here at the show, where here's your 2 choices, your 3 choices of things that you can do that one thing. And so it's a little bit different than the ARPG kind of Diablo-style ARPG, where you're killing stuff and picking up loot and making choices like that. It's just too fast, oftentimes, in the Vampire Survivor stuff. There's some differences. I'm sure that somebody's going to try and combine them in a more meaningful way, but I do really enjoy that genre, and I had a lot of fun playing.
I've never played it, but I got addicted to watching Asmongold play both Vampire Survivors and Halls of Torment, to the point where I will, before going to work, refresh his channel, hoping there is another video in either game. And it could be the reason why I'm half an hour late to work that day, because I'll watch it on 2 times speed. It's addictive.
Yeah. A lot of my gaming experience these days is through streamers. The same thing.
All right, we have an awesome question here. How does playing your own game feel when compared to games you had no hand in? And we can mention anything. I mean, maybe Eric, you want to start with even your card game.
How it is to play other games. As a game developer, you unfortunately get a bit destroyed, where you start to look at how they implemented things, and you never quite get that sort of naive thing where, like, when you grew up and played games and you got the kind of super strong experience, but it's more of a sort of scientific effort almost when you play other games now, unfortunately.
Do you get that feeling?
How does it feel to play your own as a
my
contrast?
own game? Well, then it's just that tuned to 11, because you start to look at what things you can improve, and
right.
That's my thing. I can't, when I play my own games, it's all looking at the flaws, finding bugs, and and I can relax when it's someone else's game, and I can be a lot more forgiving. I don't care if there's a little flaw in it, if it's someone else did it. But yeah, it makes it hard to enjoy games that we've made.
Yeah, I don't like any of the games I've made.
Oh, come on. You're being too hard on yourself.
No, I'm dead serious. I can't even play a lot of the games that I made anymore. It's very rare that I can. But so oftentimes I'm just too critical. And like, as soon as I'm done playing it, I often go, okay, here's my list of 7 things I gotta fix or whatever, rather than really, just doing it just for fun.
Yeah, there's that reflexive list creation. When I play other games, I still start to do it immediately, and then I have to stop myself. It's like, okay, I got to do this, I got to do this, oh wait, no, this isn't my game. I don't have to do anything. This is great.
Well, I'm going to circle back to a few more game mechanics because I have a question here I didn't want to miss. Aside from killing monsters, what is your favorite way to award a player power in a game?
I mean, you got to look like a badass after you've leveled up a long way, you know? And so, like, figuring out costumes that are unique and interesting and make you look more powerful is you know, I remember times playing Diablo 2 and finding a cool helmet with horns coming out, and, you know, it made me look so different, and it was almost as fun as actually finishing a level or killing a boss, as, you know, getting a cool-looking helmet.
New skills or skill evolutions that are tactily more satisfying than what you had before. It's just immediately the act of doing what you've already been doing just feels better.
I think there's something cool about having meaningful rewards for side quests, because when you're playing through the game, a power gamer wants to ignore the side quests and come back where relevant, but having the distraction of if I go and actually, like, you know, smash the soulstone in the Hellforge, I'm going to get a pile of gems that could be useful, and have to do that math as to whether you want to do that is really cool. And I believe the Path of Exile 2 team have been working hard on having quite a lot of significant attribute bonuses on side quests rather than some skill refund points or something you're not going to need necessarily.
All right, well, our time is just about running out, but I wanted to wrap up with maybe a question you might think about, or maybe whimsically perhaps. Why don't you guys come up together and make the ultimate game?
It's a hell of a group. I think we could do it if the personalities didn't clash too much.
Yeah, this is my brother. It's very hard to work with a sibling. But yeah, no, I mean that.
I'm in. We've collaborated so much over the years in terms of sharing stuff, and we got David on as an advisor for helping us with our Chinese launch and so on, and we are sharing ideas and showing each other what we're working on, regardless of whether it's for the same company or not. So our DNA is spread across all the games we've worked on.
Yeah,
it happens automatically anyway. Yeah.
And you get more games if we spread out a little bit. You know, I mean, if we did that, it would be like one
quality
game.
Though. Well, thank you all so much for this awesome ARPG roundtable. Round of applause, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fajny panel, bo mieli trochę różne podejścia, częściowo gdzieś tam się, powiedzmy, że zgadzali ze sobą, ale no jednak to było trochę różne wizje. Powiem wam, że ja dzisiaj chyba nie wytrzymam do tego rejsu. Będę musiał go sobie po prostu zobaczyć, jak się wyśpię. Na całe szczęście wszystko będzie dostępne na YouTubie, Path of Exile. No i tak, niestety, zdrowie chyba jest ważniejsze, więc wszyscy, co siedzą i już zamulają do spania. Jutro też jest dzień. Nie bądź luj. No chciałbym ale spałem bardzo. Czy ty nie spałeś w ogóle? Ja tak w ogóle nie potrafię. Już wczoraj się czułem jak totalne gówno. A dzisiaj jest jeszcze gorzej niż było wczoraj, więc chciałbym zagrać w Ligę 3.22, więc chyba pójdę spać. Także dziękuję wam bardzo serdecznie za dziś. Mam nadzieję, że bawiliście się dobrze. Jeżeli ktoś planuje oglądać Race'a, proszę bez spoilerów. Zobaczę sobie zaraz po przebudzeniu. Nie spania jednej doby. No, nie chciałbym być pierwszy. Bajo jajo, dokładnie. I dobranoc. Albo dzień dobry, bo już na zewnątrz jest jasno. Trzymajcie się. Do następnego i cześć.